There
it goes.
Good deal. Let's go to the channel. Meet that bullshit. Hit that shit. Do that. Go back to there. Back there. Oh, we need to move yours. Hit the X. Throw the audio on me. I'm sorry. I mean, just on your, yeah, camera. Craig, what's up, buddy? I put the link in the Facebook group if you want to come up here. But maybe you already knew that. I don't know. We've been having sliding around technical difficulties. Vibes change name for camera. That's that guy over there. Where's Sweet Pea? I don't know. I didn't message him personally. So I'll just do that right now. Timmy. You got a Timmy.
What's up?
I guess you don't need private chat because I'm sitting right next to you. So you can just click it over on your comments or look up there or whatever floats your boat. It's all good in the hood. That's what I say. And I didn't need that to do that. You know, because that's the easiest way to say it. That doesn't need to do that. Anywho, there we go. Yeah, there's your howdy, Timmy. We're going to have to make the font bigger because we're getting old. What is that out there? Good times. Okay. Let's take that. Copy it. And yeah, Charles Kelly told me to let him know when it's going on too. And so that's why I just put it in the group. Yeah. See, Tim's regretting it now. It was his idea to get quarters from the car wash. And now he's tired. We're doing good. How are you, Craig? Been doing the DNA research for the last couple of weeks. Strange findings on my DNA. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But either. Oh, yeah. Come on. I forgot. He may very well be up. Sometimes he keeps the weird hours. I don't know. I'm putting live twice just so we don't have a face reveal. Because you know how that would go. Not well. For me. I've only done it to him once on accident, so. Your DNA. Get this. That's how Scott's family spelled it. Like two generations back, maybe. Somebody got mad at somebody else in the family, so they threw the E in it. So yeah. I'm sorry. Anyway. So does that mean you feel better or okay or don't give a shit? From the South? I don't know. There was a Lowry woman that I met years ago north of the grocery store, and her last name was Lowry, but they were not related. So I don't know. Look at us. We look like we were hoboing it at the car wash. We had brown paper bags. I was like, let's just put them in brown paper bags. I'm seeing some edges already, so I'm happy with that. As long as they're not 2021, because then I'll be sad. Craig, you should come up here. Nobody's in here anyway. Because I you know, you're like me. You're not built for chat. I mean, I know you got your zingers, but it's still early. If you're perusing, peruse. This will be my first stream without the availability of Stern, so it'll be kind of weird. But in a good way. Not in a good way, just different. Ooh. Weighing that. Ew, I got some disgusters. If you weren't such a nerd, you would. Yeah. Okay, you know, like, I already know you. Nerdness and. Oh, God, what did I do earlier that was
What's that?
super nerd? What the fuck are you doing? He didn't shut me in the closet this time, but that was yesterday. Oh, I want to know. Now I'm nosy. Right. Chat. Then you don't have to go hunt for it, and there's no excuse. So, Oh, I was putting the link in the chat for him right there. I said that way he can be lazy and not have to go look for it on Facebook, and there's no excuse now. My dad knows that I might be able to find out where his. Yeah, you will. My stepdad actually found out to doing some 23andMe stuff. They even found a newspaper clipping of them leaving him on the steps of a Catholic church up north. And then I showed Tim a picture of his grandson. I said, look at that baby's head. It looks like just like Craig's. I love it. Whoa, something just moved.
What?
Like the setup. I don't know. I saw that out of the corner of my eye. It was weird. Anyway. So I might go get a refill before we get started, and I'm probably gonna turn that light on for a second. I don't know if it's gonna pick up that camera, but we'll find out because I don't need my scopage just yet. Yep. I'll just go that way. Well, I hope you do, Craig. It's pretty awesome to find out stuff like that. I think. I like the whole genealogy thing anyway. Okay. 20 or 19, whatever. Oh, boy. Okay. See, that's what I should have been ordering on Amazon when you were like, what did you not remember you bought?
Yeah.
Quarter book, either way. Okay. Craig's like, oh, yay, the exciting part. Where Hoover likes to bust everything down in sections. Yippee. So exciting. Huh. That looks pretty good for a 2006. Or 5, my bad. I think I might have to just get in trouble and put music on because this isn't going to last with me very long this way. It's no weak strike on the L. Woohoo! Maybe we can find some M Rusties. Oh, I know. Craig, I don't know if he's playing over at Kittle Cats or not because I didn't see if he was on. Phew, that was a tricky garbage. There's the man. Hello.
Hello, meow.
Hello. Guess I turned my volume off before because I'm just not hearing myself talk.
I muted the YouTube, so I'm not following the chat. Just
Well,
in case somebody
chat-
says something.
The chat was you, so I think you're covered. So,
Have I missed out on any interesting conversations?
no, I was just saying the 23 in me or the DNA thing or whatever, like that was pretty cool, pretty interesting to do. And
You did the 23andMe?
yeah, they said for guys, which I mean, you know, everybody's got their opinion, that the ancestry.com was a better one to do because it broke things down better.
Ancestry.com was so damned expensive.
Well, I guess that's why it was the better one. I don't know. I mean, I got the 23 in me.
I did the My Family treedna.com.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I've heard of that one. That's a
And all the stuff that I've seen on the YouTubes and interwebs say that that's the better one to do.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, especially that. I mean, they even say, hey, if you're the female, you know, this one's okay. If you use, you know, but that back then, which you know, it's been like 4 years ago, they like they didn't break it down into regions so well as they do now on 23andMe. But the My Family one, I really don't know too much about it.
The My Family one's the one I'm on right now. And I did the Y37, which is the male chromosome test.
Good.
And my mother did the female test.
Mm-hmm.
And so now we're overlapping her test results with my test results.
That's good.
And then I upgraded because mine is like a big generic Y chromosome group.
Uh-huh.
So then I went from the Y37 to the big 700, which was expensive.
Do you get like the health reports and stuff like that?
I did with the 37, but the Y700 is huge. It does all the little stuff. So a lot more information, a lot more detail, and it goes back a lot farther.
That's cool. I've been trying, which not lately, to be honest, but to use the 23andMe family trees that you can fill in on there to kind of help other people out. But the only thing is, it won't show other people unless the people you're putting their names in are deceased. So I don't know if later they're going to maybe have like a permission for it.
Well, and
People can figure it out better or what.
this is what I like about the My Family Tree DNA is
Mhm.
it's DNA based.
Yeah.
So it shows you people that your DNA aligns with, and not necessarily. I mean, some of it some people have some stuff more private, but when you match with somebody, it will show you that individual. And if they're marked private, then it just doesn't show any information other than who they are and what their DNA stuff is.
Oh, yeah.
What their overall results are, or what your DNA matches are, basically.
Yeah.
What I did is I took the DNA test and then I bought a membership to myheritage.com, and I've exported my DNA results from the My Family Tree DNA kit and imported it back into the MyHeritage.
Uh-huh.
But the MyHeritage is a lot harder because it has so much more information in it.
To navigate.
It's a lot harder to navigate. And even when you import stuff and they have to go back through and do their algorithms on the DNA results to see who's in their database. But MyHeritage also allows you to import DNA from everybody else. So it's like your my 23andMe.
Mm-hmm.
you could import that DNA test result into MyHeritage, and it would sort that through all the DNA kits that have been imported or taken through MyHeritage and give you a lot broader scope of what your DNA results are.
Cool. Have you ever heard of GED GED match?
Yeah, and they use that too. So, and I don't know if you can import. I'm sure you could import your test kits into My Family Tree DNA as well. But I kind of thought that I would like the MyHeritage better.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm finding that I like the My Family Tree DNA a little bit better right now, just because the family trees are a lot easier to navigate.
Yeah. Because I know ours. Oh my gosh, it's. I mean, I already know who's on my dad's side for sure. And then I don't know if you remember when I told you I had the confusion with that lady that once we got to talking, I was like, I thought I would find her on my dad's side. I'm like, there's these other couple of names coming up. And I said, they show up on my mom's side of the family. She
Well,
said, oh, it happens more than you think. And she goes, oh my God, it gets so crazy.
I'll share this with you. I'm looking at one right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to share the screen with you.
All right. There we go.
Okay, so like the Family Finder, which is the FF,
Mm-hmm.
and then the MT is my mom's, is the maternal mother DNA,
Mm-hmm.
and then the Y67 is the male DNA that's in my test results.
Yeah.
So there's a potential for this person to be a match from either side, because depending on how it ranks what the DNA results are, it could be from my mom's side of the family or from my dad's.
I know.
So
Isn't
this
that
particular
wild?
match, and this is somebody that I don't even know. So I
Right.
know the Layton family is in this area and it's pretty big, but this is somebody that's got a DNA sequence that's close to mine. But when you scroll this back out, you can look at all of these individuals, and it will give you whatever detail has been entered in by the person that took the DNA kit.
Yeah.
So
So
I don't
that's
know.
what I meant on the one I did. It's like if it's somebody that's deceased, it will show the names, but I was starting from like current and then working my way out.
Right. And then this kind of gives you the family view,
Mm-hmm.
so you can see where the relationships are. When you look at the pedigree view, it just shows that particular person and the people that are in that pedigree. And when you do the family view, it shows whatever information's been entered in as far as the ancestor siblings and marriages and stuff like that. So it's a lot more detailed in the family view.
That's so cool how many are on there. But I mean, I see the dates on them too. So
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna share this other tab. This is where it gets to be. You got to really pay attention to detail and read the information.
oh, I see it.
So in this window, the family finder matches here. You can select all matches and what they consider to be direct matches
Mm-hmm.
for your DNA, and then it gives you a list of people, and then you can go down through, and if they've got a family tree or detailed information, then it highlights it over here.
That's
But
cool.
when you click on the person, it will show you the Halp group and the information if it's filled out. So
That's neat. Hello, everybody from Found It Buried Raid. Hi, the Irish Coin Collector. Hello, Nikki Pink. I'm not seeing you in forever. Whatever. How you guys doing?
Yeah, that's
Good.
just
What's
that's kind of what I've been doing. Hello, found and buried raid. Thank you for coming in.
Hi. What is that? LNW show? For show? Yeah. The one that I did, it would have like your DNA sequence thing on it, and it was really odd because it would said like, oh, yours has like this much of a percentage that people even have it. And I'm like, okay, well that'll be pretty easy to think there wouldn't be much of an overlap. As far as like my dad's and my mom's from the genetically, and lo and behold, there was. I was like, "Whew, that's great." I need to touch base with that lady again. It's been several years, but
Yeah, and you can do all that on here too. It has a chromosome browser where you can go in and the people that are matches to you, you can compare your DNA sequence with theirs and see where the DNA match up. So that's kind of neat.
I know. I need to get back on my 23andMe and see if anything. I mean, I know stuff's been updated on there. Aw, thank you, Nikki. Look, it's normal. It actually has the right amount of claws. That's the rarity. Anyway. Craig, you would have laughed at me the other night. I think I might have talked to you since then, but I had a pile of quarters I had set to the side for like well over a couple months. I was like, oh, I'll go through those. And lo and behold, it had a W in it. I was like, oops. Because you know how hot and heavy I was on those.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Kittle the other night. We were talking about paper currency, and I said, in the last year, I pulled $200 bill star notes out of cash.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, that's usually, the $100 star notes are, if it didn't have a decent, rarity to it, he said, those are the ones that I wouldn't keep.
Yeah, just get rid of them because it's never going to.
Because he said, star notes that people collect, they don't really necessarily get into those larger bills because they're so expensive to stack.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, yeah, in my case, I really don't care one way or the other. I just think it's kind of neat.
Yeah, like I really like, my, what do you call it? That sheet I have. Like I'll keep that because I love that thing. But I mean, they're not star notes. But not everybody has one. So, and it's kind of a Dickard all the way. Good morning, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
All the way. But yeah. Dave, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome to. You should have seen. He had the coolest ice skating video. And I'm pretty sure it was like a waterway. It wasn't a rink or anything like that. I was like, that is so wild. And I asked him, and I already forgot. Even though at the time I thought this is very pertinent information that I need to know.
Right.
One of those deals. So you've been scratching the Morgans together and making me cringe from miles away. Thank you. I appreciate that.
They are all full up right now, so.
Good deal. I'd ask you if you got the new ones, but you already told me no.
I don't want them.
I know. Oh, not a coin explosion, just an MC. Wow, I'm 2 for 2. Guess what? I'm not left-handed, y'all.
You're not ambidextrous? Come on now.
Oh, that part of the brain is not firing right now. Oh man.
It happens.
All right. See, I am rusty. I haven't streamed in so long. I was going back and looking at some old ones, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe this person was on there." Oh my god, it's like, man, I need to like breathe some life back into it because I miss it. Not all the time, not every day, for umpteen hours, because a lot of us and me have a bad habit of doing that.
Right.
So yeah, moderation. That's got to be the thing. But that will take some practice. But if things go slow, then that will probably help. How's Miss Kathy doing?
She's feisty.
Always. We can't call her fat and sassy because I don't think that woman will ever be fat. But she's feisty.
She could be, and it wouldn't hurt my feelings any.
Her fat would be 120 pounds.
Maybe. If that.
So, did we decide on a puppy yet?
Yeah, puppies a no.
Oh. Well, that would be an excuse for me to come and act like I know what I'm doing and make myself
A small.
you what to do. Like, tell the dog to do this. You'd be like, shut up, Hoover.
A small, well-trained lap dog wouldn't be so bad.
Oh, so you need a corgi.
But anything that is hyper or has a small bladder or has attention deficit disorders, probably not going to be so good.
Hello, John Jacobs. How's it going? Am I not? It's like, am I not on Top Chat? But I was looking at StreamYard side, so I'm confused by the Pammy at the end of that. You guys are like, I don't know.
So have you ordered any of the new coins from the mint?
No, I got them before that and didn't pay a ridiculous price for them.
Well, that's what I think is silly. That's what I told Kittle last night when he was
$3, something around there, with shipping. Both of us.
Yeah, 73 or 74 or something like that.
Yeah, for the Type 1 and the Type 2. I used to have a hookup, but I actually made the shit list now, if you can believe it.
That's what I was telling Kittle, is I think that the mint's making a mistake by advertising how many that they're going to mint, because they ultimately decide that they haven't minted enough or whatever, and it always ends up changing just to make people happy, or they do things that they know are going to sell out immediately to make some of the bigger dealers happy.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily, one, they're not getting the taxpayer value out of the coins because it costs a whole lot more money to mint those special runs than what they sell them for. And two, it's not necessarily fair because if somebody's got the cash to do it, they'll just order multiple orders from several different addresses. And it doesn't make it fair for the actual public that can't afford to buy in bulk like that to be able to get an order in. But what do you do? Like I told him, there's a difference between stacking and collecting. A collector will pay whatever they want to just to have it in the collection. A stacker will pay what they can afford to stack.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I'll stack, but I'm like, I already know what I'm going to keep, but I don't want to pay too much for it. It's just,
Well, that's what somebody was complaining about the LCSs having a lot of their stuff marked, where they're,
ridiculous.
well, when the price of silver drops or dips, then they say, well, we just don't have anything for sale.
Oh,
And
yeah. That happened, Wild Bill, and he lives out in North Carolina. I know I was playing peekaboo with EVG, Nick. He was like, you need to come up here. Oh my gosh.
Not
I have to
EVG.
tell you. EVG, this is my friend Tim, aka Deep Vibes.
Hello.
Today.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
And his daughter made me this picture the other day. And you're kind of a part of it. So
Hello, John Jacobs.
So it starts with, telling me about the dogs. Tries for Triumph. And Oliver, he's crazy, cray. And Johnny's happy, and Buddy's not here because, he's no longer with us. And then I was like, oh my gosh, you gave me hair. And she says, no, that's me. It puts the loves coins, put the little denominations off to the right of it. And then she always hears us go, America. So she didn't ask anybody how to spell it and just spelled it the best she knew how that was wrong. But then make sure she mentioned the $1,000 to cut hair.
See something else.
And then she has my jars of, Buddy's tumor and the snake and the squirrel because she wanted to look at the jars the other day. But oh my God, when I saw the dogs and the loves coins in the hair, I don't know, just the whole thing. I was like, that was so thoughtful and it was hilarious at the same time. You're too good, kid. You're good.
Kids are fun because they're unfiltered in some aspects.
Truly, that's why I was like, that's my bud.
Is EVG going to come join us?
I don't know. I was getting ready to say, I put that link in there for you, Si. Pardon. And you know what? Tim got a Strike It Rich with Pocket Change. I am digging that book, and I barely looked at it because I hadn't looked at one before. And I am still waiting on the 6th edition Volume 2 cherry picker from April of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Those
You
things
might
that are
have been scammed on it.
no, Con and Hector and I ordered ours like within 30 minutes of each other. Like he's still waiting on his too.
That's what I'm saying. It may have been a scam.
But they didn't take any money.
They may have pre-ordered some too at a locked-in price, and the publisher may have said, no, we're not going to let it go for that kind of money.
Yeah, well, Con actually, he got another email, and so did Hector. And then I eventually did somewhere in between. It was like, if you want to cancel your order, go for it. And if not, keep it in there. Because I got nervous, and then I ordered more in July. I was like, yeah, a few more.
But somebody was complaining about that LCS situation, and I said, well, you know what will change? And I said, as they start to bring people in that are still struggling cash-wise, and they start to buy collections that they're paying at the lower spot price, then they'll rotate out stuff that they overspent that's not as good for lower value to get it out of their inventory. So it's not necessarily a bad thing that the price goes down. I said, but it's all relative to the market, which is, in my opinion, the markets have been kind of overinflated for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
And now that we have all this inflation starting to come in and the prices of everything's going up, the market's actually settling back to where reality is. So
Well, the goofy asses like me are playing with crypto now.
yeah, I'm not a crypto fan.
I didn't do too bad yesterday. I was pretty happy.
the problem with crypto is that there's no physical element to it.
I done told you there are cards, and then you just flip it over to cash, and then you can go spend it at the store like it's a credit card. You're done. A debit card.
I like to have cold hard cash. I want the physical value to back.
I lose it. I have like a freaking what do you call that, envelope sitting around here with $200. I don't know where I put it, so I'm better off with cards.
I think the federal government would be happier with everybody being an electronic currency, but I want the physical value, period, of cash.
Well, that's why you keep the silver. Screw the paper. Paper is going to be one of these days anyway. We'll be using it for fire to keep warm.
Nah.
That's the opinion of some people.
Even with my physical investments, if I walked into my investment broker and said I want the cash, they would sell it and I would have the money within 10 days. Physical cash value.
Okay, but in the meantime, in that 10 days, say it's like hypothetically, the whole Fight Club thing happened, like took the bank out. The digits are gone. The proof is gone. Where does that go?
I have both. I still have a stack of cash at home. So
I know. I understand that. It's probably by your lamp.
Hector's gonna grab a drink.
Hector, you Mr.
Go.
Speak of the devil, and he shows up. I miss you too. You better come up here.
You better come up, Hector. We got to pick on you a little bit. Just a little bit now.
Hello, who's it? Mile High. I don't know the right way, Hector, how to say it. Caponcho? That's like.
We'll call him Denver since it's Mile High.
Right, Mile High. What's up? There's my friend.
Hector!
Craig
Oh,
and Melissa. Yes, I did. I went. Oh, you should see my beard. You should see my beard. I had it out. I had the hermit's beard.
hey, that's okay.
Beard. And I trimmed it too. I trimmed it again twice.
I couldn't even imagine you with that.
Well, I went rogue. My wife hated it. Oh my gosh, I'd get every time I went to the room. I said, she'd scream. I said, "Ah, oh, it's you,
stranger danger."
Hey, Mile High, how you doing?
I wanted to ask you,
Seven
Hector,
Pins here
if
too?
you're still sorting through your family estate stuff, or if you wrap that all up, and if you were done with that.
No, sir. There's been a complication. My mom passed away this year, so it made it a little bit worse.
Well, I knew that there were some complications there. I knew you'd been out to the family house and that you were going through a bunch of that stuff. So
yeah, well, it's just in limbo. It's not. We're not fighting over it anymore. It's just that I guess since mom passed away, they sort of backed off on a lot of things.
well, you can't replace mom no matter what.
Exactly.
The material things are important, but they're important for different reasons now.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And then I became a grandfather again. I don't know if I told you that yet, Craig.
I knew that you were waiting on a grandbaby, but I didn't know if the grandbaby had arrived yet. So congratulations.
Wow. You mean to tell me I haven't spoken to you since November or beginning of December?
Briefly, but we haven't really had a conversation.
Oh, yeah. Well, we didn't know until Christmas Day. My daughter gave us our last present because she was pregnant for 8.5 months, and we didn't know she was pregnant.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was a good surprise on Christmas Day, but the bigger surprise was it's due on my birthday, 5 days later. And it didn't come through. And my mom had passed away on the 10th, and then 8 days later, on the 18th, my granddaughter was born.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep, congrats again.
It was a nice blessing. It really was.
I found out in the last couple of weeks that one of my nieces is expecting, and she just gotten married in the last couple of years. So They bought a house, or they had a house built last year, and they got to move into it this spring. So timing's good. They built a house big enough to expand the family into. I'm guessing it'll be either late in the year or early next year. So that's exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, it surprised the heck out of me because my daughter was only planning to have two, a boy and a girl, and we were happy. And then when the baby came along a month later, we said, "When's the next one due?" And my daughter goes, "You're crazy." But we had her today. We've had her for since Wednesday, and we took her back today. And they're only 15 minutes away, which is good. And she likes being here. I mean, the other day when we picked her up, she sees us, she runs to her pile of things, she pulls out her shoes, and she runs to the front door as we were sitting down, and she's saying to everybody, "Goodbye."
Time to go. Grandpa's here.
Yeah, it's fun.
Oh,
Forget everybody else. We got grandma and grandpa.
I think you were supposed to field this question, Craig. Let me find it. Where to go? Ooh, yeah, there we are. Oh, I guess I have to click it on the YouTube side. I mean, not YouTube side, opposite.
So how in the heck have you been, Craig? I miss talking to you, man.
Been wild. You know, my grandmother passed away last spring.
My condolences. I know I've told you before, but I want to make sure that I extend my condolences to your family. So
we spent the last year trying to get estate stuff settled and to get all that stuff kind of in an alignment and whatnot. And I've got some family members that are just ready to get their hands around whatever they're getting, and you know that's fine. It's theirs. I don't begrudge them for wanting what's theirs rightfully.
Right.
We kind of I spent the first part of the year rushing through some accounting stuff and trying to make all that stuff facilitated so we could make some of that transition happen. And that was nerve-wracking and completely horrible timing for me, but we got through all that, and now they've come back and they've decided that, you know, her actually being gone is a relevant consideration for their emotions, and now they want to go back and try to sue the hospital and it's kind of a retirement home, but it's also what they do, the rehab facility stuff that she was at when she passed away for wrongful diagnosis. They kind of feel like they should have listed her cause of death as COVID, and that they kind of tried to bury that to keep the COVID statistics down. And I said, you know what? I'm just not interested. You know, I don't want to get into a big legal battle with anybody over her death. You know, it just happened to be bad timing. It happened to be in the middle of a pandemic. But that doesn't matter. You know, you're not gonna get any money from them. You're gonna get money from insurance companies and or the government or taxpayer dollars.
Actually, there is, Craig. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry that I interrupted. Let's put it that way. But there is a $9,000 recovery on funeral expenses.
And to me, that's not worth it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say next. Depends on how you feel about it, you know.
The reason is because then I think that it leads to overinflated cost. And that's part of the problem now is that there are so many insurance claims that the cost of services is so ridiculous that people that need help can't get it because the cost of insurance and
actually, even before the pandemic, when we buried my dad and my mother-in-law, I don't know how the prices are in your state, but in California, there's mandatory prices that are fixed, mandated by the funeral homes for a minimum. And we have a lot of people on street corners asking for money so they can bury their loved ones because I think the cheapest you can go is probably about $1,000 to do a cremation.
Yeah, and that's probably pretty accurate. I think that a cremation here, by the time everything's said and done, is about $5,000.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Hector, not to interrupt, but just for a sec, that one was for you from EVG earlier when you said you'd shaved your beard. I'm like, you jumped the gun, buddy.
No, I was prepared to come on here. I wasn't even supposed to take my mustache off today.
No, I meant that you came without the beard.
Oh, another beard. No.
Hey, Philip DeVord. Hey, Native
No,
Warrior.
I had to shave. My wife, I was planning to grow it down to here. I was gonna shave it short here and grow it long here. No mustache and just a long one in the front, and then braid it like my cousins do in
Keep
LA.
the stash with it.
Oh, it was thicker than this. I had to trim it down. I still got the testosterone going on me. But I'm glad to hear you guys' voices. I really miss talking to you guys.
I know.
Well, we miss you too, man. That's listen, you got to get Hector the link so you can get up here and visit with us. So,
Yeah.
with the family stuff, I've started doing some DNA stuff because now that my grandmother's passed away, my dad was adopted. So it was one of those things that we'd never really wanted to get into that while my grandparents were alive out of respect.
Right.
So now I'm starting into the DNA research stuff to figure out where that history is for our family. And it's been interesting. It's kind of fun, but
I've been doing a lot of ancestry research. I've been doing it for the last 9 years, going on 9 years. And I found things out I never expected to find out. I found my grandfather's only sister. I've met her sons and daughters, the grandchildren, the great grandchildren, and they live not only do they live in the same city, they live in the same neighborhood, and we never knew that. We never knew that.
That's neat. And my mother's side of the family, the Rice side of our family, my great grandfather Rice, his mom was pregnant before she got married, and they had always assumed that the child that was born was a Rice, and they figured out that it wasn't a Rice, it was a Taylor through doing DNA testing and that kind of stuff. So that has altered things. But like I told my mother, and when you get into that area of time in and around the Depression and before that, back to the Civil War and all that kind of stuff, life was a lot different than it is now. And there were a lot of things that they didn't talk about, but people really had some hardships.
Well, I just found out while I was doing the family history, I found out that one of my aunts had a child from another man during the war. The brothers and sisters knew about this other offspring, and I haven't met him yet, but he is very familiar with my 4 cousins from this one brother and his wife, and the wife. My uncle said either give up the child and give it to the family that the father was from, and that's what they did. And he lives in the same town as my cousins do. So
really?
a lot of your adoptions are within the area.
Yeah, my dad's
saying about the adoption.
My dad was adopted in Oklahoma, and I think that had something to do with my grandmother's great uncle being a prominent landowner in the area at the time.
Mm-hmm.
They spent a lot of time traveling back and forth between Oklahoma and here. So, for whatever reason, my grandparents couldn't have children. Mm-hmm. They adopted 2 children because they couldn't have physical biological children. So, but
not in our family. My mom still has what? She had 14 brothers and sisters. She passed on her younger sister, her baby sister. So there's still 11 left.
Oh,
And there's only my dad's brothers only left out of 10. But they're much older than my mom's family.
Right.
So I got quite a few cousins. I'm over shoot. I'm close to 1,000 people. Just from my great grandfather to my granddaughter.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
big.
Well, figure this. I mean, my dad had 10 brothers and sisters. They each had 2, for parents. So that's 20 right there. And each of them had a minimum of 4 kids. That's
I wasn't
80
here a while
kids.
Yeah.
First cousins.
Well, like my grandmother's family
Mhm.
on my dad's side, her mom and dad had her, which is one child. Her
You crazy people.
parents only had 4 kids.
Ranger. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian, how you doing?
Hey, Brian.
Hello, everybody. Hey, Craig. How you
How are
doing,
you,
buddy?
brother?
Good to see you.
You too. Just
Here's
another
your-
wonderful day in paradise.
Right.
It's good to see you. I've seen
You
you a little
too,
bit
buddy.
here and there, but I haven't really had an opportunity to visit with you.
Yeah. It's good to see
Yeah,
you,
I
man.
read a little bit on
Yeah.
Facebook with the business and stuff. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're
Oh, you got a
getting off
place?
to a slow start. No, I don't have a place
Oh,
yet. Still
that's-
in the
that's great.
garage, but we're doing some light work here at the house. So keep
I
it
know you
up.
said the business loan went good, and
Well,
that's the way I read it. I just
yeah. Well, I've got a termite inspection because it's an equity loan on the house. I got to do a termite inspection. So Wednesday. they're
Thanks for
coming
hanging
to
out,
do a termite-
Nikki. Good night.
Take care, Nikki.
Close your
they're
eyes.
coming out
Close your eyes.
Wednesday to
Rudy.
do-
Oh, me. I thought you were saying close your eyes, Nikki. I'm too
Me?
used
No.
to hidden saying I go to bed.
Did you pull that out of circulation, Hector?
Yes, I did.
Look at that up there.
Out of
Thank you.
well,
Thank you,
actually, remember, I think I told Hoovy that I found a satchel of that coins that I used to do when I was in Boy Scouts. Remember?
Mhm.
Faintly, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was cleaning out the closet. Once now we have more time, we're able to clean out the closet. I found a Tang canister full of 1, 2, 3,
I
4, 5,
remember
6,
you
7,
finding the rolls and
10,
stuff.
11,
from, like,
12.
the 70s, but
12 rolls of nickels and pennies in the canister.
Right.
And that was one of the coins that I pulled out, was that 1900 Indian head.
Yeah, and you know what? It probably doesn't have a high value because of the coin damage,
Right.
but I would rather have one of those than a 1900 Indian head uncirculated.
To me, it shows character and somebody else handled it. Someone paid something,
No, that,
Just
can you
keep in
imagine
mind-
how many people had that penny actually probably the possession of that penny?
Well,
If that penny can tell you a story, it's probably had a story of a lifetime. It's pretty amazing.
someone told me this today, and I forget who it was. I was in the middle of a channel in the morning, and they said, think of it that my grandfather said that he made 10 cents an hour. That's 1/10 of an hour of work. A dime an hour. And he worked 12 hours a day, 15 hours a day sometimes.
Well, like my grandfather, his first job, he made a nickel a week.
a nickel a week. Oh my God.
Working for a nursery, his first job, he was in charge of stripping peach tree saplings.
That's shoot.
He made a nickel a week, and he said for half a penny, he could buy everything to make a complete meatloaf dinner for the family.
I remember going to a mom and pop hamburger stand called Old Boy Drive-In, and on payday every 2 weeks, my dad would take us to have hamburgers, because on Fridays it would have what was it, 10 hamburgers for $1 when I was a kid.
What?
Man,
Okay.
we eat like kings that day.
Right. I don't see nobody.
Yeah, and you know, it goes back to this whole discussion about minimum wage and stuff. And I know that people think that it's important to have more money, but when you raise the minimum wage, you're actually lowering the value of the dollar
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
because the buying power of the money that you're making is less. Even though you're making more money, the buying power is less because the value is deflated.
Minimum wage, minimum skill.
You know, I've been looking into the economics of that, of inflation and the distribution of how the economy is dispersed among the workers, and because you know, I went to McDonald's, not McDonald's, Burger King, and they're selling hamburgers, Whoppers, the chicken sandwich, and you know, chicken sandwich is a pretty long, almost like a 8-inch sandwich, you know, with a good thick patty. They're
Yeah.
selling here in California for $10 with a small fry, a small soda, and a cookie for $5 a box.
You got to remember. See, the thing people forget when it comes to the economy is when you raise the minimum wage, everything across the board goes up because the owners of the businesses have to raise it because they pass that increase of dollar on to the consumer.
Yeah, if you're paying someone more to work, you're paying more for that product as an entirety.
Do you realize how many times I've had this conversation about raising the minimum wage and how many people argue that I'm wrong?
And
like-
here's the other.
I'm like, it's basic. It's basic business. Any increase in price to anything gets passed on to the consumer, whether it be the cost of supplies, whether it be the cost of employment, whether it be the rent, lease, or mortgage on the property. All in all, it gets passed on to the consumer.
So does CEO wages too.
Yeah, exactly.
Bad, but for an hourly employee, for a business owner or a corporation to pay that hourly employee,
Mm-hmm.
they're spending 3.5 times what they're paying in wages to employ that person by the hour.
Right.
What about the companies that don't pay any taxes, like Walmart and?
They
I mean,
do pay taxes.
I'm not sure how
stuff
this actually
overseas
is.
too.
When they don't pay any taxes at all.
They do pay taxes. They pay a ton of taxes, and what they may not pay corporation income taxes, but they're paying all kinds of other taxes. And one of the biggest taxes that people don't understand or realize is unemployment benefits and workman's comp insurance.
Yeah, workman's comp from Burger King. That'd be the day. Sorry.
We had
Well, you know what? And don't laugh
We had-
about workman's comp because workman's comp is out of control.
it
No,
is.
I think for Burger King, I was just saying that would be the day.
We had 4 employees, and we were paying on the average of almost $6,000 to $10,000 a year in workman's comp insurance for 4 employees.
I got my estimate for workman's comp, and I won't even go into what the numbers are because in California you're required to carry it.
That you are in the state of Kansas too.
and being a mechanic shop, we carry one of the biggest policies for workman's comp.
I would like to
Because
know myself, when I went and built stores for Target in Arizona, Texas, Southern California, Sacramento, and San Francisco area, before we even got into the area, I was with what they call retail location centers, where we went to a place where we wanted to build, our stores. We looked at marketing, looked at population, income, real estate value, all that stuff, that goes into buying a location. And the one thing that was the incentive before we even talked about location, the city came to our panel. It was like 6 or 7 of us, and they said, "Hey, when you build, I know small businesses get this, but when you build here, you don't have to pay taxes for 10 years."
Yeah, it's a tax abatement. And
And I said, "Well, do you offer this to other small businesses and other companies that come in?" I said, no, only large corporations are coming into the place. I'm going, and I didn't feel right because I know when I tried to build a store for myself, I couldn't afford it because everything was so expensive to buy the lot, buy the fees, the business license, the insurance. I said, how can anybody start a business when it's not much for the little guy?
Well, the reason is, and what people don't realize is that when you have a major facility that comes in, that one drives up the need for housing and goods and services for the community. So if you have a new store or a new business that comes in and they get a tax abatement, that's growing the community. So instead of charging that corporation for property taxes, which is basically what they're getting the tax abatement for, what they're doing is they're allowing the corporation to use that property without taxation. In the event that they're adding goods and services to the community, and the community is going to then retro pay that loss.
Yeah, those corporations don't get away with not paying any taxes. They still have to pay sales tax.
Not why.
And they still have to pay.
No, sales tax paid by the consumer.
Right.
It is, but it isn't.
Huh?
It is, but it isn't.
Planter.
Because they still pay sales tax on goods and services for facility maintenance and upkeep. And they're also paying sales tax for stuff that isn't really necessarily marketable consumables.
Yeah, most of the reason why they're getting a break is because they're employing the community.
Well,
members of the community.
here's something. My cousin works in Fremont, and her rent for a 3-bedroom apartment is $4,200 a month, and her rent gets moved up almost every year. Almost, I wouldn't say every year, but almost every other year. Let's put it that way. And but she's only a paraprofessional teacher, which means she only works part-time. She gets no benefits, and she doesn't get any raises unless the performance comes up on a yearly basis, and it usually is only like 2%, maybe at the most, over a year period. And I'm trying to figure out how can they afford, a person working at that low wage. Even in this area here, we're not a very prosperous county. We're an agricultural county where most of the people here work, off of the land. Either
Right.
Almonds. Right behind my house, there's a 1,000-acre vineyard right across the street on the left side, on the south side of that plant is nothing but pomegranates. And I swear to you, those guys, I mean, I don't think they make very much, even the truck drivers, because they're picking in September, coming up pretty soon. They did it last year. Man, they were there from 5 in the morning until midnight. As long as those pickers could, the machines that they pick the grapes, as long as they were working, they were hauling. Man, I don't see how they can do that. Even my kids, they make good money and they barely can afford a house. Well, in California, it's a lot different than other places, but they're California wages and they still can't afford a house.
Well, there's a lot going on that's kind of a nightmare in California. But, part of the issue is that the population and the demand for space is so high is that they can get that kind of revenue out of it because of the demand.
Yeah. The other thing too
is a lot higher for housing in California than it is anywhere else in the country because there's a lot less real estate space.
Well, and the other problem is a lot of skilled,
educated,
trade, skilled trade, teachers and stuff are highly underpaid, and that is sad. And I definitely think that people in a position where they've had to go to college, they've had to get teacher credentials and a lot of expenses out of their own pocket to be able to do that, to be able to help the community, should be getting compensated correctly for it. They are not, and that is sad.
That's why I'm retiring this year, because they're asking me to take 15 more units on. It's going to cost me about 18,000 for those 15 units, and I can't get it compensated back for the amount of what I spent out just because to keep my job.
That's bullshit.
Right.
No, that's the law. That's the law. That is the law.
They should compensate for that something.
No, I mean,
they
even
should.
And
I know-
Hector,
I
I agree. I understand your position, man. I hear about a lot of people, even people that are in the medical field as far as EMTs go.
Yeah,
And
those
X-ray, and that's
those guys-
sort of thing too.
That's another unforgive or a thankless
Thankless.
job.
Yeah.
They're just not getting compensated correctly, and
Well,
and they should be. Now, I feel that if you go to work at McDonald's, and you're earning $15 an hour, and here in San Diego, their minimum wage is now $14 an hour, and there are EMTs that are earning $15 to $16 an hour. And EMTs take on a big responsibility, not only just for the health of the community, but their own health for that matter.
Mhm.
And when you can go to work at McDonald's where there's basically no responsibility and earn the same amount, that is wrong.
yeah,
it is wrong. It's very wrong.
McDonald's is, if you're, and don't get me wrong, I understand there's people that need to do the job, but if you're working at a job that has, you require no previous training, you require no college education or no education through a trade school where you pay thousands of dollars, to get licensed, to get educated. I'm sorry, but McDonald's is a stepping stone from high school, or maybe a side job while you're going to getting your college degree,
Or a hardship job where you're in between going from one.
Yeah.
situation
I mean,
to another.
we can go there. I just don't feel that they should be getting those kinds of wages.
And that even at McDonald's, you get college. There's certain classes you can take for management that you do get college credit for. So I mean, they
If
do
you're
it.
management,
Yeah, you
if
can.
you're management, that's a different story.
Right.
Like any management position, they're usually requiring some sort of higher education, some
Mhm.
of that nature there. But
And
if you're mopping floors and flipping burgers,
Right. Like, what's your
you
long
no.
game, so to speak.
And not just that, but like at EMT, they have to have ongoing training and certifications that are expensive.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying about when he said the medical field with when I X-ray
Fire
clinical
department, lifeguard,
place I was
all
doing
that
clinicals
stuff.
at said, hey, by the way, when you have to do your recertification time and the online test you have to take was like $300 every year, I think. They said we pay for that, and not every hospital does. Just kind of like, hey, remember us later kind of thing. Which I'm sure it's probably went up by then because that's been a long time ago. But
well, let's put it this way: if you want a doctor that has nothing but straight A's, fantastic bedside manner, versus a guy who's terrible and gets C's, who you want to operate on you?
I want the person that knows what they're doing, and I don't care what about their grade.
Yeah, but
Nature, I want somebody that's going to be able to do their work and do it well.
yeah.
well, without that acknowledgement of their because even now, I can tell you that I hate to say this, but I had to dummy down the work to the kids so they can pass with a C.
Right.
They don't want to do it,
That's not
and
right
they
either.
know they don't have to.
Well, and this is the other side of that equation too, that that grades are not necessarily reflective of study habits or determination or drive, because there are people who are naturally book smart and are very lazy about their study ethics.
Mhm.
You know, there are people that can maintain a straight A without having to put any effort into it. And there are other people that work very hard to maintain a straight A, and they put lots of effort into it and work hard to do that.
But
So not everybody has the same opportunity, but the opportunity is wasted for the person that doesn't apply themselves.
Yeah.
well, that's
true.
the
They don't go, oh, you're a C student, so let's give you some scholarship money.
okay. Let me
Doctor
in
Who.
my personal upbringing, when I got to high school, I went to private school all 12 years. And I had friends of mine that went to public school. And they said I had an advantage over them because I went to private school. And I said, how's that? Well, they beat you in order for you to go to the school. And if you don't do a good job, then they'll beat you for not doing a good job. And I said, that's not how I always talk. But then when I got into the school profession,
Hmm.
teaching profession, I had a lot of teachers that automatically would say, those kids will not make it. They should not go to college. And I remember my sister, we went to the same grammar school up to 8 years. She didn't go to high school private, but I did. She
Yeah.
was smarter than I am. She had a better GPA than I did. She was almost a 4.0 student all 4 years.
Right.
And she was told that she shouldn't go to college because she wasn't college material. And I said, no. I tell kids, no matter what, I need you guys to experience college because it doesn't matter when it clicks, but one day you're going to say, I need to do this. Motivation comes around. Some kids are ready in 8th grade. Some kids are ready in 9th grade. Some kids are not ready at all until they get out of school. Why do you think all these schools, like trade schools, welding, auto mechanics, cosmetology, why are they big business after college? And they're paying thousands and thousands of dollars more when they could have learned a lot of that stuff during school. Like Brian, you and I were talking about shop in middle schools, how important they were. Remember?
Yeah, and they did away with shop
No.
here at our high school altogether when I was little, like the 80s or something. So
Not every child, not every person wants to or is cut out
Right.
to go to college.
But that's different than someone telling you shouldn't go to college because you're not capable.
Oh, I agree. I think,
that's terrible to say to somebody. Oh my gosh.
I
I've heard
think
that.
children,
I've heard it.
I think children or young adults should be given many, many options. Whether it's to go to college, whether they go into ROTC and later go to academy, whether it's trade schools,
Mhm.
the world needs individuals of all different trades,
And
whether it's
aptitude
doctor
or accelerates in
or
other,
mechanic.
because not everybody just goes across the board and goes, okay, that's what you learn, and that's how you learn.
And it really upset me when the high school I went to cut out the trades. They closed down the shop, the auto shop.
And I
They
think that was
closed down
terrible.
the woodworking. They closed down the metalworking. They, all those went away.
Yeah, they're doing that nationwide.
Well,
And a lot of schools are starting to realize that they made a mistake.
Yep. I was about to say that.
And some schools are actually turning the tables. But a lot of schools, like my school, the high school I went to, decided to leave all that trade school stuff to the trade schools after high school, rather than finding out what interests the child has while they're in school. They said, you know what, we're going to work on academics, and then leave the trade schools up to the after school or the after high school programs.
You see,
And I would not have an issue with that, Brian,
Mm-hmm.
except for the academics are not being taught either.
and here's the opposite. Here's the opposite. We just built a school. here in this town, in Madeira.
Right.
And we had one middle school and we had 5 shop teachers in that one middle school. And it was a huge classroom. It was like 5 classrooms, but they were split up so that teachers could teach in each of the different classes.
Right.
And years ago, when my brothers and sisters went to that school, that middle school, they were able to take shop, and they knew about television repair, they knew about small engines, they knew about carpentry, welding, and they took a half a semester each of those courses, and then whatever they excelled in, they moved into a higher. Like if they were good at welding, right in the middle of the quarter, they moved into a higher level of welding and get certified. Apprenticeship. There's a school here in Madeira that they just put in a new school, brand new $36 million school. They're taking every middle school kid in the morning. A group of kids from each of the 3 middle schools go there, and then they go back to their classrooms. They go back, then the other 3 in the afternoon go back in the afternoon, and they come back. They have their PE, they have their math, their science, their history, all that. But they still have the academics, but they also they incorporate the history, the math, and all that into those classrooms, which is going to be really good, because to me, that was the first sensible thing they ever thought of, was incorporating academics into the trades.
Well, I'll tell you, if it wasn't for me, auto shop in high school made a big difference. I had a very intuitive and educated auto shop teacher, and it actually guided my path from high school on. And I've been I unfortunately ended up dropping out and then returning to adult school to finish my diploma. I didn't get my GED. I actually finished all the credits to get my diploma. So I graduated in 95 instead of 92. But I was already working
when you had your hand on it,
in the automotive field
and on the fringe
from that time on. So I was a productive part of society since I was working on cars since before I had a driver's license.
You see it, and I was about to say the same thing, Brian. My experience was, mine was philosophy, theology, and history, and the arts. We had sports.
And that's awesome. That's freaking awesome.
But I was missing what you'd enjoyed. Yeah. And I do that more now in my adulthood after I got to college. My first class after high school, I took a welding shop. I learned how to cut weld with acetylene. I know how to lap weld and butt weld and all that stuff. But I didn't get into it where I could build a trailer. It was always just cutting and putting it together.
Yeah.
That would have been neat if I could have gone to a class further, but it would cost me more money.
In the Midwest, there was actually one YouTuber that I watched who actually learned how to weld in high school, and he was doing farm equipment repairs while he was in high school, he was earning money. And then after high school, after he graduated, he went on to a big welding school and became a professional welder. So, in areas that those educations are strong, people are successful with them. Unfortunately, out here, welding, they don't do a lot of welding classes anymore. So you don't see a lot of kids taking that education and moving it into the outside.
Yeah, like here you have to go to the junior college to do it.
Yeah, same here, or go to welding school. After you've gotten your diploma or GED, whatever. In fact, most of the welding schools out here don't even require a proof of education. They're going to train you to be a welder, which is at the junior college or whatnot. I learned how to weld in high school in auto shop because it was part of our curriculum in auto shop.
Yeah, that's what we always thought was so cool after they shut that down. And then, like, we were able to go in there because they're like, oh, they were trying to clean it all up. And then they turned it into the, I'll say, like, well, the junior high, so the high school special ed classroom. Because before that, it pretty much just was the extra room for the storage for the school, really.
Yeah.
But like my uncle, that he graduated in the I want to say mid 80s, was probably one of the last classes that had it. And they all those guys had fun stories about being in there. And one of them, he opened his own gas station. It was still like an Amoco gas station. You actually like get your car fixed at.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
That's where I started out at after I, between working on cars at my house here, and I started professionally in my automotive career working in gas stations, servicing cars, doing full service in between working on cars and oil changes and stuff, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, I used to love to sit up there. I was just like, oh, what do they do? But it's like you said, it's like what kind of sparks your interest. It's not necessarily just sitting in a classroom looking at a book all day and regurgitating that. It's getting up, moving around, using your hands and doing something. People learn a lot better that way.
Mm-hmm.
One of my former jobs, my employer was he'd hired a guy in at entry level, and the guy was his family was an electrical contractor family, and they'd shut the business down because there just wasn't anybody else to continue running the electrical service. So they quit doing electrical service, and he was young, just married, had a child, and trying to get his feet on the ground. And probably one of the best decisions that my boss had made at the time was because the kid had dropped out of high school and not finished his high school education. My boss told him, he said, you're a hard worker, we like the work that you do, but you're in a situation in your life right now where you're young and you got a child at home that's a baby. He said, I'm not going to give you a raise unless you commit to going back and finishing your high school education.
Right.
And he said, they have programs here in the community where you can go in and they can help you, because he had a learning disability. He couldn't read because he had dyslexia, not necessarily full on dyslexia, but he had a form of it that made it hard for him to comprehend stuff.
Yeah.
And my boss said, I will facilitate you getting your GED. I will take care of the expenses for you to do that, but I'm not going to give you a pay raise unless you commit to go. And I had a conversation with this guy probably 4 months ago. He runs a lawn service now. And he said, you know what? He said, all the things that anybody ever taught me that was important in my life, he said, that one moment in my life where somebody actually said, dude, you're going to go do this, because if you don't, you're going to regret it the rest of your life. He said that had a pretty profound impact on him being able to get past where he was at that point in time. And had it not been for somebody to take the interest and say, really? I know you're capable of doing this. You're capable of having this. I'm going to put a roadblock in front of you to make sure that you go do it.
Yeah.
Made his situation so that he could get past that hump. And it didn't take him 2 weeks to get his GED. But he had the right people in front of him to help him get through it. And now he runs his own lawn care service, and he's making a pretty nice income. So,
yeah.
See,
people forget. They forget how much of a milestone getting. That's a basic milestone in life, is to get your get your diploma or GED, because it opens up more doors for you. Your junior colleges and stuff like that, or even just your basic jobs. That require. At one time back in the back in the days, joining the military didn't require that you have your diploma. It was basically, anybody could join the military, and then they changed that. And a lot of corporations are requiring that you have some form of proof of basic education.
Well, and it's not just that, but that's one of the cornerstone foundations that you need to even be able to consider building some kind of structure.
Yeah.
You need that foundation. You need that block and that foundation of who you are in order to get to the next level where you're going.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what I'm saying is that it's that milestone that opens those doors for you. Back in the early days, it was the high school diploma that opened a lot of the upper end doors.
I heard change.
Nowadays it's a college diploma or college degree that does that,
or some kind of certification, whether it be a trade school or something of that nature.
Right, exactly. For me, I didn't go to, like a lot of people, I didn't go to trade school. All my mechanic work was through trial and error and OJT or on the job training.
School or not.
Exactly, learning how to do it. I didn't go to trades. I mean, I did a couple of years of college. I incorporated auto mechanics in with that. So I did do some units, some semesters of automotive technologies. But I was already in the industry when I took that. So I didn't per se take an awful lot from it. Where some kids or some adults, they're coming in fresh into the industry through their automotive technology classes and stuff like that.
Right.
So,
and one of the things that I did with my 20 years or 25 years, somewhere in that range of telecommunications, is that I took an entry level job, just being a wire puller. I learned the trade from the ground up, and when I got into a point where I was dealing with the voice over IP technologies, I was having to diagnose and dissect problems with equipment and programming, and it was interfacing with engineers, and I was able to out-engineer engineers, and they would just look at me and they would go, "Well, how did you figure that out?" And I said, "It's just my logic that I've gained while on the job experience."
Right. Same for me. I mean, I just, as the automotive industry progresses, I've been lucky I can progress along with it, because as certain things come into play, I've got an interest. I'm not just there for a paycheck. I'm there to learn. Every day that I turn a wrench, I'm learning something new.
Yeah, well, you never stop learning. The minute you stop learning is the time that you started your retirement.
The time you stop learning, the time that you stop learning something new every day, whether you know it or not, is the day that you're being buried.
Yep.
Um,
Lifelong
I,
learning.
I have always prided myself that every day I learn something new, whether on purpose or inconsequently.
Yeah.
Just going through life.
Even
and I've
colleges
always
recognize that.
Oh, found him.
Yeah.
Colleges
Yeah.
recognize life experience as they'll have this life assessment tests now in college that they'll give you
Right.
a unit on what you learned, let's say in the last year, 2 years, 10 years. And if you could show a mastery in certain questions, and it's not a small test, it's a huge test. But if you can
Right.
pass the test with a 85%, I think is the lowest grade they accept, which is a B, solid B. If you pass
Right.
it, we'll give you the units.
Yeah.
Well, and
Yeah.
like in the communication world, the manufacturer that we were dealing with at the time had classes that you could take, and usually you would have to buy into the class. So
Right.
you know, they would have a 4-day class that you could sign up with to have an instructor taught exam, or you go to school for 4 days at a hotel, in a conference or whatever, and then
Right.
they would give you a diploma for passing the certification for that particular line of equipment.
Right. Yeah, they do that. They do that in the automotive field as well. A lot of parts suppliers will have education classes to educate auto technicians on certain items, and a lot of it, even though it costs that company money, the company finds that it costs them less to educate the people that are installing their parts to not misdiagnose problems and blame
They're off doing DVR
a
listening.
particular part as the problem, because a lot of these companies see a lot of parts coming back into their warehouse, falsely diagnosing that part as the problem.
Right.
And so rather than having that, or a perfect example is air conditioning service.
It's like you've been in the
One of the
past.
early classes I went through an air conditioning parts supply company was how to properly flush out an air conditioning system after the failure, and what parts to replace after the failure of an air conditioning compressor.
That's not how you do it.
The parts company found it was cheaper to have a professional come in and educate mechanics as to how to do that, rather than the mechanic not doing it properly and causing a new compressor to fail prematurely because they didn't flush out the system properly or replace the proper parts that are required to avoid having the compressor prematurely fail again because they didn't get debris and contaminants out of the system.
That sounds like
So that's
my husband trying to do things cheaper, and then I go,
well, and that's just one. I went to classes because I did work on air conditioning systems. And the same came to electrical. Certain electrical parts, guys would misdiagnose a problem, blame a part, send the part in for warranty when it wasn't the problem. And then part suppliers were getting inundated with parts that were still good, but being called faulty when they weren't.
And then they couldn't sell it back as a new item.
Well, they would try to send it back to the manufacturer, and the manufacturer would say, "This part's not faulty. We're not going to reimburse you."
That's almost like in retail when I was the receiving manager and also did all the returns from people, like on Christmas, they would bring back things. And a lot of times it was because it wasn't faulty equipment. It could be a VCR, it could be a DVD player, it could be a set of golf clubs. I mean, something that they said was wrong with it. And then we would check it out. And we would throw some of the stuff we could return to the manufacturer and get credit for it. But a lot of times we had to bail it, and they said, "Don't even send it back because we'll just crush it and we lose it. We're gonna lose the money anyway." So I remember
Right.
selling stuff to people at Target stores what they needed, not what they wanted, and what they thought they
Right.
needed. I sold them basic mid-model stuff. I never gave them anything that he couldn't handle. They couldn't handle. Let's say if you drove a Volkswagen Beetle and then he wants to buy a Lamborghini or Ferrari, does he know how to drive
Right.
that car? It's a different way of starting. It's a different way of even the maintenance and mechanics of this stuff. He wouldn't understand it, or she wouldn't understand it. And
Right.
I used to sell stuff like that just to make sure it met their needs because I wouldn't get it back. And when I
Right.
worked at Office Depot, the same way. This guy comes in and he wants thermal paper. I said, no, plain fax copier is better for you. Well, he
Right.
bought 10 of the thermal. Guess how many he brought back? 6. And
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with them. He just didn't know how to use them.
Look at
Right.
that. There are 40.
Yeah, well, what I was trying to get to was the fact that the manufacturer decided that there were a bunch of the technologies that were legacy, so they put the training courses online. So, and when I'm in my spare time, I spent learning all those old technologies on my own time, and I got credit for those because I applied for the certifications for those.
Right.
By the time that I was done working in that field, I had almost 40 certifications, and there were a handful of those 40 certifications that were paid for, which were expensive, but the majority of them I learned and did on my own time,
Right.
which helped me be a lot better, a lot more effective technician out on the
Right.
job because I understood the way that all the equipment work flowed.
Yeah.
Well,
Military was the same way for me. Military had a lot of education online that was voluntary, but it would go towards credits that could go towards your promotion, that would go towards your smart, what they call the smart transcript, which was the smart transcript was where they took your all your military experience and any education that you took while you were in the military, and they would compile it and turn it into college credits. So when you exited, or you could use it while you were in the military, but say you exited the military and wanted to go to college, you could take your smart transcript and the college would recognize that as certain college credits and give you that toward your degree, and it would require less time and effort of you to get that degree because you already had certain credits from your military experience and education. So yeah, I understand exactly what you mean, Craig.
all I know is that my kids and the kids nowadays graduating from college, and the kids that are like kids age 30 to 35 age group, they're having a tough time right now.
Yeah.
So because they're not learning the foundations that they need to be able to get to the point to where they can learn the stuff that's not foundational.
Well, also look at how many kids are walking out of school with degrees in certain fields and not
That's
even
amazing.
utilizing those
Yeah.
because the field is full or it doesn't pay what they want or need.
Or outdated.
Yeah, that's why my mom was like, I don't care if you go get a degree in basket weaving. If you've got the letters behind your name, you'll get a job. I mean, that's how late 90s, early 2000s.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, you have all, and don't get me wrong, of what I'm about to say. Don't get me wrong. The arts are important,
Yep.
but
Didn't do me any good. I'm just saying.
there's a lot of people that are going through college and getting liberal art degrees and stuff like that.
That's what I did.
They're not they're not using it in the field that they are currently employed in.
Or social science degrees, which there are no job openings that can make a living wage.
There's a friend of mine who's on YouTube. I won't mention his name because we've been friends since 1975. He went to UCLA, got a degree in cell biological research,
Right.
and he ended up working as a rainbow bread driver because the job that he went for in cell research for cancer and just cell biology, in other words, it didn't
Right.
pay him enough, and the retirement would have been 30 years in order to get a retirement, and with
Right.
the bread, he would only had to work 20 years.
Yeah.
So the incentive was to retire early, make money, and then he started another job while he was getting paid to do his second job. He was getting already a retirement from Rainbow Bread.
I'll tell you, one of the best educations that I got, was at the beginning of this year. I went into the insurance field, and
I didn't know that. Why not talk to me in so long?
started doing insurance for a while now. I didn't stick with it as far as the sales side, but I got quite the education. And one of the things I found out while I was doing it was a smarter way to invest your money. A lot of people are being forced into the 401k.
Yeah, that's a dumb move.
One of the things I found out is 401k is essentially setting you up for failure.
Absolutely.
How much of your guys' 401k got
You know,
drained at one time?
Part of the problem is the way they tax it when you retire. It's double at the time of retirement. It's double taxed.
Sure it is.
You're taxed for taking the money out, and then on top of that, it's taxed as income. Where there's certain vehicles in the insurance field, annuities being one of them, that avoid that if it's implemented right. If you've got a good insurance agent and they implement it right. But part of the problem is the 401k is so integrated into companies now. But 80% of people that have 401ks don't even know how they work, because the company HR department doesn't educate the employee as to how the 401k works, and a lot of companies don't give you options.
And not just that, but they're doing a bulk investment, and not all those investments are sound investments because the market changes faster than what they can do that stuff with.
Right.
So
Right.
the
Hey,
payout on that,
what's up, buddy?
Hey.
How you been?
Nah, pretty good, thanks.
Long time
So
no see.
one of the things I am, and with my company, I'm going to give my employees all the different options. If they want a 401k, I will give them a 401k. But I am bringing in not one person, but a team from the company that I was working as an insurance agent through to come in and educate my employees about their different options of retirement planning. So they have an education and have a working knowledge as to where their money is going and how it's going to best serve them in the end when they decide to live off of that money that they've put aside.
yeah, and not only that, but most people don't consider pre and post tax retirement plans.
Right.
And just like anything else, taxes may be expensive right now, but you can't predict what the taxes are going to be like when you use that money.
Perfect example. Look at World War II and 94% insurance or income tax.
Hey, Coin Junkie AG, how you doing?
Hi, Dale.
My favorite little groundhog. AVG, what have you been up to, man?
A lot.
A lot. The boats and the things and the kid and the dog and
Yeah, right now, right now I'm participating in
Your what?
auction. Right now I'm in the auction.
Oh, I know, Mister. That's why I said fancy pants. Get your whatever you're getting coins. Did you do any good so far?
I'm just trying to pick some lots that to see, like, I don't know. I can send you some links that I'm looking at.
Right on. I didn't know if you were looking at flippers or personal stuff.
No, it's one of the auction houses that I usually like go to get like some cool stuff. Sometimes you can get real nice deals there.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. Okay, right now I'm looking at this collection of coins medieval 16th and 18th century England, Germany, and Italy. 26 pieces total.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it might be a little bit too high right now, but yeah, we'll see. Have some other stuff going on there.
So they'll like haggle their price down later if it doesn't fly right away.
Well, if it doesn't sell, they will come back around and offer it to you.
Mm-hmm.
But it usually sells. Here's the link.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Coin Junkie, how are you?
Oh, thank God, it's in English.
Yeah, it's in English. Yeah.
Had to mess with you.
Why would it be in Spanish?
Well, that I could have like slowly figured out. But yeah, why did that come back up there? Oh, that's because I'm looking at my YouTube side that's behind. Anyway.
Or I'm thinking about getting this one. It's a nice lot. It's not expensive right now, but it might change soon as well.
Okay.
I'm just looking like at some kind of old coins that I might keep for myself and use on the auction as well.
Oh, I thought you said to send to me and auction as well. Okay, that's cool. Anyway.
You have a nice haircut, though.
You like that? It's a one of a kind, that's for sure.
Yep.
Oh, who getting that wild hair of hers?
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely starting to get its craziness back. That light one. Oh, yeah, that light one.
Oh, that's right. You buzzed it.
Yeah, that's EVG's the one that said, how about you do this? And I was saying,
I have nothing to do with that. No.
I don't know.
I have nothing to do with that. No. Don't blame me.
No, there's no blame. My husband went look at me for 2 or 3 days. I got my hot tub fixed and I'm using this wonderful computer right now, so thank you.
Did you ever get those the item we got emails on? Nope. Same.
No. I thought your ears were burning because you showed up right after I said something about that.
Well, I got another email saying they're on their way.
I haven't.
Check. You better check.
I'm starting to lose faith in it. I'm like,
Hey, Native Warrior.
what?
Native Warrior said hi to me, so I said hey.
Oh, I wish I could turn that sound off. Might do that.
Hey, Brian, do you have any more prospects on location?
I got some more agent numbers, so I'm going to call them Monday and touch base with them and see. It's just really hard right now. I was figuring it was going to be a lot easier, after pandemic and stuff like that to find a place, but it's not. It's being a pain in the butt. And my problem is I have a certain standard that I want to fill for a shop.
What's wrong with that?
And, so I'm not willing to take lots that are questionable, and I want my guys indoors. I don't want my guys working out in the weather, whether it be the sun or the rain or whatever.
There's not much. There isn't that much heat in San Diego area, is there?
It's not a matter of heat so much as it is when when it rains and just the sun beating down. Being working in the mechanic field is not the easiest kind of job, and when you're out and the sun's beating down on you or it's raining and stuff like that, it just becomes a pretty
Miserable.
horrible situation, and guys have a tendency to not be as productive,
Which costs
which if it's raining out and guys aren't willing to go out and work in the rain, it's costing work. Oh, who drew all that up?
What's that?
Oh, this was a picture that Tim's daughter drew for me 2 weeks ago.
Kim.
Tim, DjDeepVibes, when was it?
Oh,
So,
I thought you said Kim.
Tim, yeah. So his daughter put things about me on it. They gave it to me. So of course she put about the dogs.
Of course.
But Triumph's silly, Oliver's cray. Johnny is happy.
IHCs?
Yes, and that Buddy is not here because he's out in the backyard.
Yeah.
And then I love coins, and then did the little denominations. Then did like my stuff that's in the jar, and then she always hears us yell America. So she spelled it wrong because she knew we weren't saying it right. And then the $1,000 to cut hair made the cut. So pun intended.
Well, it made the
So
cut though.
EBG, you know that we bring you up plenty around.
It made the cut.
So 710, yeah, it was grand. And it was grand. It was
Pretty cool video though.
Do you know how many times I've had to watch that video since our friend Tanya Z that streams? How many times a month does she say, "Play that video for me"?
About every time.
Yeah,
Really?
it's her favorite video to watch. She's like, "Oh, Hoover, play it again." Like, I gave you the link so I don't have to do this every time I'm here. She's like, "I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna do it now." She's like, "I just love it." Like, go for it. I was like, it felt weird. Oh my God, my husband took a picture of me after I went to sleep and sent it to my mother. I was like, oh my God, you're telling on me?
What was your mom's reaction when she first saw it?
She said, seems pretty desperate, which was a backhanded, insult.
I know those kind of a mother response.
Yeah, because I said, why would you even do that? He goes, I needed somebody to make me feel better. And I said, are you new here?
Brian was talking about experience. The first time I ever put a water pump was on my dad's car. I must have been, 12? Yeah. 12 or 13 on his Malibu. I put a water pump
I'll
on
be
there.
right back in a little bit.
Could
Okay.
not believe he let me do it.
Maybe you said time to bed.
Well, I'm not late like we used to stay up all the time with the time until 6 in the morning or 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Remember those days? Golly, I was dead every day.
I really, well, I wouldn't say completely got out of the groove of it because I was talking about our friend earlier, Tanya. She has streamed for what, 24, 48 hours. And sometimes
Pretty much.
you get sucked in and keep like I sat back here, what, 15 hours yesterday and didn't even realize it.
Yeah.
It was a long time. And I was like, oh, crap. I don't know, 710. I messaged him.
Yeah, it was 710 was with Cajuns. I was just talking to him. Matter of fact, I won a coin from him today during the stream.
Right
During
on.
Cajun stream.
I don't think I'd heard 710's voice until this past week. And I was like, oh my gosh.
Well, I showed my face today on Cajun's stream.
Oh, yeah?
Some of the people said, "No, when you said grandfather, I thought you were just kidding." I said, "No." They
Hey,
said,
there are people my age that are grandpas. Our friend
Well,
Brandon's a grandpa.
yeah,
Like,
but
how are you a grandpa? I was like, no. You're supposed to have
well,
kids
I
that are
wasn't
in
planning
like
to be a
grade
grandpa
school
at
still. It's just,
55.
it doesn't even seem possible to me. But I don't know.
There's nothing wrong with being a grandpa.
Well, not when I didn't have any at the time. I thought it was wait until I'm 70 before I became a grandfather. Then
Right. Not be like, well, when let's see.
now, shoot, I couldn't live without my granddaughter and grandson.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
that's the issue we have.
your 10-year high school reunion and being a grandpa? What the? Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, when I walked into a teacher parent conference, I walked in and I started talking to the lady about her daughter, and she stopped me in the middle of it and she goes, I want you to know that this person you're talking about is my granddaughter, not my daughter. And I said, well, where's your daughter then
mother,
for
yeah.
this one here? And she goes, oh, she's working right now. Oh, okay. But she's 13. Your daughter's going to be over 26. No, she's only 24. And I kind of figured, okay, that means mom is 36 or 37. That was scary at that age.
Good morning, John Argent. See, now you know what I sound like when I put that in our messages in the morning. Yeah. Well, my acquaintance, I guess I'll say, she had her first kid at 19 out of 5. And it's just like, okay, you're still young enough that you should like really be involved with so much that they do. And I mean, I know it. I mean, I've sat with her like 3-4 days a week and just seen how heinous they can be. I mean, I get it, but it's like, I don't know, just it may be hard some days, but cherish them while you still have them. When they're that small, some of them are still small and cute and little. Others are getting driver's license and stuff like that. But oh my gosh, I mean, not even me being around, a third of the time, they grow up so fast. I'm like, I can't do it. His baby, I'm just like, no, she's gonna stay 10 and that's it.
It doesn't happen that way.
She's almost as tall as me. Go figure. But
Yeah.
yeah, her shoulder was like,
It's funny.
to me, it was like, oh my gosh, give her another 3 months.
My daughter
She
took
has
the
growing
baby
pains quite a lot.
Yeah.
on Wednesday to see the doctor, and she's in the 90th percentile for her age group. And she's only 15 pounds, but she's 23 inches long, and she's in the 90th percentile. I'm sorry, 99th percentile. That's what it was, 99%. She's taller than
SMK.
99% of her kids, huh?
SMK's in here. How have you been, buddy?
SMK, golly, I haven't seen that person in a while.
Yeah, I saw him on somebody's stream. I can't remember who, and I was like, oh, good. He came back to the coin people. He's going to make a round through and come see us again. I still have that picture of you with the unicorn hat, or whatever you want to call it, from EP's mom that she crocheted. Oh my God. Love it.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much of Scent Hoarder either.
He's been busy. We saw him at the coin show for like what, an hour?
If that, yeah.
Yeah, when we first got there.
Which coin show was that? Cincinnati?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I missed it again this year, but my wife doesn't want me to fly.
I heard. I think. Don't hold me to it. I overheard Robert and Joe discussing something closer to the middle of the U.S. and said something about St. Louis. So immediately my ears perked up. Like, that is a good drive for me. That is an hour. That's great. Like, let's do that.
Where you guys are, I have to fly. There's no way I can drive 1,800 miles. Or
Yeah, forget
2,000.
that noise. Well, SMK, I love you, but I think it would be a funny video, and I know you're a good sport, and you would do that. For sure. But it's kind of hot for it right now, so maybe for fall. That is funny.
This reminds me of the old days. I'm working through my coins that I found in the closet. So I'm going through them right now.
The round table.
Your computer's on.
I have to wear that
Man,
McDonald's.
oh, I don't doubt you. I know you'll do it.
Excuse me.
That's awesome. I wonder if I still have a picture of that, like, readily available. Well, good morning, Oliver. Hey, quit some sound. Thank you. Here. Oh, come here. We're going to the lake now.
What are you doing?
He says, I heard some good mornings in here. Oh, that was me. Oh my
What
God.
the heck was that?
That's Oliver.
My next door neighbor
Mm-hmm.
bought
Know
himself
where we're going.
a cane dorsal.
A what?
It's a very pit bull looking with very small ears, big black dog. He just got it about 3 weeks ago. That dog is huge. He has the same massive head like a more like a Rottweiler, but only taller and bigger. I think they
I
call
don't
him.
know. My baby's
call-
got the quarter German Shepherd mix. He's got a rather large dome.
Well, I'm gonna send you pictures later of what they look like.
Right on.
He's huge though, huge.
That's kind of where we were at with the puppy thing, Melissa.
Yeah.
We had the youngest kid here with his girlfriend, and they had a lab with them, and they bought a chow puppy.
They're mean.
Well, that was enough for Kathy to realize that she didn't want another dog.
Cows are mean. They don't like
Yeah.
kids.
They had 3 cats with them and 2 dogs, and then we have our parakeet. And Kathy was like, "That's too much commotion for me."
I think you guys would have done good with that little Shih Tzu. That guy.
My bad.
Just to
Sorry.
look at his eye, like this, like he seemed like he would be docile enough and just be chill and be happy with you guys.
Yeah, that baby puppy chow was aggressive, and that poor lab was mild. You know, I showed you pictures of the parakeet sitting on that lab at one point.
Oh, I didn't see those pictures.
I had video of it. at one point, I think. We had the 2 first parakeets,
Yeah,
and they would actually sit on his back, and he would leave them alone.
Did they just kick it? They just run. That's great. What was Tweety?
Cockatiel.
A cockatiel. I liked his bird. That bird would never poop on you, so I was like, okay.
He's a good old cockatiel.
I-
He was cool.
I actually babysat the bird for a month, a
Yeah.
couple weeks. Yeah. See, I don't remember, so that means it wasn't horrible.
Well, our parakeet, like this morning, she was just going to town, singing, flying, and carrying on all over the place. And Kathy's like, it's about time for her to go in her cage. And I said, you're not going to put that bird in that cage. That bird will bite you if you try to put it in the cage.
Now, is that one of the 2 that you had at the same time?
It's the one of the very first one that we bought, and she's still Miss Attitude. She's funny.
I know that one liked you. It was just like, oh, listen to Craig.
That's
What?
why my
Hey,
brother
Craig, are those the ones that talk?
came to my house.
No, they just sing, and she has her moments. If there's something going on, and she's happy, but she just is full
Let you know
volume.
about it.
She's louder than a jukebox.
Wow.
And right now, the way our house is, we've got the dining room area that has a double window, and then there's a window above the sink, and then there's the back door, and then we've got a plate galley that goes along the top of the kitchen above the cabinets. So she'll perch on the plate galley, and if there's a squirrel or birds or something in the backyard, she bounces from all different locations. Just talk to those animals. And like if I'm doing the dishes, she'll sit in the kitchen window.
That's
If
better
I'm
than
on the laptop in the dining room, she'll sit in the window in the dining room.
saying the S word around here because you already know how that goes.
But if she's not getting her attention, then she'll perch on top of the kitchen light and just squawk at me.
I done set around.
Pretty much.
That's the way Baby Bird was. You called her Tweety.
Tweety,
but it was-
yeah. I didn't know a baby bird ever actually really had a name. So I was like, Tweety.
Yeah, she kind of went nuts when she had to go to mom and dad's because.
When he had his bird, and we only had Johnny Cash at that time, he would just sit there and stare up at her cage like, what is in my house? I don't even understand.
When I was down and out with my spider bite, we have vertical blinds in the bedrooms.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a deal that covers up all the mechanical stuff of that.
Mhm.
And she came in there one morning and she was sitting up on top of that, and she was singing to me, and I wasn't paying attention to her.
No acknowledgement.
All the way down to the headboard, and then she climbed down on top of the pillow next to me. She was squawking at me and like, "Hey, I'm here."
I know you hear me.
Hilarious.
That's why I say when somebody says, "Oh, Corgi," I was like, there is never.
And she's gotten into a bad habit now.
You laugh about something. They're goofy.
She's got into a bad habit now where she dive bombs Kathy when she wants fresh water.
I could, dude. I would. That'd give me a complex.
It's like she does a flyby and when she grazes Kathy's head.
You get one chance. It's the dive bomb. Oh
She's our little baby war chicken. She has her attitudes.
my god. Oh, well, I already know you love that you get to call Bird the war chicken. So
Yeah, Kittle was like, "What do you call it a war chicken for?" And I said, "That's what it is." I said, "That's why I'm not a big peace dollar fan, because the eagle is in a peace mode." It's like, yeah, that's a peace chicken. They're
that's
boring.
why I figured you'd like the new one better.
Just don't. I mean, the design's okay, but it's just generic.
I mean, I don't love it, but
There's no artistic design to the coin other than the bird itself.
Was that on the peace dollar?
yeah, the ones we no,
Yeah.
the ASE.
The ASE?
Yeah,
Yeah.
For as much money as they're spending to make those,
Right.
Yeah, but, I mean, we
it's
didn't
pretty
do that.
plain.
We did like what, 32 and $35, like
Yeah.
the 1 and the 2, so it wasn't horrible. I got
And
one probably like though.
probably what makes me more mad are the gold coins.
That's a Simpsons.
Yeah. But the gold coins that are being minted, what, less than 2,000 of them? And they're selling for $2,000 each.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Look, you can't get them.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You know, people are paying upwards of almost $1 million to get their hands on those things.
Caught it, and that doesn't matter. Hello.
Make sure it didn't bounce.
Wouldn't catch me spending that kind of money on gold.
Yeah.
Not on a coin, anyway. Oilers wants to know if the hot tub is broke.
No,
He said he hadn't seen it in a while.
it's not making me happy though. I think they pulled like the flux capacitor off of my motor when they put the new one on. It doesn't have the oomph anymore. It's like.
Oh, you weren't worried about being turned into a prune?
What?
Well, you said to use the jacuzzi, right?
Yeah.
It makes me look like a prune after a while. Shriveled up.
No,
prune.
the jets just don't have the oomph they did. Well, he was there
Oh.
when they. Yeah, it's kind of like, and before, that thing would be like, hey, you've got a water feature in the house. It's like,
There's no force behind the jets at all.
The pump itself might have a broken impeller in it.
the what?
The pump itself might have a broken impeller in it.
Brand new.
Yeah, they replaced it with a brand new one.
Doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah,
True.
yeah, because I haven't had it since.
That or you have something in there.
March.
He shouldn't have took
Blocking
that
it.
other capacitor off.
That's
there.
why I call it the flux capacitor,
Yeah.
because I was like, I don't remember if that was right, but I was joking, but I was serious. So, but yeah, it just doesn't have the oomph it did before at all. So I'm like, I don't know.
Is it belt driven, the motor?
No.
No, it's probably a direct drive.
Yeah, direct drive.
Okay. Well, the only thing is that they make some critters might get inside like a fish or an otter or something like that. I'm kidding. I don't know.
I don't know. There was that possum in the garage that you saw that night.
Yeah, that's.
Hey.
I was like, what the hell was that? It just squirt, or a squirrel. The guy that can't spit it out.
Squirrel. Just say it. You'll feel
No,
better.
I can't.
I think we're
Can't
okay.
say squirrel too loud. Johnny Cash will be in there.
Ran across the floor right there. I'm like, why is there a possum in here?
And I like the way he explained it. I just heard it totally opposite, because we had the basement / garage couch. Like there was a couch out there and a love seat, and then he said the love seat. So I'm like looking over like towards the back wall, and I'm like, I don't see anything. I was like, which way did it come out? And he's like, it came right by the door. And I'm like, it's not right by the door. It's over there, because I don't want that thing to come and get me. I was like, no. I didn't even want to go out there, because I'm like, those things are mean and bite you. Yeah, 710, you were right, because the hot tub guy said when this one goes out, you're screwed, because it's so old, the parts are obsolete.
Should have had him put a new heater in it too. Whenever.
Yeah, he did say something, but I was like, I should.
Never obsolete. He just doesn't want to do the work to replumb it.
Oh, that guy was so weird. Like, I called the place. There's two places. There's one, 4 miles this way, one a mile that way.
Right. Yeah, just over the overpass and then
Yeah.
to the next town.
So the one over the overpass, they're like, well, he has to go work up north today. And that's all they kept saying, up north, up north. And they're like, okay. They're not expecting this guy to come over. I see you, Alexander. I don't know if I can put you up here because I'm not on special super duper. Can you drop your scope? Okay. I'm going to drop your scope. I'm going to drop Tim's scope. I'll kick you from the studio. No. What? You gotta leave. Yeah. You gotta leave on your own because I don't want to ban you, kick you. All right, now we got room for Alexander.
Alexander!
Hello.
How you been?
How's life across the pond?
He done said hello.
How's life across the pond?
So.
So.
So, we got to have a little bit more chipper Alexander than that. Come on, now.
The amount of stuff I've got, Jesus Christ.
On a cracker.
Is that an inbound or an outbound?
Nope, inbound. That's
Limited.
there's Craig. There's 3. That one's for Joe Durbin. There's one for 2 for Lemonhead. There's another one on its way for Lemonhead, and another one for Joe. Another one for Joe on its way right now.
Oh man, you're gonna be busy.
That's what I'm saying. There's stuff coming in, but it's just not going out. That's the problem. And I'm like, you're trying to come up with ideas, but you don't want to. You're trying to, well, I need to start charging people, but then you think, can I do GWs? And maybe I'm trying to sort of figure out shipping costs and trying to balance it up. Can this be possible? Can this be done a different way? Can it be? Because I don't want everybody feeling, well, he's only in it for the money. He's only wanting the money off us, or he's only wanting the money back. That's what he's after. It wasn't that. It was to build, as I said, it was to build 2 communities into one, as in like the UK lot, and try and sort of entice them as an anti-American informed coins that they hadn't seen before. Or maybe they have seen it, but they just weren't interested at the time. That was the whole idea, to bring them lot over. But I just didn't want to feel as if they have to go through me, as in to get to actually join with yous lot. That was the whole idea behind it when I first started. I saw something, as I said to Lemonhead, kept saying to him in chat, I see something here. I see something that's lacking. And I don't want them feeling, because it felt as if there was 2 different worlds, one across there, one on your side and their side. And it was like they had a door closed there, but I could get the door open on your lot side, because I didn't mean to, as in to fall in with use lot. It just happened. And you can't stop something. If it's going to happen, you can't stop it from happening.
Maybe what you need some help from Lemonhead to reach the people that are locally there to help you with selling the goods in your local area. There's somebody of that nature that can help you get the people that are close to you that you can sell that stuff direct to help you entice them to want to see the stuff.
I think it's just a case of can I just keep putting like a video and just keep putting them out there, as in like showing them American bits, and eventually it just might just happen itself. Maybe I'm trying to rush things. Maybe I'm trying to sort of, as in like trying to like run before I can walk, basically.
Well, you may be just at a market flux too. So, no matter what, you've got the value there. So it's a matter of whether or not you can sit on the inventory long enough to justify sitting on it.
Exactly.
It's a cost versus value thing. Is it costing you money to have that stuff sitting there in coins? Or can you sit on it for a little while and still be okay? That's the question.
It's sort of mum's sort of going, she's like, well, it's a case of, well, as in like, she does it like, not as in getting it, means you go, I need to move out here because the coins is taking over and you've got boxes all over the place and all that carry on. And it's really the sort of space that's more the part of it. Because I just can't, it's like an addiction. I just didn't realise how bad the addiction has got. And the money was sitting there in the account, and I was like, well, if it's sitting there in the account, why not use it? But then I stop when it gets to a certain level in the account. I stop at that level. I won't go over that level. I sort of see, as in, because I get the automated transactions through the telephone on a Friday. So if I see it and I go, right, it's going down and down and down, and I see it getting drained, I'm like, hold on. And that's when I'm like, cut off point. But what I usually do is, that's why I'll not go to auctions, because I know straight away, if I go into an auction and I see something, I'll buy it. And I'll not just buy one bit. It might be 12 or 15 bits at that auction, because it's always the cheap piece.
You know, I love my granddaughter, but I hate when she comes over here and moves my magnifying glass or my light, or what you do with it.
Did Alexander freeze?
Oh,
Yeah.
I think so. Dang it.
Hey, Kyle. Actually, Tanya. I don't know. Hello.
Because he's a Tanya. Kyle, hey, buddy. I was just talking about you yesterday. I was like, I had you in a couple more streams than I thought you'd been on. It's pretty cool. Uh-oh. Dang it. Man.
He'll be back. He's
I was
just
gonna say, that's not going to make for much of a giveaway now. We have 33 minutes. And I bet you Craig already knows what I'm going to do.
I don't. So it may be a good thing.
I'm going to give away the 1930s pennies that have been here forever, like over a year and a half, that are from Alexander. Because. I mean, since I
Somebody
haven't
said
done,
they're a penny boy. Oh no.
well, oh,
Have they been gone through, or are they?
yeah, they were mixed rolls that were from
The
two
bearded dude?
two were from Lemonhead that were in Phil's rainy day auction, if that tells you how long I've had these.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys.
coin explosion.
Right.
Don't you hate that when you drop coins? I do that all the time.
I know I should move my area rug over this way more, but maybe do it that way because I can't roll my chair over it well. He was calm when he was excited that his wasn't falling. He was down in the basement like this. That's how I was already like, yeah, Alexander. I just love him.
He has his moments.
Don't I?
I think we all do.
That's why I'm like, get on up here, buddy.
That's what I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and he said, "You don't get too riled up." And I said, "I can. Trust me. It's not Not that I can't, but it's just not a whole lot of fun when I do.
Right.
You take things a lot more in stride, and that's the benefit of being a grandpa. I think you learn to have a lot more patience.
Well, something that reminds me. Remember, I was telling you when you asked me about the family issues and the property and all that. One of the things that I came to a conclusion is I was reading. Well, actually, it's one of my favorite stories. My favorite book is the Contra Monte Cristo, and in the book, Edmond is imprisoned. He loses his girlfriend, his wife to be. He loses all his property. He's put in prison, left for years and years to rot into a prison. And he meets a priest that was imprisoned also, that was against the crown. And he starts learning philosophy and all that. And just on the wall of Dante's cell is that God will give him justice. And that's my new philosophy. My philosophy has been for a while, forgive and forget. But for some reason, that really resonated in the last, well, since Mom passed away. I've been thinking about that quote: "God will give me justice."
Well, and not that I'm a big advocate for AA, but that's one thing that program has probably got an edge on over a lot of other things is the serenity prayer. Is knowing the things that you have control over and knowing the things that you can't control and knowing how to deal with both of them differently.
Right.
And unfortunately, that's something that's not taught to a lot of people, is that your emotions are your emotions. You own those. People can't make you have emotions. Your emotions are a reaction to the way that you react to people.
Exactly.
It's not a forced situation.
I was totally preaching that to him like 2 weeks ago.
That's not something that somebody else does for you. You decide to do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And being able to make that a non-voluntary reaction is difficult for a lot of people. Oh no, I didn't see my brother EL come in the room.
It's a label.
I don't see him in the chat. Oh, there he is.
Hey, Empyrean. Haven't seen him in a while.
EL in the chat. He needs to come on the panel.
Oh, I pinned the stream link up to the top. It should be there. If not,
But
I can totally fix that. Nope, it's there.
That's one of the things that I had to deal with all the stuff that I've been dealing with over the last year, is not getting too irrational or too emotional or too attached to the shortcomings of my family and dealing with their inheritance stuff. And, now that most of that stuff's been settled, and I had an opportunity to just sit down with them and just tell them, look, first off, I don't want your stuff. Second off, it's not about me trying to control you. It's about me trying to make sure that you guys are equipped to do what you need to do with this stuff. Because it's a whole different level of financial responsibility when you're dealing with that kind of stuff because of the way the IRS looks at it. And, I think that they have a lot more of appreciation for what I've been doing for the last 10 years to take care of things on their behalf than what they ever thought they would have to begin with.
And, and I have a different take on that. I'm not doing it for my brother's inheritance. I'm doing it for my mom and dad's wishes. That's what I look at it that way.
Yeah, well, you're doing that in the heart of knowing what they wanted to have happen and trying to do that in a manner that is not self-destructive. So it's the same. The reason you're doing it is not for the benefit of your siblings, but for the benefit of the peace of mind that you're doing the right thing by your parents.
Yeah.
So the motivation is different, but the end result is still the same.
I hope so.
It's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, I still have my doubts there, Craig. I really do, because there was some issues that came up even during the funeral they didn't want to come down and help with the funeral arrangements, but I took care of it. But when I posted some of the stuff that needed to be done, two issues came up that became very contested, and it's not a big deal to me. I just had to wait 24 hours to get back to the funeral home to make the changes, and they were so impatient, and they were accusing me of being spiteful. And I said, no, I just can't change it at this moment. The funeral director are closed. They won't open until tomorrow morning again at 8 o'clock. I'll take care of it then. And they just came unglued on me, and I just.
Well, unfortunately, it's a situation where you got caught with the pandemic thing. Typically you could call the funeral home director at home and say, you know what, I'd like for you to make this change. But due to the restraints of the pandemic, it made a lot of that kind of stuff a lot harder to deal with.
Well, it wasn't so much the communication or the pandemic. It had to do with them not wanting to be involved and make decisions, and I waited for them to help make that decision, and they waited and waited, and so I went ahead and posted in the beginning, and the director said he was really cool about it and said, hey, don't worry about it. We go through this all the time through all the families. Issues come up, and you would not believe some of the stuff that are small and very easily fixed, And I said, well, I appreciate that. And to make a long story short, he kind of called him up for me and I said, look, you guys need to work with each other. Your brother's doing the best he can. I mean, he backed me up. That's what basically he did, and then one of the brothers calls up and says, hey, so you called the guy up and told on us. I said, no, I didn't. It's not that they've been doing this for years. I mean, this funeral parlor has been around since 1893. The same family's been running it for the last 28 years, and but it is what it is, and I made my peace. I did my best, and I told them I couldn't do anything more if they're not going to participate, and give me a quicker answer. So to take care.
That's where I got with my family, Hector, when we sat down and I was trying to expedite their wishes, and they didn't understand the facilitation of all the things that I was going through.
Exactly. That sounds so familiar.
And so then I was having a conversation with them.
I can't tell you how important it is. Pre-planning is probably one of the best things you can do after losing my wife and having to do everything on the fly. That same day that I planned out her funeral, I planned out my own.
It's rough.
Mm-hmm. It's not a conversation the family wants to have, but it has to happen.
But
it's either going to happen.
The other part of that
happen on your time, or it's going to happen, or I mean, it's either going to happen on their time, or it's going to happen on your time. But sooner or later, it's going to happen.
That's one of the things that we've been having conversations with our kids over. There are some heavy administrative things that have to be done, and it's like you can't put this stuff off. It's important.
Yep, it is.
It's very important, and
I just spent $11,000 on probate because the bank didn't do their job when my mother and I refied this house or rolled it over, and we put half of it in my name, half of it in her name, and I was there, and she told the person, I want the deed or whatever written out in such a way that if anything happens to me, it just automatically transfers to my son. Well, we didn't follow up on it. The bank didn't do it. They just put the deed in two names. And when she died, her half of the house went into escrow or into an estate, and my freaking taxes skyrocketed.
Yeah, because of the probate.
I had to go through probate. $11,000 later. Luckily, there was nobody contested it, but the basic with a lawyer and the whole 9 yards was $11,000.
Yep. Well, it's even with the funeral stuff. I mean, that stuff's not cheap.
No, it's not.
Nope.
As a matter of fact, as soon as my mom was placed in a hospice, we finalized, my wife and I, our trust. Everything is set out. Everything is already transferred. The name, all the beneficiaries named. Boom. If we go, then it's automatic. It shouldn't go to probate. Just filing the will, and that's it.
Well, even with the stuff with my family, I sat down with each individual family member and the trust attorney and the financial advisor and had the conversation. Okay, this is where we're at, and this is what we're going to do. And then, they were starting to squawk back, and the trust attorney jumped right in the middle and said, time out. This has been coming for 10 years. And there have been numerous conversations and nobody wanted to be involved. So being upset about things now, you don't really get a say-so in it. And the attorney said, that I had done everything that I could to protect them and to do things in their interest. And I failed to look out for my own interest. So, after that was said, then they were a lot more appreciative of all the stuff that I've been doing for the last 10 years.
Right.
But they just kind of felt like in the back of their mind, just because things weren't moving on their timeline, that I was trying to take it away from them. And I said, do you not realize that I have to take care of the taxes? I have to take care of making sure all the bills are paid. I have to deal with the court, make sure that everything's good with the court. And then I have to make the arrangements with the accounting department. And then all that has to go back through the attorney and the financial planner. It's not in my timeline. It's on everybody else's timeline as to how fast I can get that done.
Well, I don't know what the taxes are like in your neck of the woods or anybody's in the United States, but my parents' ranch, it's more of a house more than a ranch, but it's got some acreage to it, and I'm paying about $2,900 a year, in taxes, property tax. And I asked my three other siblings to partake in it, and they're one's retired and making some good money, and the other one is retired and making better money than I am, because I'm not retired yet. And anyway, and then the other sibling is it's got two in college and said she couldn't afford to pay anything, and it's only $500 a piece. I'll pay the balance. And I got told flat out no, so I'm carrying that and the repair and maintenance and everything else on it. But I look at it, like I said, I'm looking at it. It's not spoiled milk anymore. It's more like I'm doing it for my parents and their wishes, what they wanted.
Right.
And that's what I'm doing it for.
Well, that's the point that I was making, is that it's easy to lose sight of your own personal needs when you're trying to take care of everything else.
Yeah.
And, that builds a little bit of an area for some resentment in there.
No, I'm Craig, to tell you the truth, I'm tired of fighting it. I just do it, Like right now, I'm supposed to put my mom's marker down. And I didn't even want, my wife says, well, you're going to call the kids up. That's what I call my brothers and sisters, the kids. And I said, something, if this brings up a fight, why would I want to invite another discussion that ends up only in disagreement? And I said, I'd rather just pay it myself, and then later on, just out of this estate, do something about it.
Yeah, just the best thing you could do is document it.
Yeah.
And just say, this is, I tried to have you guys involved, and here's the documentation of what I've been through, at least if they don't appreciate you for dealing with it, at least they can appreciate the fact that you took the time to say, you know what, this is what the hardship has been, and they can appreciate the hardship.
Well, it just seems I'm better with my wife. I'm better with my grandkids. I'm better with myself, and I'm not carrying for a lack of a good word is I'm not carrying a grudge or the anger inside anymore.
Yeah, well, that's the part that will eat you up more than the reaction from your family is the self conflict that you have.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the reasons why I didn't really come online, because I didn't want to be a downer, And I just feel like I'm in a better place right now, the way I am, the way I think, and just how issues are.
The other side of that, Hector, is that sometimes it's good to be around people that'll make you feel good.
Yeah. Sometimes I just want to dance.
Yeah, and that's why I was hoping. I was always looking for Melissa and Cajun and Rich Callie and you and.
I miss Rich so much. Oh my god.
Yeah, me too. And the thing is, I need to talk to him too. I got his number and everything.
He is surfaced here and there.
He has.
I've seen him run into him, and he's doing well. The other person that's starting to surface again is Silver Nitrate. He's starting to come back around a little bit.
I'm glad he needed to.
And I think that there are a lot of people that have had some rough experiences within the community, and I think that some of those people are starting to come back around, and it's good.
And I think you're right, Craig, because I noticed that I became more isolated. I didn't like myself the way it was, and I'm not usually a downer person. Usually I'm pretty strong about a lot of things, but losing my mother-in-law, my dad, and my brother the same year, and then mom a year later.
It's a heavy toll.
Yeah, and I couldn't get over being sad over one when another one happened, and then 8 months later, it was just a rough time for me, and I did it because I didn't want anybody to listen to me mope.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was with Stern. It was just like I didn't want to say too much, but just say enough that obviously it affected me and I cared, but I just I can't let it all out there,
Well, I look at it this way. At the same time, I was going through my mom's passing and taking care of the property and all that. I found out other people that didn't open up, didn't talk. Not to say that I had the worst or they had the worst. It's just that for each of ourselves, we're having through a time that was difficult, and we were isolated and we didn't talk to nobody. And one time, one of my friends, who's my wife's cousin, her husband came to the house. He lost her, and we just lost an aunt yesterday.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, she was in hospice for quite a while. Anyway, so when I saw him again, I felt, sometimes we don't talk and we're so isolated from each other because we think we need to be strong and quiet and silent about it. It's wrong.
Yeah.
Too many people are suffering in silence.
Well, and that's the mental health aspect is very important, and that's one of the things that I think about, like even with, I know that Brian's had his issues in the last year and a half or so. So at least when I pop into a stream, even if I'm not saying anything and Brian's in there, I don't worry about whether he's okay or not. I know that he's still kicking, he's still fighting. So
yeah, I found Brian on some other channels on their streams, like last year after he got back from the coin show. Because I was like, "Where's Brian at? Where's Brian at?" And I just so happened to like stumble upon. I was like, okay, Brian's cool. Brian's hanging out on streams.
Well, the other thing too is I'm dealing with my son-in-law. He was a combat medic. Combat medic with. He was a Navy corpsman for the Marine Corps, and he had a rough time going through basic, and he was telling me a lot of things were happening to him through that. Because Navy guy, I didn't know the Marines didn't have a corpsman. I thought Marines their own. No,
Yeah,
Navy.
they use the Navy medical system.
Right.
Right.
And because I dealt with my dad's what they used to call shock shell. I grew up with a lot of cousins that came from Vietnam, Korea, and World War II. That we knew how to and when to talk. You know, you don't talk over them. You don't talk under them. You don't push them to do anything. You just sit there, and you know there are certain things that click their moods. And when my dad was going through that a lot, you know, as a family member, you don't go through PTSD. You live it through your parent, your husband, your brother,
and their perspective and how much they let you in.
Yeah.
That's
So a lot of times when I'm around veterans, I can tell right away without looking at their tattoos and without even asking them if they were in the military. I just have this feeling. I know something about them gives me a vibe, and
I'll tell
where
you,
the boundary probably should or shouldn't go. I mean,
the worst thing for my PTSD, just so you know, I'm a 100% service connected through the VA. Part for my traumatic brain injuries and a major portion for my PTSD. And when I got diagnosed, my wife submerged herself in information. Everything that she could learn about PTSD, about what to do, especially what not to do, stuff like that. And
I'd ask questions.
She was my rock throughout all of it. And when I lost her in 2019, it was like the floor collapsed out from under me and the ceiling collapsed on top of me all in one fell swoop. So yeah, it's a real thing. My dad battled with battle fatigue for almost as long as I knew him.
Yeah.
And he refused to go to the VA and get help. And I swore to my family that I wasn't going to be that guy. And going to the VA and getting help, even though it was a very long, arduous process to find the different things that work. A couple of months ago, we hit a milestone, and it's made quite a difference between the combination of medicine and therapy. It's made quite a difference.
Well, and what people don't really realize, and I know that you know this, Brian, from dealing with it personally, is that situations with PTSD aren't necessarily something that you deal with on a daily basis or an hourly basis. Sometimes PTSD is a minute by minute or second by second basis.
Very much so. Very much so.
You know,
some days are definitely better than others. There's some days where, you might have a good day and, it just, you're not thinking about it. It's not on your brain. You have a busy, I like to call them busy days. And then there's some days where minute by minute, second by second, you're just struggling to even function. And you have to hope that the busy days outweigh the non-functioning days. For a while, After my wife died, that wasn't happening. My job was closing in on me. It felt like, and once my boss essentially verbally attacked me through text messages while I'm at at a desk dealing with his customers, my phone is blowing up, and I finally said, you know what? I'm going to listen to my doctors, and I am fucking out of here. And I've never been back. And it was probably one of the best things I did for myself was get myself out of a very abusive and non-supportive situation. And
I'll tell you one thing about the VA that I liked. The person my dad was seeing called me in and asked me who was taking care of my dad. And I told him I was for 12 years, since 2006 to 2018.
right.
And I still get a call from him because he said that I might be suffering from it just because of the fights with the VA and taking him to all his appointments, getting him checked out for. He got out of the service with 100% disability and then dropped it down to 10. And I got his file from 1946 to 1949. And then I found his draft notice again for Korea. And he didn't get called, but he did get the letter. And I saw all that. And so he referred me to another, because I couldn't be under VA auspice. So he sent me to somebody else, and they said I have a mild case, just because, me growing up with my dad, he wasn't treated when he was younger, out of the service, and it manifests itself during work and over his age. He really didn't get over it really until I think probably in his 80s. Every once in a while, I could find him talking, to somebody that wasn't there.
Yeah.
And it was like in those days, you said it right. It was battle fatigue. That's what they called it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's
My I have to I have to thank God where I'm at. We've got here in San Diego, we have got it has gotten a lot better since I've been in it. A pretty darn good VA system. I've heard nightmare stories about guys across the nation because I've served with a lot of people over the years, and they're spread out all across the nation, and 90% of them have some sort of dealings with their local VA. And the nightmare stories that I hear about these guys, I thank goodness. And that's part of the reason why I decided that I'm not leaving San Diego, is because I don't want to put myself in a situation where I'm dealing with one of those VAs that just puts things off.
Right, how old are you?
Huh?
How old are you, sir?
I'm 47.
Okay.
I was close. I was like,
Back in 70, no, I'm sorry. Back in, 86, I was working for the post office. And most of the guys that work in the back, what they call the sectional center, they do the main processing of all mails from all of the post office going into one central location.
Right.
I worked with a lot of guys who were mostly Vietnam vets, a few Korean, but mostly Vietnam vets. And they asked us, the group that we were in, they asked us to come. If you never served in the military, you need to come to this meeting. I was one of 8 guys, and the others already been trained, but there was more guys on the floor. But they told us what to look out for: certain behavior, certain mannerisms. Don't ask this. Don't do this. Don't do that. Let them carry the conversation. Don't press further. It was a whole bunch of stuff.
the eggshell warning.
Well, it was stuff that I should have known, because going through my dad's stuff, my
But
dad's,
everybody, you're not everybody, and everybody
Yeah.
doesn't know what you know, and
I
and
other
learned.
people need to know that. So,
Yeah.
I learned from firsthand experience real early not to ask questions when
Mhm.
I was younger, an adolescent. I had heard some stuff about Vietnam, and I knew my dad had been to Vietnam a couple of times. Even though he was Navy, he had still seen a lot. He wasn't stuck out on a boat out in the ocean. I mean, even though he did go, he did do the old slow boat to China type stuff. But
Mhm.
and I opened my mouth one time, and he stared me dead in the eye with that stare and said, "Don't you ever fucking ask me about that war again." And that was and that was it. I never brought it up ever again my entire life. I mean, even until the day my dad died, I never brought it up again.
That kind of reminds me of a story that I experienced with my dad. One of my brother's friends was interested in my dad's service, and dad told him, the basic stuff, when he entered the service and where he trained and when he
Yeah.
qualified, normal stuff, stuff that it was easy to talk about. And as we're barely walking away, he asked my dad's last question. He asked how many men he killed during the service. That was a wrong question to ask because my dad started shaking
well, yeah.
and he started he just started looking bad. And I said, Joe, you ever ask my dad again, I'll fucking kill you.
Yeah, because that's
I had to take my dad home. He couldn't even drive his car. He was so shooken up. And I had to stay the night because my mom was afraid to stay alone with him.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, I can understand. Like, I don't even think it's fair that they call like something like me having a motorcycle accident PTSD compared to guys that have fought in a war. Like, that's that is
Well,
traumatic.
you have your PTSD, and then you have your combat PTSD.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I just thought it's like this and that. It's like it's not even respectable.
Yeah,
I think to say, hey, I've got PTSD, and they diagnosed me with it. And it's like, oh my god.
Well, Brian,
I've got
So much in the world that
I've
goes on with people. That's so much.
I've got different levels between combat PTSD, direct action, to IED attacks that resulted, or 2 IED explosions that resulted in concussions, TBIs, traumatic brain injuries, and then I got I've got a milder form of when I watched them rip my wife from the car when I pulled up at the hospital and she wasn't responding. We were actually on our way back from a VA appointment. My wife accompanied me to quite a few of my VA appointments. And when I rushed to the hospital,
I mean, I get it. It's just
having her, ripped from the car after they said that she's coded, to straight going down CPR and shocking her, and watching all that go on in front of me. I'm just
because that's different from being like professional setting, and you're supposed to, like, I call it, you roll the window up. Like, if it's somebody you don't look at it that way. You just know you're trying to help somebody and you're fixing that right in front of you. But
well, Brian,
when it's somebody you love, it blows it out of the water. It's like you can't just stop that.
Yeah.
That's why, I mean, like, that's a bigger degree to me of trauma.
Well, Brian can relate to this. Before he went in the service, he had some connection to PTSD through his dad, and I had the same thing through my dad and my dad's two brothers. And it is not the same. I mean, I clearly understand that I am nowhere near um, understanding what it is to be in combat and all that. But I do know as a family member, when you care for somebody that has gone through it, it's almost
Yeah.
like you almost feel the same pain, the same anxiousness. Where to start, where to go, what to do, keep it yourself. I mean, that's how my dad was. He was so quiet about the war. He only talked about the war until later years, and he was in his late 90s, late 80s. And um, in talking to my son-in-law with my dad, they were able to communicate a lot faster because they were both in combat, you know. And but like Brian, he understands what a family member goes through. But once a family member who's gone to war and comes back, for some reason there's another disconnection there. They can't feel that empathy again with the person that they had cared for before or their parent. You know, for me,
Right.
that is a whole different thing. But my cousin Richard, who just passed away 2 years ago, um, he was one of those the guys who rode those PT boats in the rivers in Vietnam.
Yeah.
He was spraying Agent Orange. He got cancer from that. But you know, his family. Oh, you just say that he was difficult to live with. You know, and his kids. You know, they still loved him and they still cared for him, but um, there was a transference of behavior. You know, feeling the same as
Mm-hmm.
your family member. You don't want that, but it happens. Um, but I'm glad the VA sent me to another therapist, and I guess it's helped out a lot, and I realized some things, and it's good to talk about it. And
Well, and there are a lot of vets that can't function in a family environment because they don't get PTSD treated.
right,
You know, and however good or bad the VA has been in the past, I kind of feel like that the VA that we're starting to get into now is miles better than what it was before.
oh, Craig,
Oh yeah, by far.
yeah, Craig, I was in the '60s and '70s visiting my uncles, and my dad's brother was a VA nurse. Uh, he was there after the war. He was there in England. He was a medic in England during the bombings.
There,
And
you heard that bing. I sent Craig the answer.
okay. It's
I mean, Tim knows it too, and he's in the other room, but
it's not an easy subject to talk about, but it needs to be talked about because even families suffer because of that. Their loved one has gone through it, and the family needs support because they're trying to do the best they can with the lack of knowledge of what professionals are barely now addressing. And back in the '60s and '70s during the Vietnam War, when guys came back, geez, it was. I mean, the hospital would smell like urine. The hospital at that time in that era, I mean, doctors are shorthanded, nurses were overwhelmed. Um, Medicine and medical care was still a triage and patch them up and get them out as fast as you can.
Well, and like with my dad, he was going to a VA hospital in one location and they weren't treating him. They were giving him medication and just kicking him out the door. It wasn't treating what he was dealing with. And I took him out of that VA location and took him to another VA location. So, and you're talking about two VAs that are less than 100 miles apart, and the level of care between the two are night and day different.
Well, here in Fresno, where the main VA is, the closest one is LA, and the other one's in San Francisco. At that time.
So, and one of my favorite charities that we give to every year is the Disabled American Veterans Group. And I just, when my dad died and all that stuff, they were a go-to resource that was vital to what we needed to have done. And we support that charity because they do a lot for people without ever being asked to do it. From paperwork to documentation to that kind of stuff. That stuff's important. So,
Yeah.
and Brian may know more than I do about it, but I think that they're all donation sponsored. I don't know if they get a lot of government funding to run their operation.
Well, my dad was a life member of the VFW, so I usually, when they're selling, steak dinners and raffles and all that, I usually buy that stuff because they do, and I think they should do more outreach to all the veterans. More veterans should be joining whatever DAV, VFW, they should be all, accessing as much benefits as possible.
Well, and like in my dad's situation, all of his military records were in St. Louis, and
they burned.
When they burned,
that's what they told my dad.
And that's one of the things that I tell every young soldier that I walk into or run into is that there's no way in the military that they can keep track of all your data. So any piece of paper that you sign or any form that is put in front of you, you better get a copy of it.
Well, my dad's medical copy was burned in the same building in St. Louis in 1977.
Yeah.
We have one of the finest militaries in the world, but they're not perfect.
Well, let me ask Brian this. Brian, is your
time out, Craig? Will you read the number that I messaged you because the number got called?
Oh, Alexander has got the number. The number is 3.
There you go.
Hey, Brian, does everything on your DD-214, does it list everything that you recorded for your military services, or is it still short? Some like my dad's, there's a lot of information missing from his DD-214.
Yeah, my dad, even my DD-214. I mean, the only thing I use my DD-214 is to show proof of service. That's about it. It's pretty shy on. I mean, it's most of my awards. I mean, the fact that I was in Iraq isn't even on there. The fact that I was in Kuwait wasn't even on there. My Afghanistan, because it was my last deployment, it's on there. It's pretty shy a lot of stuff.
That's what I found out with my dad's.
Well, not just that, but did you go to Germany for your cool down period, or did you end up somewhere else, Brian?
I'm sorry, say that again, Craig.
Did you go to Germany for your cool down period, or did you end up somewhere else?
No, I just came back to the States.
There's a lot of soldiers that will end up in another area of the world for their, they call it a wind down or a wrap up or a cool down.
Yeah. Yeah, no. More likely a lot of the Army guys go there, but I didn't.
Supposedly it's supposed to be debriefed. I don't know what that really means, but my my son-in-law, he spent 8 years in the Navy, but he spent 6 years in combat area, and he came out with only, in other words, he went through 3 IEDs. One of them hit his convoy, but still picked up his Humvee, picked him up and fell on his back. So he's got a really bad back. He's got TBI. The first time I met him, it was 4th of July, and he went home about 8 o'clock before the sun went down. I didn't realize it, didn't even think about it because I hadn't gone through it in 3 years. But I asked my daughter a few days later, says, "Why did you guys go home so early?" "Oh, he can't stand the rockets and the explosions."
That's how I was with motorcycles. I couldn't get behind a couple of them and hear it. It just made me want to throw up.
Really?
Yeah. Good morning, Mike Wolf. Oh, it's the real you. Let you see you.
But anyway, I mean, it's helped a lot. I'm glad that the VA even recognized it. And then my mom was also sent before she passed for some help. And I think that's part of the reason why, with all this stuff going on right now, the COVID, mom and dad, the ranch, court, siblings, friends that have passed away from COVID, and all this fighting in between everything. I think I'm in a better place right now.
That's
Still working on it,
good
though.
news,
Still working
Hector.
on it. I'm sorry, Craig, what?
That's good news, Hector.
Yeah. That's why I started to come back. I just felt too isolated, not, with school not working, with not making contact with kids, teaching in a remote area. And I mean, even the kids are confused. I mean, they're not really learning. I mean,
Well, it's hard to understand what is normal for them.
yeah. I just hope they're more appreciative, of the learning factor.
I hope that we get to a point where we can go back to a point where kids can function and be kids.
Well, first you got to stop. Well, the thing is, they have so many influences. They want to be older before their time. That's one part. The other part is that they're commercially vetted, and by what I'm saying by that is that they're too much into instant rewards rather than earning it. It's the only, but it's not all kids. Don't get me wrong, but it just seems that it's hard to put up with. Like I tried to take my son to mass, my grandson to mass, and my son to mass, but they won't have anything with it. They just seem to feel that it's an unnecessary obstacle that they don't get to live. And but they're still good, kids. My son's still a good guy, and my daughter, but they have some very, very strict. It's almost like the '60s. Don't trust anybody over 30. Don't trust the government. Don't. They're very social active. They're into a lot of politics that I don't agree with it. With them, but they're going to have to live with the future society. I'm already done. But I'll support them where I feel I can and correct them when I tell them, hey, you better listen to me. That doesn't sound good.
Yeah, and then no matter what, I mean, on both sides of the coin in politics, there's always an underlying agenda to everything.
Oh, yeah.
And unfortunately, it's not our generations that are going to end up with the aftermath of the situation. It's going to be the future generations.
Exactly. And I'm more worried about my grandkids than my kids.
They're not getting the tools that they need to now to be able to address those things that are going to come up in the future.
Well, even in my 21 years of teaching, I started in 1998 after 25 years working in retail. I mean, when I started in the 70s, I was, working during the oil embargo and the Berlin Wall thing, and communism was like big time, and everybody's worried about the Cold War when I was growing up as a kid. Now they're worried about terrorism and financial, the bubble on this housing right now is really big right now. They're worried about that. So I just hope we just get through it, But, they said the same thing during the 60s when I was 13, late 60s, 13. And I remember, down with the government. Everybody over 30 you can't trust, and do drugs and sex and all that stuff. Anarchy.
Or like my mom would say, "There's smoking dope and skipping rope," and I'm like,
Yep.
"You're too lazy to skip rope if you smoke dope." I don't get it.
But it's funny that it's almost like a cycle every 20 years. It gets bent out of shape every 20 years or so.
If we don't learn our history, we're doomed to repeat it.
Exactly.
No doubt.
Exactly. That's why I like talking to people across this nation, because I don't get a chance to talk to people outside of my area, because they're basically all the same ideas, It's just like talking to other people that have different ideas and different opinions. And
We do kind of run the gamut, don't we?
oh yeah. It should be talking about coins. I just finished my second stack already.
He shut up his table and he's getting ready to go set up for mixing. He said,
Oh, that reminds me.
early, and I said, screw it. It's the
Since I
weekend.
get you guys right now, have you guys still getting pushback in the banks saying that there's a coin shortage?
I wasn't until the Friday of the coin show. So the last weekend of July, they had by appointment only. And I said, I just want to cash in some change and get some more. And they're like, it's by appointment only today. I was like, okay.
What?
Yeah.
By appointment?
Yeah. And my bank, they just told me, like, we've been there like 2 weeks before. They're like, yeah, we've never been told coin shortage or anything. And I was like, of course, I get $50 and talk to somebody about it. It's like, nope. Right after that, it's like,
Now I'm soliciting my family. I mean, I hear a lot of them say, well, they always put their change in a coin jar. I'll tell you what, you give me all your change. My brother-in-law just went to Hawaii. He cashed in almost $400 in his 5-gallon glass jug. $400 almost.
I'm probably one of the rare exceptions when it comes to banking. I've got a pretty good relationship with the bank that I deal with on a daily basis.
Uh-huh.
I just pick the phone up and call, and they say, we'll be here in 15 minutes and we'll have the door open for you. So, but not everybody gets that preferential treatment.
Right.
And
Well,
like we use the local banks. Like my mom used to work at the bank that I use now, like when she was pregnant with me, but nobody works there anymore that was with her.
oh
But
God,
she
you're
used to
so
work at our old
ancient.
bank, and she'd be like,
Melissa,
"Oh,
you're so
hey," and I'm like,
ancient.
"Give me boxes."
But I know what you mean. Even 20 years is a generation. Yeah, because I noticed that my bank, the reason I'm changing my bank is because two things. One, I got pissed off when I found out that that my bank was making veterans pay their mortgage when they're on overseas. There's a law that says that they're not supposed to, if they're behind because they're overseas, they should not be paying their mortgage.
A caveat to that is if for some reason their mortgage falls behind,
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Yeah.
then at that point. But under normal circumstances, they're supposed to.
Yeah, because the military is pretty firm on your debt.
They're supposed to pay their rent. Now, credit cards, on the other hand, they can actually, some credit cards like Discover and a few others, they'll actually freeze your monthly payment.
Mm-hmm.
But the caveat I found out to that is Discover, if you've frozen your account due to deployment, you can't even make a payment. A friend of mine, his wife was reserve. She activated and deployed, and they had, went through and basically did that to her cards. And he wanted, because she was making so much money as an officer being overseas in a hazardous area, that they were paying off all their debts. And one of the debts they were paying off was their credit cards. And he tried to make a credit card payment to Discover, and they wouldn't accept it.
Wow. And the other thing is that they had a Ponzi scheme. They were trying. I won't mention the bank's name, but they have team of horses and
Yeah.
Old West. Okay. They did a scheme where they're promoting that every account should be eight accounts per person. Per let's say husband and wife, they should have 8 accounts. Well, they started doing that, and they found out that it was more like they were making checking accounts and saving accounts without the person knowing about it, which is fraud.
Yeah.
And
I remember reading or hearing about that.
yeah, they fired 5,000 of their employees for following the bank's orders to get the accounts established illegally, because most of the people didn't know they had another 3 or 4 accounts, or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, and they fired them for following the rules. Their business promotion. That's wrong.
Well, that was like a certain bank, and I can't remember which one it was, got in trouble because they were doing, free. They had said in their advertising that they were free checking and savings accounts. No charge, no membership fees, none of that. Checking accounts, but their minimum standard for the checking account was or savings account is you had to hold a minimum of $5,000 in the account.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's how Bank of America is if they don't take a
Mhm.
monthly fee out. Otherwise, they take $8 a month out.
I don't do as much banking. I mean, I bank with Navy Federal Credit Union, but I don't do. It's not my primary bank. But it may very well become my primary bank, because I'm really tired of these big bank conglomerates. And my primary bank is Chase, but the main reason why it was my primary bank was one, we banked with them for so long, and 2, my mortgage was through them, and then they without any discussion with me whatsoever and sold my mortgage to another company, which actually ended up being a good thing. It's actually a really good company. I'm very happy with them.
I'm glad it ended up that way, because I know you were not a happy camper that day.
No, I was furious. I
know.
I was outside myself when I got the letter in the mail.
But I hear that's very common practice among mortgage companies and banks.
Yeah.
So they did it to him without any warning. It was just like, boom, here's the letter.
After the fact, it was like it was a post-sale letter, which should be illegal. I mean, that should be an illegal transaction.
I agree. I mean, but it was, in the end, they ended up being a real good company. At the beginning of this year, I rolled my loan over to take advantage of the lower interest rate, and they lowered it down to 3.1% from 3.8. And then I just applied for a equity loan to start this business, and it's going to end up, as long as everything goes through, which the only thing we're waiting for now is a termite inspection. If everything goes through, I'll be at 2.8%. So, yeah, it's a really good company. If you haven't heard of Mr. Cooper and you have a mortgage,
we had
one. Did you? Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with their service. Their service has been.
And you can actually call someone and talk to somebody. Actually.
Yeah, I've got an agent that I deal with on a personal level. Anytime I have a problem or question or anything, I call that person. Very seldom do I get them on the first call, but usually within a couple hours they're calling me back.
They were calling us when we were getting ready to finish paying off the mortgage. Mm-hmm. I haven't paid a mortgage bill in 24 months. Now.
This loan rollover here, and the same with the last rollover, I was in constant email and phone contact with the primary agent for the loan, and so far it's been spectacular. They haven't played no funny games with my payments. I inquired about the mortgage hold due to the pandemic. And they said, we can do it for you, but Mr. Kitchens, we have to let you know now ahead of time that your funds will be due within a certain amount of time. You will be due to repay that
Hello, Jake. How are you doing?
underage in mortgages or mortgage payments, within a certain amount of time, which can really be hard for a lot of people. And I'm like, going, okay, well, I said, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. And they're like, well, are you impacted by the pandemic? And I was like, no, don't worry about it. I'm good.
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah, JC, we've been having some really good conversation for the last hour or so. More than that.
Well, there's another member of our community that was having some issues with Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Ooh,
Liberty Mutual Insurance.
yeah.
Is everyone Americans here?
Yes, Jake.
Yeah,
I don't know.
everyone
Jake.
is
Or if you
American
know,
here, yeah.
Joey Bag of Donuts is my friend Jake. He's from New Zealand.
Well, I sound American, but people say that I don't look American.
That's Hector. He's from California.
You're American, Hector. Don't play that game.
And Brian is from
Hector-
California as
Hector,
well.
you don't look American. You look Californian.
And he's from Wisconsin. I'm sure you can tell by the
Yeah.
accent.
No, actually, you're wrong. I'm not from Wisconsin anymore. I'm from Florida now.
I know where you're at.
Hey,
but I know where
Ink Man, how you doing, man?
Nah, pretty good, thanks.
What were you saying about Liberty Insurance, EVG?
No, I didn't say anything about
It was
insurance, but-
Brian.
yeah, but insurance, yeah. Insurance companies are freaking scam.
They are, and the community member that I was talking to ended up getting double billed for a service that they couldn't take in the state that they live in.
Mm-hmm.
And they called Liberty Mutual Insurance and tried to get them to refund the overpayment. And they basically told them that they didn't have any choice to pound sand.
About like insurance,
will-
my friend, he bought also house in Florida, and he got house insured and stuff, and now insurance came after him and told him that he has to replace the whole bathroom, otherwise they're gonna drop him. And if they drop him, because his roof is 10 years old, he'll have to replace the whole roof as well.
What?
Yeah, that's
What up, Ink Man?
hey,
I
Sam,
will,
Sam
I will
Key.
tell you, as a licensed insurance agent in the state of California, that there are insurance companies out there that are
Not assholes.
shady, very shady.
Yeah.
I will assure you that if for any reason you are interested in any type of life insurance, the company I go through and deal with is a company called World Financial Group, which I'll put their link in private chat. They vet all they're a broker, and they vet all insurance companies thoroughly. So they come with a very high standard. Now, World Financial Group is a marketing firm, so it does have it is a multi-level marketing company. I will say that up front. But I am going to use that company to give my guys once I get my shop open. I am using World Financial Group to give my guys options that don't include a 401k, even though I will have a company that does do 401ks in case that's what they want, because I want I not only want my employees educated, but I want them to have all the options when it comes to retirement.
I own my own company, and yeah, I don't offer any 401ks or anything.
Yeah,
401k, it's a freaking waste of money.
It is. I agree with you. I mean, I learned at the beginning of the year when I went and got involved in insurance, got involved with World Financial Group. I got a real world education on 401ks, and the way they work is it's cheating the employee.
Yep.
The company, all the money that they invest is a tax write-off for the company.
Sure it is.
So
Because
it's a major tax write-off.
all the payments to the 401ks are pre-payroll payments, so they don't go through payroll tax or any of that kind of stuff.
Well, and here's the thing. If you're not paying tax up front at the beginning, somebody's going to have to pay that tax at the end.
Yep.
That's right.
I just wanted to be part of the coin community.
I wanted to see
So-
look, you've progressed from a piece of cardboard for me to an actual coin.
So like it was explained to me, do you want to pay tax on the
Lady
seed
coin in my house.
or do you want to pay tax on the harvest? You know what I mean?
6 months, 9 months, we're making progress. It's all good.
Yeah, and then not only that, but when you spend the money, you're going to pay taxes and sales tax. So
And it's taxed as income when you pull it out.
Oh,
It's taxed
see you
twice.
later, Dale. Have a good day.
take care, Dale.
It's a New Zealand
Take care,
20-cent piece.
So anyway, what I was telling this community member was to go to their local bank where the payment was withdrawn and to file a fraud claim. And I said, you may have to wait up to 10 days to get your money back. But they went to their local bank and they were issued a refund within an hour.
Well, I'll give you something right now. I am looking into my Social Security, and because I'm retiring as a teacher, I get my regular pension from retail, but as a teacher, I lose between 40 to 85% of my Social Security because I fall under the windfall elimination program. Because they say I'm double
Raise
dipping.
Penny Farm. Jake, is that an owl?
No. It's a tiki.
That's a turkey.
Tiki. Tick.
A tookie?
Tick. Hang on.
Okay, my I'm rusty on New Zealand accent. I'm
That
still
was
good
New
with
Zealand?
Russian and Scotland.
Hang
There,
on. Hang
there are
on.
no
Hey,
Russian
talk to
accents
it
here.
so
Come on.
Hang on. Hang on. I'm gonna change my picture and see if this comes better.
Thank you, SM.
My webcam's crap.
I can speak with a really heavy Russian accent if you want. So you're not even going to be able to understand what the fuck I'm saying.
Oh yeah, we will because the KGB's watching.
Yep.
That's what it was, Hoover.
That's pretty.
It's a statue, a tiki, Tiki.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, that's not a turkey.
No,
I know what you're saying.
you know, like the Hawaiians have the statue-y things.
Yeah, tikis.
Yeah,
Yeah. Cool.
tiki.
Yeah.
You mean
That's how you
talkie?
pronounce it.
Tiki Talkie?
Tiki talkie. I don't know. Just as long as we don't call Buckingham Palace in. Oh my God,
Speaking
you
of-
guys. This
Speaking
guy.
of which, I
No.
love the Tiki room.
Taki Taki.
Hey,
Tiki-taki.
You love the tiki room.
Hater, actually, I was about to email you a couple of weeks ago. I hope the wildfires there didn't touch your place.
They
What is
didn't touch
most
my
likely-
place, but the ashes falling on my house.
They've
Pretty
been
close.
That's close. It's only like 50 miles away.
So, yeah, at least
So
you're safe.
Joey
your house
Bag
is
of
safe.
Donuts, is that like a fucking gangster type name, like mafia? You know, like
Which
Could
one?
be.
Next
I
to
like
you?
it.
I
Jakey
could be
Bag
your
of
Uncle Barry.
Donuts.
If you don't know, you don't need to know.
I
I
could
like
be
it. I
your
might
Uncle
change
Barry.
mine to Jakey Bag of Donuts.
Oh, Craig's.
I could be your Huckleberry.
It's a movie reference, I think. That
You got a
I
real
didn't
deep
remember
voice,
it.
mate.
A little bit. I'd give it away, but nobody wants it. I mean, I don't know.
Craig is
But I have
so
a
much
question.
fun. So much fun.
Keep
I
it.
have a question for all you coin people.
We may have an answer.
Did you find any valuable coins tonight?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell you.
No, I mean you've done a Carwash Quarter search, so
No,
did you
it
find
was,
any?
it was
I got a box
fail.
full of bags full of coins. You want to see it?
Oh yes, let's torture Hoover.
No, I'm just saying, like it's a. So I'm presuming like someone went to a car wash and got like all the quarters, and you're going through them all.
Yeah,
No, we didn't go through them. We just decided to have a conversation instead.
Yeah, I mean, I only got like $45 worth, and Tim grabbed 20, and then people were looking at us weird, so we left. Because I usually go late and I'll get like $300 worth, and I was like, because there was actually a sign up that was like, "Be considerate." We're feeling the.
You can't
coin
eat,
crunch.
man. Don't work too hard.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm kind of.
have a good one.
We're just
We'll
going to EVG's yacht, and we're going to take the coins out of the bottom.
What?
We're going to go to EVG's yacht, and we're going to take the coins out of the bottom of his yacht.
No, he already
is
invited
this-
us when he used to live in Wisconsin, and then we didn't get to go because of the COVID.
Yeah.
Is this picture of 1993 with a D? Like a
right now, I
fancy
use
coin?
coins as a ballast on my yacht. So
Yeah, we want it to float a little bit more free. It's costing too much fuel and moving it up and down the coastline.
Hey, he
Yep.
told us it'd only been like $80 back then. I mean, that's been, it's been up since then. See,
If I don't pick on EVG, he'll feel like he's unwanted.
right. So, Jake, do I have to put in on petrol for the camper when you get it? That's a maybe.
I don't know about them
Don't you move into New
Kiwis.
Zealand?
I want to come to New Zealand. That would be fun.
I don't know about those Kiwis, but I know them Australians, they have tents that fold out of the back of their Jeeps.
Speaking of which, I want to find random. I cannot find random.
I know what you're talking about with the
Too
tents
random
they
for
pulled
me.
up.
okay, I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
All right,
Okay,
I'll just
EVG,
figure
we'll
out
be
when
back.
you can see me.
I'm not done picking on you yet.
Right.
Well, last time
Hey.
I've been out longer. Sorry, because wife demanded something, but now it's not gonna happen.
Did you get some coins though?
But I don't see you much nowadays, Hoover.
I have lots of coins.
I just want to know if we can get EVG to quit doing pay dirt and if you can get him into some pay sand.
Pay sand.
Yeah.
Actually, it's funny. Right before the stream, I was like, I was making some pay dirt bags for eBay.
You must be on my brain then because there you were playing with pay dirt.
And now they're going to be good bags because you asked him why there is 11 viewers. Because I love that number. So there you go.
How many viewers you got?
11.
Dang, and then you got 6 of us
Damn,
up
that's
here?
my favorite number.
11, that's a weird number. Usually it's like 11 or 12, but 11,
It's special.
it's a special number. Yeah.
Yep.
It's kind of like that craps throw of 13.
The who?
13 is my favorite number.
We lost Jake. Where'd he go?
Jake.
Okay, I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
All right, well, hurry back.
Jake and I are not used to not talking this much.
Me either. I don't talk that much.
No, not talking that much because usually Jake and I are like, and he did.
I was hoping maybe we would
did
get
call
a period.
Buckingham Palace one day. Actually, he called 3 times. We got yelled out the 3rd time. I was like, "Oh my god, dude! They're going to come take my corgis because you're being bad."
Well, I went
I'm
through
hoping
all
that
my
we could-
stash.
I was hoping we could get a period.
It was a Sunday though. It's not like it was a weekday and they were busy. Oh.
I was kind of hoping we could get a period to come up here so we could pick on him for a minute, but he declined us.
Fine, be that way.
Has he been okay? Because I I've been on his channel when there's only one person in there, and it's probably just me. But he's on stream, but he doesn't have anything going on. You know.
That's because he runs off on his own stream.
Really?
He's good at that.
That mofo will go to the
Well,
grocery
then,
store. And come back. You're like,
I'm missing something because I just don't see any activity.
I
Well,
love
sometimes he just starts the stream up when he's doing stuff in the studio too, and he forgets he's got the stream running.
Oh,
it.
okay.
His attention span's very short, so sometimes he forgets he's got his stream going.
They'll be like, "Are you still here?"
Hey,
He used to do that to Cyclops Steve and to Rocky Mountain Bear and to Popzilla, where he would start a stream and then
Oh yeah.
leave them kind of hijacked with it and run off and do things for hours at a time.
Yeah. Well, I have not by him, but I've been almost burned by that situation. And when he said, "Hey, do you want to run my stream for me till I come back?" and I said, "No," and I'm glad I didn't because
I
they
gotta tell you
didn't come
something.
back.
I gotta tell you something. There was I was following Cajun. And Cajun does small engine repair, and it was BSS small engine repair, and a bunch of other people that I saw, but I didn't know they were into small engine repair. You know, like go karts and gas engines for chainsaws and edge trimmers and all that kind of stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
And I followed him in there, and we started talking and this and that, and I met a guy named Ed, and I converted him over. He was really interested, and then we started talking in Cajun's channel by himself, other than Ed's. He was doing a tool channel, and we went into Cajun's, and we started talking to him, and he fixed my computer. My granddaughter, I don't know how she does it, or did it. I couldn't log onto my computer. She changed the whole password. And so we had to figure out how to get on there, and he helped me out. And since he was interested in coins, because we were talking about coins, Cage's channel, now he's interested. So I sent him a starter kit. You know, I gave him a student little magnifying glass. I sent him 2 books, 2 folders, I should say, and pennies from 1940 to 1974, I think. It was 2 books. He got it today.
Nice.
Just to get him started, because he's interested in coins, and he said, "I didn't know there's so much in coins to learn." And I said, "Well, you ain't kidding. I mean, I've been in it for a while, and I still don't know everything."
Yeah, there's
always
not a person in the world that probably has mastered every coin there is to have.
There's no way.
There's so many different coins and so many different varieties, and I mean, there's impossible to know everything there is to know about every coin.
Yeah, and even you buy the books and stuff, and then a couple months
They're
later,
they're outdated because new stuff comes in.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I was telling Melissa. We were having a conversation about a week ago. There was another member of our community that had sold a slabbed Morgan, and the buyer was upset because they sent it in to get the slab replaced,
Mm-hmm.
and it was counterfeit.
Oh no!
Now, how in the world could that be your fault at all?
It was in a PCGS holder, and it was a counterfeit Morgan.
A
The
CC.
buyer threw a fit and started raising Cain with the seller, and he was like, "What do you do at that point?" He said,
And the barcode was legit.
the coin had been graded, and when it went through the grading, it was passed off, as an actual genuine Morgan, but it was a counterfeit coin.
Wow!
So at that point, he had to replace the coin. And so then he contacted PCGS, and he told PCGS that they needed to go back to their warranty, and PCGS had to replace it. But the buyer wanted a refund.
On a CC.
And the replacement coin.
PCGS is ultimately the one that was responsible. The buyer was mad at the individual that sold the coin, and he was like, "It's a graded coin. How was I supposed to know?"
Wow. Wow.
So it's stuff like that there's even with that individual, he's pretty sharp with coins.
And it's
Can't
sincerely
possibly
not
know
your fault.
everything.
I mean, that I can't stand that feeling. So I know how it feels. It's just like,
Well, it's just like who was telling me the story? EP, Player Masunum. He was telling me that he had bought almost 40 ounces of silver. I don't remember the price of it then, but his wife got the package, and it was
the UPS story.
Yeah, he was really upset because his wife signed for a box that was empty. So he got into his car, and I hope I'm saying the story correctly.
He was on foot, dude.
He chased him. I thought he got in the car.
He was on foot.
Oh, gee.
Yeah. Yeah, it was bad.
EP said he was so sick that he almost didn't want to be on streaming anymore. So
yeah, I mean, I know all. It's just like you can tell we all got disgusted. It was like dull headache, stomach pit of your stomach hurt, and it was just like, oh my god, dude.
Hoobie, do you know what the outcome was? Did he get his money? Did he get it replaced? Did he what happened?
I don't even remember because that was like last fall, I think. It's been a while. I mean, not that long, but it's been more than 6 months ago. But yeah, because he said I was still in my pajama pants, and he's like, I lit out the front door. It's like, oh my god,
unbelievable.
That had to have been the worst feeling in the world. I mean,
he said he was sick to his stomach. Even at today's prices, was it $23 or $24 right now for silver? And 40 ounces.
I haven't even looked in 2 weeks, but let's see. Yeah, 23. But yeah, well, I remember it started shooting up last July. Pretty much right after the coin show, like that night, people that bought gold were like, I made $3 off the piece of gold I bought, because it was creeping and creeping and creeping. And it just kept going from there. So,
I mean, I was buying so much coins. I mean, I was buying so much last year that my wife goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "No, you bought another. What? You did it again?"
I tell you what, when you opened the scent hoarder box, she was.
I know.
Oh my god, that was like a birthday and Christmas all at the same time. Like I was like, this is so much fun.
Well, I could not figure out how much he put in that box. I didn't think it would all fit.
It was heavy.
Oh yeah, it was. It must have weighed at least 20 pounds.
Dude, that box when it got here, it was packed so tight with stuff. It was crazy. And then he was like, "Don't open that one box. That's for Hector." And I was like, "Oh, I want to open it." I was like, "Nope."
Well, I need to go see Scent Hoarder. I mean, he's been a good guy to me for a long time.
It was so nice. I mean, I only got to see him for about an hour, but it was such funny timing. I pulled up in the parking lot at the Hyatt, and then he said, "Where are you?" And I said, "I just pulled into a parking spot. Where are you?" And I looked over. I was like, nobody was sitting, in the like smoke area or drink area, like where we all hung out last year. So I thought, where the heck is he at? I was like, "Where are you?" He said, "I'm in the parking lot." And he said, "Come over here." And I'm like, "I have a front row parking spot, and I got to take luggage in." I was like, "Where are you at?" He said, "Well, I'm in this row, blah, blah." I said, "You know what? I'll just walk out into the middle of the parking lot, and you can find me standing there." And he goes, "Oh my God, you are tiny." Get over here. He is just such a big teddy bear. I was like, oh my gosh. And his girlfriend, Rachel, she's a sweetheart.
Girlfriend?
Yeah.
What happened to the wife?
Oh, no, don't tell me. I don't like. Oh,
where did we go?
That's too bad.
Yeah.
Oh well, at least he's back in the saddle again.
Yeah. Yep. She's 20.
Oh, jeez.
He's 20.
Well, he's going, what, 26?
23.
There's a Korean label where you click the link.
No, that was EVG again. His other one says that he's the device wasn't available, so I kicked it just now since he tried to come up with the other one. I don't know what's going on.
No, Hyperion's back in the chat.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant in the basement.
No. I didn't know if Hyperion would click the link and come up here and visit with us or not.
It's so funny. Every time Tim does that, say hello to my little friend, or that's okay.
Hello, my little friend.
That I'm like, you gotta meet him, period. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
Good.
You.
I'm good.
Awesome.
Who's that?
Your girlfriend.
I have many of them, so I don't know which one you are.
Oh, I see.
Okay, it's one of two people.
Not Kathy's Corner, is it?
No, I do not know her.
God, please.
Rhonda?
Hey, is that the
can't be
missus?
Rhonda's voice.
You what?
I said, is that the missus? It's vintage.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm back.
They gone. I don't know. I didn't kick them out, but they're gone.
Who said that?
Must have been somebody we didn't know.
You know
That's
the
Kathy.
best way to store coins?
That's Kathy. She's in the background over here.
I knew it. That's what I was like. Is that the missus?
That's my wife.
Giggling for too long. That's how I didn't think it was.
You know,
me.
the voice sounded familiar, but I just couldn't place it.
Hi, Miss Kathy.
Hello.
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 Did she actually say she was my girlfriend?
Yep.
Yep, she's.
She's Henri.
That's a good one. It threw me off for a bit.
She's Henri when she gets the mood.
I just got up, so give me a break.
What time
She
is
finds it hard to keep up with my wild side, so she just lets me run amok sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, I can only imagine going out with you, Craig. Oh, jeez.
I'm kind of like a bad cup of coffee, a little strong and not enough flavor.
Yeah, but you know something? I'm the quiet one usually in a crowd, but I come on strong afterwards.
That's
I'm
well,
just the one going, look at me. Look at me. Okay.
Melissa, you mean, okay, if I heard you right, Sen Hoarder said you're small. How tall are you? 5 feet?
Mhm.
Oh, God. You are small.
Yeah, well, he was in a big truck, and I was jumping up and down the parking lot. I'm over here, and he's like, "I see you."
Melissa's 5 feet when she's standing on a stool.
I'm 5 foot when I got my flip flops on.
Here we go.
EVG, is that Palladium?
No, it's a new way to store coins. I'm gonna make a video about that. It's how you store coins in a single bar.
Are you
So-
making bars now?
Oh yeah, I've been making those. See? It's like you have perfect coins here.
Yeah,
Mhm.
those are coals. CULL.
There's
Yep.
just coins that's not damaged at all here. That's just probably
all
like
cool.
MS-70 here. So
Yeah.
but they take way too much space.
So you're mixing those with license plates from the local jail and
So
making bars out of them?
that's how you shrink them and
Store them.
you store them before you decide to sell them back.
What?
Nice.
So if you saw my coin cleaning video, it's gonna be the second series of how to store the coins.
Good. And you're shipping those for free $99 to
No.
me?
No.
Act now.
I tried.
Oh, God.
DVG's
But,
got a
yeah.
good humor, but it's not quite as good as my humor.
How? Okay, so I would guess those are like around 80% silver and a little bit under.
Here?
Yeah.
Here it's about right now 100 grams of silver of coins, and
Okay.
average is about probably 70%. Because there's it's junk here.
Yeah, I mean, like I was just thinking, like off the top of my head, like Canadian quarters are 80%, and then other stuff's like work your way down.
But this bar is 999 after.
After you clean the coins, that's what's left over.
No, God, clean them.
No. One thing I'm gonna show you. Just a second.
Telling me, BG.
He's cleaning them in the
That's
pool.
how-
I
that's
know
how
why
you-
he's cleaning them.
No, you should
get
see the
impurities
my
out.
cleaning video. It's a
I
different
did
thing.
see it. I'm just being sarcastic.
He just likes
Hold
to
on.
give me a half heart attack.
No, when I was working with this bar was literally dick to me, and
He was a dick to you? What?
yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you why.
Making sure I heard you right.
I don't think I want to see that. It's true. Hmm.
Because you refine silver and you get like it's like cupelling process. You're getting all the like unnecessary material, all that shitty metal that you don't need here.
That's what I call the impurities. Like you just gotta
Yep.
roast that off of there.
But
Oh my God, you know what that makes me think of? That movie Running with Scissors.
when I was doing that
Guess I'm the only person that watched that movie.
Did you send that to Bobbit?
Oh my.
It looks like he's missing part of it.
Oh, I'm gonna find that clip now. Oh my God.
Oh my.
It's definitely missing a piece there.
He has it.
Somebody got a little crazy with the clippers.
He has it, or the stick thing. Yeah.
So that's what the freaking that silver piece did to me. That's why I'm calling it. It's been a total dick to me. It's like, no, you're not done with me. Here you go. It didn't even flip me over. It's just like, here's this small little dick with a hairy freaking balls. Here you go.
It didn't even feel good, did it?
No.
Oh God.
Oh, I missed you, buddy.
Oh.
But then he
But,
rubbed it
yeah.
out and it turned into that. So
Well,
I don't know.
Well, at the end, I turned it to that. Yeah.
He rubbed it out and now it's perfect.
Yep. I had to rub it.
Shine that baby right up. Woo.
I had to rub it, and yeah, now it's nice little bar.
Did you buy a stamp kit to stamp those with?
No, I didn't.
Oh my.
Oh, you got to get a stamp kit. You're going to have to stamp those if you're going to remarket them.
This one is already sold. This one is sold, but yeah, for next one, probably, yeah, I'll have to get like a stamp kit or something.
And you got to put a DVG or a KGB stamp on it.
Oh, jeez.
The silver dick.
It's a silver bar. It's a nice looking bar. He did a nice job on that. He's put some time into that.
He said,
How many hours do you have in that DVG?
Oh, I don't know, maybe about 6 or 8 hours, something between that.
oh wow.
So
Because I put it like into mirror finish. Like, I'm not talking about like melting stuff. I'm talking about polishing.
right. Is that
That's
5
it.
ounces?
No, this is an ounce.
So that's literally probably worth about $175 by the time you add your time in polishing it and all that.
Yeah, but I sold it way cheaper because it was like experiment, and that bar was giving me, as I sold it, as I showed you, it was giving me like, yeah, it was a total dick to me. So I don't want it anymore.
Yeah, well, I understand that, but
don't
it's a
blame you.
prototype.
Yeah.
So the next one that you stamp, you're gonna have to get a premium out of.
And so it's shiny on all sides. So it's like mirror finish on all sides.
It looks good.
Interesting.
So yep.
Excuse me.
So you're gonna turn that next cup of high dollar coins right there into more storage.
Yeah, those next MS-70s, I'm gonna store them probably in either in a bar or in like a couple bars, but they take way too much space.
Yeah.
So all this MS-70s, yeah.
Are you gonna do that live?
No, I'm recording the video, and it's videos in the making right now, actually.
Okay, cool.
And one of the things gonna be that's in a few minutes I'll show you how to store your coins properly. That will waste your time and money. Sounds like a great deal. So let's go.
Brilliant.
I think the even more brilliant deal would be to have people send you their coins so you could store them properly for them and you could send them back
Yep.
for a small fee.
For about like, I'll cut it in half and send another half. Yeah.
Huh.
She said,
60-40 split. You get the 60, they get the 40. How about that?
Yeah, sounds good. Yep.
That's what I'm thinking.
okay, this is what made me
All right.
what he did with that. I might get started.
Or do you want to start?
We still don't have any sound, Melissa.
Oh, do over.
But what does it mean, Dad? It means our financial situation is turning round. It means things are looking upward, literally.
I got to let
The ship is
Kathy back
pointing
in.
out of the pot towards heaven, to God.
Darn it.
My turd is a direct communication from the Holy Father.
Okay. I'll get you just a second, I promise.
No.
Hey, Craig. Alexander Smith wants to know what a
God
premium is.
He is the funniest man in the universe. Agnes, I want you to carefully remove this. Take it outside and let it dry in the sun. We're starting a shrine, Agnes. A shrine. Hope, let's prepare.
What are we listening to?
Okay, here.
Dad's wanting shit. See how the coil is breaking out of the surface of the water? Holy Father.
Let me draw you a nice bath.
Agnes, go get a shoehorn. A shoehorn, Agnes.
Is he looking at a toilet?
Dad.
Yes.
It means our financial situation.
Is it still not still
turning round.
like
It
that?
means things are looking upward. Literally, the ship is pointing out of the pot towards heaven, to God. My turd is a direct communication from the Holy Father. No.
You gotta be kidding.
Laugh. God is. He is the funniest man in the universe.
I'll be right back, guys.
Agnes, I
On
want you to
this
carefully
note.
remove this. Take it outside and let it dry in the sun. We're starting a shrine, Agnes. A shrine. Hope, let's prepare.
So when you said it, you showed it was pointing up, I was like, it immediately made me think of that movie. It's pointing to the sky.
I think EG's at a loss for words.
I'm like, I already have an
I
example.
have plenty to say, but I don't think it'd be worth anything. But
I love that movie. It's so funny. It's
what's the
sad.
movie called?
Running with Scissors. It's from like 96 or 7. I don't know.
Anybody seen the movie Wrath of Man yet?
No. If it's a new movie, I probably won't see it for another 10 years because I won't pay to watch movies.
You want to hear something there, Craig?
Yeah.
Wife and I just realized that we have this service. My son he's paying for us. He's into movies. He's into, streaming and all that stuff, and he's teaching us how to catch up on our movies. We didn't realize that with us working and taking care of our parents for the last 12 years, how many movies we didn't see, even when they came on TV for free. It was unbelievable.
Yep.
And then, another thing too, a lot of our old videotapes from Disney that we had when the kids were little, we're showing them to the kids, and they love them.
And we got a bunch down the basement.
Yep. And once in a while, we'll pull out a VCR or let the grandkids watch some of the Disney movies.
Those are popular right now. I was noticing when I went to a yard sale, they were selling for $5 a piece.
Well, that's what I told Kathy. There's no point in getting rid of them. They're, as long as the tapes will still play, they're still valuable.
Well, I transferred I have a borrow. A friend of mine's got a VCR that you can put it on a DVD player.
Yeah.
That's what I did. I took a few of them. I know they're going to get old because, some of the tapes are Renee's 35. So we got them when she was 3 and 4. So those tapes are over 30 years old.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Boo. Did you bring enough to share with the class? I hear snacks.
I don't hear any snacks.
That's me. I'm eating salami and soda with crackers.
That sounds.
I'm eating Pringles.
Pringles. They're not the new Wendy's spicy chicken Pringles, are they?
Nope, just regular. Good old classic.
Who's that?
Oh, I got a bag of Lay's potato chips. You can't just eat one.
My loser ass went and ate broccoli out of the fridge earlier. The nerve. God.
Broccoli? Oh my God. Ugh.
Yes. I was like,
I'd choke on that.
I love broccoli.
You gotta put cheese on it.
Raw broccoli?
Sometimes I'll have a spaghetti taco.
I never.
Yeah, when I was a kid, we ran out of bread one time. We had plenty of tortillas. So my mom had made spaghetti the night before, and I was hungry. It came from baseball practice, and I said, there's no bread. I'm not going to go to the store to get bread just because I'm tired. I need to take a shower. I need to do homework. I need to get in bed by 10 o'clock. So I just pulled out a tortilla and put reheated spaghetti, put in the tortilla. My wife said, "You still eat that stuff like that?" I go, "Yeah, I ate it as a kid. Still like it."
Yep, broccoli with cheddar cheese on it.
Ugh.
You can eat anything on a tortilla.
Yeah.
Or a raw broccoli and ranch.
Yes, you read my mind. I was like, ranch dressing? Heck yeah.
Why not blue cheese?
You know something? I don't like ranch dressing. I'd rather have Thousand Island, Italian,
No,
none of that
ranch,
sweet
all
stuff.
about the ranch.
I mean, I'll have Olive Garden salad dressing on a salad, but
That's a vinaigrette.
right. Italian dressing makes me sad. I don't know why.
You're not getting the right kind, evidently.
Gotta get the spicy guy.
You got to get the zesty.
There you go.
I'd rather have a tortilla with butter and salsa.
Ew.
Butter? You said ooh for butter?
Everything needs butter.
Good salsa.
Well, salsa is pretty tasty. It's a little bit on the spicy side.
I love spicy.
Spicy, I should say hot side. Not spicy. Spicy is taste, and hot is when you burn your mouth.
Right.
Talking
I
about
didn't even grow
spicy.
peppers this year.
Oh,
Dave.
Yeah,
I've had
talking,
2-3 plants of peppers, and it's given me already a couple pounds already.
Yeah, we didn't even do any this year. The blackberries grew. That was it. Because I was like, I'm not messing with it.
yeah, talking about spicy. I've ordered like 10 spicy sauces from like, I don't know if you saw that YouTube channel. It's First We Feast, when they have like when I talk to celebrities and they like
Yeah, eat the chicken wings.
and yeah, go one by one.
Mhm.
So I got the set of those, and I was thinking, it's like, should I do it during my live stream, like during the auction? And actually, I tried those. They're not bad. I hate one. I hate one sauce because it tastes like shit.
Is it too like vinegary? It's like got too much of that wang to it. You're just like,
It's really tastes like somebody took barbecue sauce, burned it down,
and put it on a dirty sock.
yeah, exactly.
What shit?
Yeah.
And so it's only one sauce out of them that is like that. All of them, like, they're really good.
Oh, banana wrap? I can't eat bananas. I throw up every time I taste them or even smell them.
Yeah, I can have peanut butter on them.
Yeah, and that's also there is like what I think they call it the bomb.
Mm-hmm.
So it's number 8.
Like on the Scoville.
On the Scoville, yeah, you go to the like 1 through 7, it's all good. Then you try that shit. Literally. And then after that, they have couple other sauces that taste freaking good, but they had to put that one somewhere in the middle that tastes like shit.
EVG, I put a link in the private chat, and then I put the channel name for the link right underneath it.
Yep, I see it.
You get a hold of that guy and tell him you want some sauce from him.
Oh, wow.
He makes homemade hot sauce.
Okay.
And his name is
Wayne.
Making It Wayne is his channel name, but his name is almost unpronounceable because he's from the Dominican Republic.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's like my name, almost not pronounceable because I'm from Florida.
Nicest guy of the world, though, and he's got some sauces. If he's got any left in inventory, you would like it.
There's one secret aardvark habanero sauce.
Yeah.
I'll check it, but yeah, from that show, it's literally, it's like, I don't know why they're making a big deal of that show.
I think I already know which one it is. I'll look. from the private. I was
Because
so
yeah, all sauces are good except that freaking number 8, the bomb, that's takes like freaking I don't know. Yeah.
not the
What,
bomb.
what do you guys mean by a
old
number 8?
socks.
Is that a measure of hotness or what? Or
No, the measure of hotness it's way higher. It's like as they have the scorch level, whatever.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
it's called a
Double
Scoville.
Zeros and Carolina Reapers are like 1 million, 2 million, I think.
But yeah, Carolina Reaper is not there at the highest. The highest sauce it's in the world's Guinness record there. But the thing is, the sauce I'm talking about is like it's not about the scorch level. Yeah, it's hot sauce, but it tastes literally like what Hoover said. It's just like somebody wore the old socks for I don't know 10
It's
weeks.
funky. You're like, that's not even like tastes good. It's not
Yeah.
even fun. You're
Yeah,
like,
somebody wore the old socks for 10 weeks, then put the freaking burnt chicken in there and burnt barbecue sauce in there, and here's the sauce.
here you go.
Somebody used some bad pesto when they made the sauce out of the pesto.
Yeah, it's
And I like pesto, so
it tastes it
JC,
tastes
it's true
horrible.
that I don't care for bananas. Pointing coin in text on that is my mom took me to the doctor because she thought there was something wrong with me because I didn't like bananas. I would spit it up as a child, and then Dad jokes about it. At the time when I was little, he said that when he was in the Philippines and they ran out of food, the only thing they could eat was coconuts and bananas. And for the I don't know how long he ate bananas on the island, but I guess it passed it on to me because I just can't stand the taste or even the smell of bananas. My mom one time put a slice of banana in a cake, and I threw up as soon as I put the thing in my mouth, the cake in my mouth. I just hurled during a birthday party, my birthday party.
he said, nope,
Nope,
not for me.
Yeah, I just cannot eat bananas at all. Dennis said
Not
he had-
everything's for everybody.
Excuse me?
Not everything is for everybody.
Yes, well, it's not for me. I tell you that right now.
That's like my wife. She loves cooked asparagus, but I won't eat it cooked.
You know, it's
It has-
funny you say that because there's a
It's
lot of things.
squishy, then it's gross.
It's not that. I don't like the flavor of it after it's cooked.
You see, I can.
I like it when it's raw because it's got a sweet flavor to it. But once
Let
it's cooked, it
me
loses
ask you
that
this,
flavor.
Craig: can you eat cooked spinach?
No.
Can you eat
I
raw
can.
spinach?
Yeah, I love raw spinach.
Same thing with me. I can't stand cooked spinach, but I'll eat raw spinach.
Yep, I'll eat it all day long.
I'll eat both all day long.
I
And a
can
lot of
eat pretty
people
much
don't like-
anything. Hey,
A lot of people don't like kale, but I love kale. Kale tastes
Yeah.
good.
can you
like
guys
kale at
eat
all.
the caviar?
Have I ever had caviar?
Yeah, can you eat the caviar?
I'm
I've
kind of
never had
scared of it.
Fish
Why,
egg?
why eat fish eggs when you eat the whole fish?
Yeah.
Because you can eat like instead of
Well, I
one
don't eat
fish,
fish eyeballs.
instead of one fish,
That's
you can
true.
eat like
That's true.
1,000 fish.
I'd rather have the fish.
You guys
Yeah,
think
Can
about
you
it,
eat one?
just go
I'd rather have the meat.
Yeah,
Right.
I would too.
I'd rather have the crab legs, but you know who's counting?
That's sweeter than lobster meat, so
I don't know. I like lobster meat too.
yeah. But crab legs are more work, but they taste better than lobster, I think.
I don't know. They're about the same.
Well, guys, I have to be up in 3 hours, and I'm pretty sure my wife's going to get me up at 7:30. So it's 4:30 here in California time. So I'd like to say good night, Melissa. It was great to see you.
It was good.
Good to see you, Hector.
It was
too.
really, really awesome to see you guys again. Brian, glad to see you again. EBG, thank you for the conversation. Guys,
Yeah,
have
have
a
a good
nice
night, Hector.
day. Have a nice weekend. Stay healthy. Wash your hands. Make sure you guys stay close. And I'm going to come back as much as possible now.
And go get a puppy.
I got my. Well, I can't say it too loud in case my wife hears it. I got a line on 2 of them. I got a pair. I got a pair. And,
Yeah, I'm gonna go lay back down myself. So
Good to
Yeah.
see you, Brian. I'm glad you're
It was
doing
so
okay,
good
buddy.
to see you, Brian. I'm glad you came in.
Okay, guys.
Thanks. We'll talk
Be
to you
careful.
guys
Be
later.
safe. Talk to you guys all
Yeah.
later.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Good night and good day.
Yeah, you too.
Be good.
I have a question, guys.
Oh.
About fish. People in US, as far as I know, you don't eat carp, right?
No.
Now, explain me why.
Tell them why no carp. You
No
fish.
what?
No carp.
Carp? There's carp around here.
Okay, but why do people generally not eat carp?
It's a lot of work.
Eat
It's
what?
bony.
Bony.
It's also meat in there, but why you don't eat carp? Because it's like bottom feeder or what?
I mean, I've heard of ways to cook it to where it's really, really good and everything, but I've just never tried it, and I would, but it's a bony fish to fillet.
No, it's not a bony fish.
Really?
No, it's not a bony fish at all.
Well, in southern Illinois.
Well, yeah, I mean,
No, I caught a carp that was about 30 pounds, and it's not a freaking bony fish at all. And one another ways I was like, people telling me why you don't eat carp here. It's why we don't eat carp here is because it's a bottom feeder. But then I was like, okay, people eat catfish.
yeah, I love to eat catfish.
Yeah,
What's
as
the
long as
difference,
it's
though?
not muddy.
Right.
Like
But catfish is a freaking bottom feeder as well.
Yep.
True.
People eat sturgeon. Sturgeon is a freaking bottom feeder as well.
I
Yep.
can't stand
Sturgeon is a part of the carp family, though.
Yeah. So people eat sturgeon but don't carp. What the fuck?
What's that crazy thing
The crazy thing.
that's by the spillway?
I've got pictures of it. Mom and Dad, spoonbills.
Yeah, the spoon. They look like a dinosaur fish.
And it's like if we go even further, it's like okay, we eat shrimp with crab. They're all bottom feeders. So
But,
why
yeah.
carp is singled out?
So
It's not as pretty, and nobody wants to catch carp. But they
Is
want to
it?
catch the good-looking fish.
That's kind of like
Same
in
as a
the
dog
bass
fish?
family, the drum. The drum's kind of the same way in the bass family.
isn't the carp the same as a dogfish?
No.
Mm-mm.
Oh, those are nasty.
No, actual carp tastes pretty good. I eat carp. I don't know why like people here don't eat
It
it.
kind of looks like a koi, like an oversized goldfish in a way, you know.
Because
It's
the
kind
carp-
of, but it's not
they-
Not fully, yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
all the crap off the bottom. So they taste like nasty.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. The taste is even better than a catfish.
I don't know.
My wife had never had catfish until I made her eat some. So
That's cool.
Catfish is good.
it is. My favorite fresh catch fish is crappie.
Mine's bluegill. Bluegill all day.
Used to call him blue gale. It's little like
I got so spoiled here in Florida. I'm not even catching the catfish. I can catch the catfish every cast pretty much. Like
Perch is good.
there are so many catfish here. It's like it's not even fun. It's like oh, catfish.
Yeah, but there's different levels of catfish too.
oh
Yeah.
Gonna say.
The channel cats or the blue cats that they catch here in the Midwest are way different than the catfish that
Oh,
you
yeah,
get in Florida.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting here that we
And you
call it
don't
here
find
is
ones
they
here.
call it here it's hardhead.
Steelhead,
Oh,
the steelhead catfish.
Hardhead, yeah.
a
Hardhead.
hardhead.
Flathead.
Hardhead.
Well, if you come over here, don't eat any over here. They're nasty.
Oh, flathead.
Ooh.
Ah.
Some of the catfish that my buddies getting around here are 50 to 75 pounds.
Yeah. The river dwellers, if I can say it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
we
good
have
one,
some
yeah.
We have some man-made lakes where we've got catfish that are probably the size of cars and buses.
That's what I've heard about the strip mine ponds around here.
Yeah. That's where we have catfish named Big Mo that we can't ever get.
Did you say Moby?
Yeah.
Big Mo.
DVG likes to chase those swordfishes and stuff like that.
That'd be cool.
Wouldn't it? Good morning,
Bluefin
Sean.
tuna or something like that.
Now I can get down with some tuna.
I'm gonna go catch one of them big bluefin tuna.
I don't want to
That thing
catch
pull
it.
you-
I
that
want
would
to.
pull you in the water.
That's what I said. I don't want to catch it. I want to eat it.
EVG, how many mackerels or salmon have you caught?
In Florida, none yet, but when we were in Wisconsin, it was thousands of pounds.
I wish we could have went to see you and get on the boat before you moved. That would have been fun.
Kathy's family likes to go salmon fishing up there in Michigan.
You should have, because I had a nice charter boat in there and we were catching fish left.
Yeah, but
lots
Kofi
of fish in
Fisher
there.
kicked in, and it was like, well, kick that idea off the table.
Yeah. I kind of miss it because here we don't have Mount Florida. We don't have like king salmon here, and back there, people didn't take like caviar, like fish eggs,
Mhm.
and I was like, okay, I knew all the captains, all the charter captains, and telling them it's like, you clean the fish, you keep the fish eggs, store it to me, store it for me, and I can I was able to resell it to Russians for about $100 per pound.
Dang, son.
Oh yeah.
$100 a pound. That's all right.
Caviar is expensive, an expensive man's endeavor. I just don't understand it. I'd rather eat the fish.
You don't need to understand it. You need to understand one thing. You can sell it to Russians for $100 a pound. That's it.
I love EVG.
So, do you want to buy caviar from me? Is that what you're trying to do?
That's what I was thinking.
I'll buy it for $10.
Your neighbor will buy it for 20.
I'll sell it to him. I'll buy it for 10.
How about 90 and I'll drive it to you?
No.
I knew it. Fine.
You ought to sell them by one egg at a time.
I'll put them in a nice metal container for you.
Yeah, you can wear it as a necklace.
I don't want a caviar that you can wear as a necklace.
I can't believe those necklaces people bought that had the little fish in it. I thought that's just cruel.
So, EVG, since you're in Florida, have you been on a sailboat yet?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Are you planning to?
I'm not actually like a sailboat guy. I don't like sailboats.
No, I didn't mean like you were going to run a sailboat. Have you been out on like a chartered sailboat or
For
anything?
leisure time for you.
Not like a backyard sailboat, but like a big, like yacht size sailboat.
No.
Get the yacht rock going, you know.
Eventually I'm gonna buy my own yacht, sailboat, whatever, to run charters again. But yeah, it's probably not gonna happen in the next like 2 or 3 years. So I'm kind of slow mo right now.
Have you gotten everything moved yet?
No, I moved everything.
Where did he move from?
He was in Wisconsin. Was that right?
Yep.
Up in Kenosha.
Oh, wow.
Let's go.
And he moved to
Sheboygan.
Sheboygan. Yeah,
Yep.
my bad.
I don't know why he wanted to go down there to the hot weather with all the people that are, not
Run the boat
necessarily
more.
friendly, but
Well, I'll tell you why. Because I'm an old fog that's probably like younger than you. I'm like 38 years old almost, and I lived in Russia during winters and summers, and I'll say that's summer that's green one. It's kind of right, but white summer it sucks.
So you get like what, a whopping 55 degrees for summer?
Yep.
So now you're in Florida where the winter is at a high of about 40.
Yep.
And the summertime, the high is about 120 with about 90% humidity.
No, actually, the summer here is like so far been about 90 degrees, and humidity was about 65. So I don't complain about that.
How far away from Dade County are you?
I'm in Port Charlotte. I'm about I will say like 40 miles away from St. Petersburg, Sarasota area.
Oh, you're up north.
Yeah.
On
Like,
the east side or on the west side of Florida?
West side.
So you're north of Tampa?
Yeah, Tampa side, yeah.
You're north of Tampa then?
I'm south of Tampa, yeah.
South of Tampa, okay.
Yeah.
That's not too bad of an area.
So, yeah, I like it. I've already figured out fishing, like how to fish for blue crab. I want to figure out how to fish for shrimp, and it's a season. It's a shrimp season right now. And I'm kind of late to figure it out how it's done, but yeah, maybe next year.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'll get it.
If not, the KGB may be able to send you some manuals.
Oh yeah. I already sent the request. So it should be reply should be coming back soon.
Did you get your claims in Colorado all hemmed up, taken care of?
Yep.
Good deal.
He's a businessman. He doesn't let things lull.
Oh, I know. I mean, on here, I know plenty of people are like, ooh, but it's more speculation than anything. But yeah.
No, I'm not gonna be like I'm gonna keep my claims. I'm not gonna selling the claims. Because those claims they hold shit tons of gold in there, and yeah.
Now we know just to put a nice little sieve / fancy thing at the end, like right before the neighbors, to catch the big nugs.
No, it's not doing like about like what to call it's like the flash flow when there's like the water rushing down.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is like when I was claiming the claims, I was doing the thing. It's like I was looking at there's the gold claim they're mining here, and then I was going up the stream. And I stopped at the point when there were no more gold coming down. So I claimed all the area around where the gold was coming from. If it makes sense, I don't know how to explain. It's like you need to see the maps and stuff.
You were getting the hot spots.
Pretty much, yeah. I was going for a hotspot, claiming it's like that shit is mine. You're not gonna get it. That's it.
What's this called? Mine.
And it's called mine. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He speculated his mind, and it's all his.
Exactly. Double entendre.
It was lots of fucking footwork, and I almost fell from a freaking mountain.
Don't do that.
It was a couple years ago when I was, you have to put the stakes, like your corner stakes.
For your
When
property spots.
like when you claim the land, you
Mm-hmm.
put a freaking stake. And one of the areas where I had to put it, it was freaking like 50-degree incline that had to climb in. And it was a loose gravel in there, so I climbed there up trying to put the freaking stake in there. I put it in there and trying to go down, and then it was a nice freaking slide down.
You just lose your footing and go wee, and it's not fun.
It was like wee,
Yeah, he probably lost more than his footing. He probably lost half of his heart health.
Yeah.
And probably a nice pair of boxers too.
God.
Well, I had an RV nearby, so I just wanted there. I wanted there. I changed and went to put another stake.
It just kept on rocking.
Yep. And it wasn't on YouTube, but there's some videos that I posted to my Patreon channel that. Yeah.
Well, see, now you should just use one of your drones and like drop it. Be like, here, there you go.
You got to actually drive the stake in the ground, so the drone's not going to do that.
Yeah, you have to drive the stake in the ground. You have to put the corners. You have to do.
I just tossed it there like it counts.
And if somebody interested in buying the claim, don't do it on eBay. Don't do it like there are so many scumbags. It's not even funny.
Right.
There are lots of people who do just paperwork without putting the stakes, without putting the borders, without doing proper paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't buy it.
Yeah. It's like, you know what? You can look at a Google map and figure out where it's supposed to be. Hire somebody to go do it and just get it done.
Greg Lee wants to know if you'll send him some pay dirt to Australia.
If you pay the shipping.
Let me see. I'm just don't see the chat. Hold on.
So, EVG, who's going to be the next hair victim?
I don't know yet.
I don't know. I mean, you usually do it,
I do it spontaneously.
at the beginning of the year. So, I mean, you've got a while.
I do it spontaneously. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, Justin's was before his birthday. I think that was like February or March, possibly. And then, no, wait, mine was February. And Trolls was. I think Justin, no, Justin was summertime. So, yeah, his was something like that.
We'll see. I don't know. We'll pick one. Don't worry about it.
Timing has to be right, and he has to be in the mood.
Right. See, at least he gave me enough time to grapple with it, and I was ready. And Scott was home, and I was like, dang it. So I was like, honey, I want your input. No. And I was like, but he's like, it's not even a discussion. I was like, no, because you're not discussing it. I was like, oh, screw this. When Trolls was like, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. I was like, you know what? You're right. We're doing this.
Hey, Mills.
Yes. I like the reaction. I was like, I want on your stream like, shave your head. You're like, I don't give a shit what my husband thinks. I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah, I was like, don't tell me what to do. That's what did me in.
There's
like,
something wrong with Google.
Why?
Because I just got a notification from Google that Life, Liberty, and Levin is going to have a new episode on Fox News tonight.
Okay. Elaborate, because I don't know what you're saying to me.
Well, Google is a left-wing Democratic run company.
Oh, Craig.
And Life, Liberty, and Levin is like on the far, far, far right spectrum of like Alex Jones of conservatism.
I asked for it, so.
So for Google to put out a notification on an Android device that there's going to be a new episode of Life, Liberty, and Levin on Fox News, there's something wrong somewhere.
I collect coins.
Well, I can shrink your collection a little bit if you want.
Hey, how does that work with painted coins? Because I know one's coming my direction, and I'm like, oh, ugh.
You know, EDG wants to help you stack, don't you?
I want help stacking that one because I don't want to look at a painted ASE.
With the painted coins, the way it's gonna work, you send me the coins, I'll shrink them, and then I'll send you the buckets of paint.
Awesome.
Yeah, he wants to shrink your Mercury collection so it doesn't take up so much room.
He can shrink it into a 16D for me.
Well, then you can form it into whatever you want. You can stamp 60D on it.
That's what I want. Thank you.
You can stamp
I just
whatever,
want
like
my blood, and I'll be happy.
79S on it. It's just gonna be up to you.
I'm not wishy-washy. I said what I wanted. I got plenty of 2020 ASCs. I'm sure we could figure out something to make out of those.
Yeah, you can stamp whatever you want on those, yeah.
Hey, you can make me a little corgi.
I don't know, that's a lot of polishing if he's going to put a mirror finish on it.
Nah, I didn't have to have a mirror finish. Those dogs never have a mirror finish.
Well, if I have to put a mirror finish on it, it's a plus 25% premium.
If you want a mirror finish on something like that, EVG's going to be cross-eyed.
Yeah, I don't need a mirror finish on the puppy doggy.
Yep.
No antiquing, just natural.
Not natural, okay.
I mean, I want the chunks off of there so it looks like a dog, but you know.
Natural, you might end up with a
turd pointing towards the
sky.
The
one that I showed you before. With
yep.
Dick sign.
Yeah, it's pointing to the sky.
Yep, pointing to the sky one.
She likes that one, EVG, but she wants it to be bigger.
Oh my gosh, that cracked me up. That because I thought of that. Get in here, everyone.
Well, we can try to make one bigger, but no promises.
Okay. But one close to that would be funny.
But yeah.
I don't think if I looked at laying out in my living room, people would just look at it like, what's that?
That's where you tell them it's progressive art.
Exactly. I'm like, if you don't get it, I'm not even explaining it to you.
Yeah, I showed it to some people like in Instagram before, and people were saying like, you should have cut it off and sell it on eBay.
Oh gosh,
I would agree with that, EVG.
What?
They told him that he should have cut it off and sold it on eBay.
Oh yeah, I heard that part.
And I told him I would agree with that.
Okay, that's what I didn't hear. Yeah, they'd buy it for sure.
Sure.
Kathy's like,
so
not
that's small little silver
weenus.
Yeah. People would have bought it.
Yeah,
Dude.
you'd be surprised.
People will buy canned air from Kentucky.
Okay, next time I'm gonna just fart in a can and sell it.
Yeah, basically that's what happened. Just swing the jar through the air and put the lid on it. It counts.
You know what I want to market is dehydrated water.
Nice.
Just open the box and add water.
Yeah.
You know, there's probably be people out there that would buy it.
Oh dear.
Yeah, probably.
They'd probably sell it in a plastic bottle. Dehydrated water.
Okay, I'm just gonna open up, I don't know, like open beer cans.
Yeah, we should be writing these down. This is like an awesome think tank right now.
Okay, we're gonna have like business ideas here, right?
Right.
I better copyright that.
I mean, why not? They made flip flops that have no flip on the top. It's just the flop on the bottom.
The what?
Yeah. Well, what was that thing called? It was a flip flop, but it just sticks to the pad of your foot.
Yeah, it's like
It was like what, $30 for
little pads that fit your toes
Is
perfect.
that like a flip
Your
flop?
toes and
the bottom, the whole sole of your foot. Yeah.
it just stuck to it.
It's like 10 of them for $15. Maybe I don't remember. We were watching
Like
something.
flip flops like you wear on your feet?
Yeah, they're like disposable soles.
Yeah, but it just molds to the bottom of your foot. You can wear it like a couple times, or maybe just for a day or something, and pitch them and keep on rocking. Nothing on the top, so that way you don't have a tan line on the top of your foot. But then you step on rocks or stuff, and then it doesn't,
So you can get the perfect tan line on your heel.
Yeah. No flip flop stripe on the top of your foot.
So, you see, we already have a CMK in the chat that agrees was one of the prototypes. So
You
we
know,
have-
SMK doesn't live too far away from me, EVG.
I know. So we already have a one client.
SMK does some cool stuff.
Scoutmaster K.
Scoutmaster K. Yes, I want to know. Did the gargoyles ever stay at your house? Because it's been a while.
Hey, it's okay. Maybe we should do like a collab video, something like we're not too far. Just meet up and do some cool videos, something.
Nice. See, Sean Cross is on the same idea as me.
So cool. Yeah.
Solar powered clothes dryers.
There you go.
Yeah. I'll send you like a couple nails and
You guys can talk shop.
the rope.
Well, the other person that EVG needs to hang out with is Majestic.
You realize he's closer to Novus now because he's in Florida.
Novus is MIA. Novus has not been around for 2 years.
Oh, bullshit. Novus is findable. Trust.
Uh-huh.
Novus is
Waldo.
around. Novus is he is around, and but he's
You got to catch him at the right time.
he's on Miami side. He's
Yes.
like different side. He's different
Platform.
not platform, but he's on about 3 hours away from me. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant like he was streaming somewhere else, different site. Oh, I
He's
was
like a little bit farther away from me.
That's cool, SMK. I love Majestic. He is such a big sweetheart.
Yeah, he's supposed to email me or call me. He never has.
That dude will give you everything in his house if you just let him keep talking. I swear. It's like, no, stop.
But yeah, SMK shoot me mail pretty like Yeah, you're about probably an hour away from me, maybe less. So we should probably make some call-up video or something.
You guys would have a blast together.
Oh yeah, EVG. Have you ever seen his indoor pool area where he would stream in the mornings, talking to us? Like, oh god, I know it's been over a year ago, easily.
Yeah,
but-
he doesn't do a lot of streaming anymore. We're gonna have to work him back into that.
Trolls. Good morning.
Well, I could go to his swimming pool and do the stream from his pool. I don't
Yeah.
mind.
He's got a nice little setup indoor by the pool.
Hit
Trolls. I thought maybe you didn't like us anymore, trolls. You weren't talking to me.
Oh no, Trolls loves us.
Oh, Trolls is in there now.
Yeah, we miss trolls.
Well,
He
good.
hooked me up on a dance go. Ha ha! It was nice. $26. Can't beat it.
Hey, same case. So sounds like a plan. Just shoot me an email.
SMK
So
says,
once we get EVG and SMK together, then we'll probably never hear from either one of them again. They'll be out hanging out over the weekend.
they're gonna be all like, "We got money making ideas. Let's go."
Yeah, we're gonna like, oh, Hoover
Good
Shell.
ones, not
with a-
crazy ones.
We're gonna ditch those. We're gonna go to different one.
They're going to be out in the woods with campfires and stuff, fishing.
Yeah, in their UGG boots. You can do that in Florida because it's warm.
No, Hoover.
Kathy, have you ever heard the UGG boot story from EVG?
Watch out for those gators.
EVG's not afraid of gators. He's at the KGB.
Yeah. No, EVG had a buddy and they went hunting, and the guy wore UGG boots, and it was a mess.
Yeah, I bet EVG didn't wear UGG boots.
No, he did not.
No, I didn't wear dog books. No. That fucking story was a fucking mess because
Did you wear flip flops?
no.
Oh,
I'm never ever taken anybody from Illinois hunting. Sorry,
that's
Hoover. Sorry, Hoover. I know.
It's okay. It's okay. I will accept that because I don't want to hunt anyway. But okay. But the
Because
story's good.
going deer hunting, you should supposed to be kind of stealth, all right? Cover your tracks and be kind of quiet. And then we had a dude from Illinois. Sorry, Hoover. Who was in his
loud.
what goes like
You wear like windbreaker pants, basically.
he was in his skink suit. That's
Yeah.
fucking as loud shit when he walks around.
I guarantee you, if you take treasure trolls hunting, he's not going to make a sound.
You won't hear me at all.
Good morning, sir.
Good
morning, trolls.
It's been like, what, 10 years since I've seen you?
Yes, sir.
It's good to see you.
Look at that beauty.
Trigger.
I need that. I like that.
Do you have one of those EVG?
Which ones?
Traeger.
Trigger.
Nice.
How many chickens can you get on there at once, trolls?
Oh, I have a better one. I have a better one and a larger one. That's a tiny one. Come on.
Here we go.
That's a tiny one.
Well, he's not on the coast catching hella fish that he needs to throw on there all at once.
No.
That looks like a great start to a late summer, early fall.
Oh yeah. And then the boss lady said well, if you're getting that, then I'm going to need a place to put more meat so you can smoke it. I said, okay, let's go get you a chest freezer. But we got her an 8 cubic foot chest freezer.
Chest
No
freezer
purse.
is not an upright?
No
No.
purse.
Oh, man. You're going to have to rotate that one.
That's why we only went with the 8. Which, it's just a little guy.
Hey, a little better than nothing. You still got to rotate them.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good size for like 3 people and a little person, I'd say.
Maybe, yeah, 3 people and a little person, yeah. That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
The
It's a
little
tiny
guy's
one.
not going to stay little very long.
I know, but
The little guy's going to stay little very long, but the oldest one is looking at a place to move out. The middle one is 2 years away from graduation, and he's wanting to go to college. And that's just going to leave me, Mama, and Turdmonger.
Is the said one that's looking to go to college straightened up yet?
For the most part, yeah.
Seen the error in his ways and made amends?
Yes.
Well, I'm happy to hear that.
I'm gonna call it because I have to cap in about an hour and a half. So I'm just gonna get a little bit of nap and then keep rolling.
EVG, it was great to talk to you again, my friend.
it was. I'm glad you got to come see the progress. And now Trolls is here. You can see his progress too. The band's back together.
Yep. Yeah, we should just like, I don't know, just send email to each other and maybe like make something a little bit earlier. So we can hang out.
SMK said he sent you an email, so
Okay, sounds good, but yeah, I'm out. I have to cap in about an hour and a half, so
okay, well have a good one. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah,
it's gonna
thanks for
be
hanging out.
the shittiest thing that is my wedding anniversary.
What do you want?
Wedding anniversary.
Today?
Yep.
You dingbat, why are you still up?
So that's why I'm going back to bed, so I can wake up
Well,
at least an
happy
hour and a half.
anniversary.
Yes, I hope. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you, guys.
And why she's been with you so long.
Because he's hilarious.
You'll have to fix her a lobster for dinner.
Now I'll figure it way out. So okay, see you guys.
Yeah, you better
All
go.
right, see you. Be good.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, he was on point tonight. He was hilarious.
So I got to ask you, Mr. Trolls, have you heard from Mr. Pat lately?
Yeah, I talked to Pat quite a bit.
How's he doing? I haven't seen him in a year or better.
He is working steady. They keep wanting him to take on more and more jobs with the company he's with. If it was,
I think I told you that I talked to him. What was that? Last Friday, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With that situation.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something else.
Oh, we got another doorbell. Yay! It's
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Vietnam.
Yeah.
Hey.
Tim says good morning.
How's
Hey,
Johnny
Ken.
doing?
Good.
I seen you the other night over there at Mr. Kittle's place.
Yeah, I'll pop in and watch him once in a while, but man, that guy plays games a lot. Loves
Yes,
his
he does.
Minecraft and whatever
I just
that other
played
game is that he
Minecraft
plays
all
all the time.
Fall Guys.
Yeah, Fall Guys.
The jumping beans.
Yep.
He's a riot.
Yeah.
He does some nightly rants that are hilarious.
Oh yeah.
What was your saying you were cracking me up with? Calmer than you.
You have to hear him say it.
Yeah,
He'll get on a rant and then be like, "Hey, simmer down, Mr. Kittles," and he's like, "Calmer than you."
Ooh.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get the plug-in for my computer here.
That looks like funny money backs.
Yeah,
Where did you score those at?
Better days.
On Facebook Marketplace.
I'll give you $1 for them all.
These are the boss ladies.
I'll give her $10.
Oh, that's another purse money. Whoop whoop.
Those are red seals.
Yep. Got 6 red seals and a Confederate $25 note.
Ooh.
For like
Cool.
$5.
Score.
Right.
That's a steal if it's real.
It's real.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know one person we knew that had one and was so happy, and he thought it was like passed down his family, and it ended up not being real.
Now, trolls, is that grilled just propane and pellets, or
it's just straight
electric?
Straight propane. Okay.
No, straight pellet, no propane.
Oh, cool.
It's a smoker, a grill, and convection oven, all in one.
Nice.
I will warn you if you don't want to store those pellets inside of it, because they'll condensate and it will actually end up causing issues with the elevator motor on it.
Yep.
But generally, they go through the pellets pretty fast. Like I've got a pit boss, and
The Traegers don't. They're pretty efficient. They're probably
That's cool.
probably one of the most efficient ones.
they're nice. They're nice.
I can't wait to move so I can use my charcoal grill.
2 hours. And I used 20% of bag.
Yeah, those are those 20-pound bags?
Yeah.
So he's using about a pound every 2 hours.
What's that?
Majestic. We were just talking about you. This must be Florida night.
I don't know.
Morning,
Majestic. I don't see Majestic. I haven't seen his face yet, so he may not be here.
He's here. He
I
said,
haven't seen him yet.
Kaboom. Here, I'll put that up there. Kaboom. All right, it's tea cool time.
I had to switch everything. Anybody at the top. As I'm coming out of you this morning, I apologize. Greg Lee, good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Come on, focus.
You know that's not going to happen.
What the heck is this? Oh, man.
Have you gotten anything new for yourself, Mr. Trolls?
Oh, gotten quite a few things from. See if I can.
Indians. Oh, trolls? I've got this from Scent Hoarder, so I'll be sending it to you if you buy some stuff tomorrow or not.
What you got?
Remember that free dime you got?
Oh yeah.
I would find it hard to believe that he wouldn't be buying something.
1830. No, that's not for sale. Those are for sale.
What have you found lately, other than the couple gems that you were showing, Mr. Argent?
Oh, I haven't bought a ton lately. I'm busy packing up, getting ready to move.
Move?
Yeah.
Oh
got a nicer apartment.
Nice.
A
How's the
dishwasher.
school?
What?
How's the school stuff?
Oh, good. I'm starting that next week. So it's like wonderful timing. I gotta move, start school, and work.
All that stuff that'll just, make your hairline shorter.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, move, start school. My work's starting to pick up, thankfully. So. That's for sale. That's
okay. That I've picked up.
Are those large slabs in your hand?
Those?
Yeah.
Yes. That is a MS-70 Sacagawea dollar from 2002.
Is that pre-presidential, or is that one of the presidential dollars?
Nope, that's the Sacagawea.
Okay.
And then I got a 2001 MS-65. That one's the D. 2002P MS-65. 2003P MS-65.
Sorry, guys, had to pee.
2003
How have you been? You.
Jessica, we back.
We back.
What's up, y'all?
How have you been?
I've been great. It's
Good.
been a rocky road, but you know what I mean?
Right. I see
Kind
you
of
have
on my list,
a
though.
bet because you're not wearing something that resembles my hair.
Did you ever email Ida, Mr. Majestic?
Been a long time, Majestic. Ain't seen you in a while, buddy.
Yeah, man. Everybody got sick with COVID, man, and then, I had a lot going on.
I know you did, but I still want you to get with her and see if we can get that pillow made for you.
Yeah, we're actually waiting for that right now until the piece of my arm gets finished because I've been sleeving up. I don't know if y'all seen it. Yeah, I've been sleeving up.
Oh,
Oh,
hey.
goodness. Here, let me put you up here. Maybe.
It's hard.
It is a touch screen. There we go.
Yeah, I had my father die, and then a whole bunch of people got sick, and it's just been crazy.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Flip this around. So.
God.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. That's some intensive needle therapy, brother.
Ooh, the turtle's pretty.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's badass. You're supposed to say it's pretty.
That's some heavy needle therapy right there.
Yeah, for sure.
And the octopus kind of wraps the whole arm, and then it's the whole backside. I'll show you in a minute. And then I got a new piece on there. Just last Sunday. I'm supposed to get tatted today, but it ain't healed fully.
Wow.
Dang, that's cool.
So that jellyfish right there. You you can kind of see where it's not finished right there. The blue comes all the way down to right there, and then comes around into the lettering right there. And then on the other side, that's blue too. And then the tentacles, and then the upper part of that jellyfish is not finished. That gets colored. And then the same color there goes all the way down that name. So that name's getting recolored as the same as that. And that's the only color I have in this sleeve tattoo. But then let me flip it around and I'll show you the octopus. This thing's sick. That shit.
God.
Whoa.
Wow.
Oh yes, that's
Wow.
Dude.
Wow.
I love when you can tell when you get a good tattoo artist when they can do the shading like that.
Make that shit pop.
Yep. That's
So
good.
that octopus actually wraps all the way into the lettering in front.
That's nice.
So then right here, it's so hard to do it backwards. Right. All right, let me flip it back around. It's so difficult. All right, so right here is going to be Nemo, a clownfish, and the anemone.
Yes.
It's going to be Nemo, a clownfish, and the anemone.
Yes.
Let's keep swimming.
So that
yellow is gonna look cool there
Oh,
too
yeah.
with that.
That's gonna pop out like crazy.
So the turtle's coming out the anemone with the clownfish, and then I have a huge blue whale that's going on there, a black tip reef shark, couple stingrays, and then after that there'll just be some bubbles filled in, and
Instead of bubbles, maybe just make a little pile of caviar.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about that earlier.
so it's really coming along great. So.
Well, the reason I asked you about the pillow is because I wanted to make sure you had the material stuff to set aside to send to her.
Yeah, we talked about it. We're on the same page, and thank you so much. You know, you're so awesome. I really appreciate that.
You hold a special spot on my list, and I
you're gonna make me cry up. Yeah, don't make me cry up here.
No, don't do that.
Oh,
man, you're an awesome guy, brother. For real.
I love.
You're pretty awesome too, dude.
He's awesome.
Hey, Hoof, I got something yesterday in the mail, and it didn't have no return address on it. I guess they figured I need Jesus.
Oh,
I need a little bit of Jesus in your life.
I was going to say, I put a return address on mine. Oh shit!
Look at that, Last Supper and all on the back.
That'd be scary for a minute.
Nice.
And then it's
awesome.
If you don't like it,
and then they said this was in the same package. That was in the same package. The Prospector bar.
Wow.
See, I would keep that and then find some other stuff you want to melt because EVG can show you how to store that properly.
And then these three right here was in there. I got 2 size 11s and a size 8.
11 teens.
The rings. Here's the 8. All this was in one package. They didn't have no address.
Dang.
Very nice.
Yeah. All that came in one package. I was like, good God, who's this pro? I
you
guess they
got
figured I need
Christmas in July, so that's cool.
I got a bunch of stuff yesterday from. I don't know who it was. And it was, to me, it said Wheatback, but it didn't have their address or name on it. I don't know who it was.
Was there any postmark on it?
No, it wasn't nothing. I just said Illinois. It was stamped from Illinois.
I didn't do it.
That's where it's at, bro. Yeah. And then that Jesus round, I love that thing.
You found Jesus.
Yeah, I found
Jesus. You need a little Jesus in your life.
That was somebody's way of saying I needed Jesus. That's what it was. It was crazy.
That's a cool surprise, though.
Right?
Yeah, it shocked me. I don't know who it was. It'll eventually come out who done it. They'll eventually say you get my package or something like that.
Yeah.
Wheatback just put out a video and say I need to know who's going to be on my headhunter list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I woke up yesterday morning or the day before yesterday. I put a video out. Every bit of my people that I was subscribed to was deleted on YouTube. I did not have no names there whatsoever. The person I was subscribed to, there was no names there.
Really?
Yep. And it was deleted. I put a video out on it, and I had to go back and resubscribe to a bunch of people. And I've lost so many people off of my
list
subscriber list. I've lost so many. I was at 483 or something like that. Now I'm down to 150 or 452. They're just taking them, and I don't understand it.
Man, they didn't purge you; they just drained you.
Yeah, they got me good.
That's ridiculous.
And I love me some quarters.
I don't even know who.
That was one of the things that I got, Craig, that you were asking about.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
That is.
Yeah, it is. $60.
It's a Butamus.
Butamus, yeah, for sure.
And then,
Let me guess, you paid $2 for it. No.
I actually 22 for it. Then of course.
Oh, I should have known better. You weren't done yet. Shit. Sorry.
Not good.
They're Ikes.
Good.
Those walkers?
No, I got one Barber and the rest are Kennedys. But this beautiful baby right here.
It's an 88 or
1945.
1945.
Yeah.
Dang, dude.
Oh, that's a pretty one.
Yeah.
She's pretty.
Bling,
Oh,
blinging.
It's
He's getting the bug. I love it.
I talked the guy down to $12.
Dude.
Did you give him,
You wanna
did you
sell
give
it?
him the scales after you slapped him with that trout?
No.
You should have.
No, Sean, I ain't heard from him. Have you, Hoover? Jeep, have you heard from him?
No.
I ain't either. I don't know. I ain't heard a thing from Jeep.
I saw him here a little while ago, and I had to stream for a minute.
Oh, wait.
No, I heard he was maybe going to show up Saturday while we were at the coin show, and then he never did. Which I didn't know because I slept most of the day because, that's what I do. But I was like, did Jeep show up? And then, no.
I just hadn't seen or heard from him. I don't know where he's at.
He'll surface again.
Yeah, he'll surface.
Dealing with.
I've heard.
Yeah, I've gotten a few things.
Been busy.
What everybody's interested in right now.
Troubles, do I owe you a nickel to put in a book? Or did I send it?
Oh.
Okay.
I picked up 3 SL2 flat. One's 1924 MS65.
There you go, John.
Oh, what you got there?
Yeah, John knows all about these. He's been.
Nice nickel.
I have
a shiny beaver.
He has a stack of shiny beavers.
Where's Rose Dragon when you need her? Hello.
Oh yeah, all them nickels. But yeah.
Hold on.
Oh wait, those are Canadians, aren't they?
And then full of shiny nickels. Canadians.
More
Okay.
shiny beavers.
Yep, that's for John. That's John's coin porn.
I have this bag full of nickels and pennies, Canadian.
Nice.
And they have beautiful ones in there like this guy right here.
Oh, yeah.
A rabbit. I know you have more rabbits.
I have these. I have and I have 6 of these.
Ooh.
Yes, I'm a beaver stacker.
Hell
Hey,
yeah.
Majestic.
Yes, sir.
I just got Kathy's phone number. So if you wanna get that number from Ida, that's okay.
Okay, awesome.
And then I'll get with you and we'll have a chit chat one of these days. I know you got a lot going on and you've been busy, but we'll get together.
Awesome, brother. No problem.
This whole container is full of
Wheaties.
you weedy
What year is that, buddy?
and proof dimes.
Hey,
Proof
you got a 50D in there because I need to purchase one.
a 50D.
Yep, that's all I need for my book.
I will go through it and find out.
Thank you. No rush. You know where to find me.
Ooh.
That is a 77 Canadian proof set.
Pretty.
Nice.
And
Yay, I'm at 11 again.
I picked these two books up.
Yeah.
Everything that's in here, I paid $20 for.
That was a steal.
9 to 1941, 1940, yeah, and then 41 to.
Oh crap! I need to get my charger. I saw that. I forgot.
Says in the book it's worked out to 64D, but it was filled.
Nice.
There we go.
Not too many holes in that one either.
Nope. But $20 for, I mean, the books themselves are worth $20 fucking dollars.
Yeah, a piece.
1905.
So I picked those up. I got
What's up? That's
more shit that I don't even know where it's at right now. Picked up a bag of silver nickel.
You're not leaving, are you, Majestic?
No, I was saying, hey, to SMK. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, we haven't seen either one of you guys for a minute. Everybody over the COVID there?
Yeah, I know he's been busy doing a whole bunch of projects at his house. So SMK was kind of busy doing his thing. I think the last time I talked to him was right before Christmas. On the
Okay,
phone.
this is supposed to be a DDL.
Yeah, EVG Hobbies just moved into your guys' area too. So he's just south of Tampa.
Yeah, Florida's just been a little bit crazy lately.
Yeah, I don't look forward to change in the near future either. So that's a nice one.
It's a 1903.
Oh wow, maybe it is.
And then I got a 1949S Benji, semi-key date.
Sweet.
And then I got a couple of Canadian large cents from some cracker who lives near me.
All right, copper coins.
I hear he's looking for a moving company. I don't know.
Yeah, I also heard if anybody is available, they have to show up at the auction and buy some of his shit.
What are we buying? What?
Like the video you had earlier, Melissa?
That's always come on, man. Thank you.
The shrine.
I see it.
Yeah, so
I told you it was way back there, wasn't it? Had to fall under the couch in the best spot ever.
Oh man.
I'm working right now. I wish I was home. I'd show y'all the Stand Liberty quarters that I picked up. Man, they're phenomenal.
I don't know that I want to see a Majestic. Probably cry.
Yeah, I picked up a PCGS MS64 CAC 1917 Type 1 Walking Liberty. I mean, Stand Liberty quarter. Then I picked up a 1919 MS PCGS MS65 CAC Stand Liberty quarter.
You classy
And
motherfucker.
And then the 1924 is a 65 PCGS graded. All three of them are phenomenal. The 24s has a blue bullseye toning. That coin is phenomenal.
Ooh, I bet you that's pretty.
This is the one everybody's trying to steal from me.
What you got? Oh, the bullet.
Either that or these two guys right here.
Oh yeah, it is.
I got that Lego.
Legos.
Remember little Parker Ebert? He sent it to me. He's like, "Here, coin mom." I was like, "Oh, you were the sweetest child in the world."
Mike, what are you doing?
Is that a 5 ounce Trolls?
No, that's a 1 ounce. That's
Is it a 1 ounce?
Elizabeth Australian. I was supposed to dupe her girl, but she's been dealing with other shit, and I didn't want to mess with her and bother her about an address and shit. And that's a 1/2 ounce.
That's a nice one.
Yeah.
A little bit of a bling bling on the front of that one.
Yep. It hasn't come out of the bag. It's been staying in the bag. I want to take it out and send it in to get it fucking graded, but
Toby, I'm gonna jump off here for a little bit. I don't want nobody to see me throwing up.
Okay. Well,
All right.
Take care.
We back.
It's
All
good
right.
to see ya.
All right, we back. Nice to meet you.
You too, buddy.
Yep.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Take care.
Yeah, that's them. I'm working on my day off, brother.
You're always working.
Yeah, I know. That's all I ever do. Story of my life.
and then you're gonna this.
Oh wait, I got the TV on.
Oh,
I'm like going.
It's a 1943 RPM.
Nice.
22 repunched mint mark, Philadelphia. I found it in a little bag of nickels.
Nice.
Wow.
You want to see my little bag of nickels?
Yes. I already know what it looks like, but the world would like to see it.
Off this damn place. Hi, Alexander. What's happening?
You probably don't want to see my little bag of nickels.
I've seen her little bag of nickels. That's why I was like, I'm trying
Probably
to
a big old army bag full, right?
It's a bag. We'll put it that way.
Well, I'll tell you this: I wouldn't be picking it up and just carrying it in the other room.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, it's not light.
That's
Yeah.
a BBO.
There we go.
Treasure Trolls, you've inspired vaping time.
Yep. Same tank. I had to do it.
Well, believe it or not, Majestic, Melissa offered to come down and catalog my coins for me, and I told her she'd have to stay for a month.
Melissa,
Yes.
I got
I know yours looks like Tim's does.
Where am I? Yeah, that's the light up there. Ain't it?
Yep, that's the exact same one.
Yep, that's what he said. He could see it on the TV. He's like, he's
Nah,
not.
I want mine.
That's why I said you inspired some vaping. He was like, that looks like my tank.
I had to get this one because I was tired of breaking all the other ones.
Exactly. When I drop it now, it just pops off and goes flying.
That's why I
Yeah, the
got
tips.
the
Exactly.
the caged one.
Yeah, that doesn't work for construction people. We still break.
Yeah.
It's I'd say so many drops for the glass breaking off this that it's worked for me. And like this mod's been in the hot tub probably 20 plus times. So
I was in a boom lift Friday, Thursday, about 28 feet in the air.
Mic drop.
And the tank fell off.
Yep, the tank pops off and you're good.
'Cause they're-
That's why I love them.
And it fell around, and my buddy's like, "Oh, you're going to be out of a fucking vape for the rest of the day." It was like 10 o'clock in the morning. I said, "I'll be down in a minute." Went down, picked it up, threw it back on there, and went, "Nope, I'm good." And he's like,
Yeah, the most you've done with that is what taking sandpaper to it a
Yeah,
little bit.
because it fell and like hit the tip to where it's gotten rough. So I just.
Yep. Fingernail file.
Yep. You got the same 2 tanks for a while.
I ordered the other one, and the coil fit in them differently, but it still works.
Most places here are outlawing those things in the buildings too.
Yeah, as long as I don't see a sign, I don't try to like make it known, like, hey, I'm smoking my vape. I'll just be like, I'll blow it under the table.
Yeah, I picked up a PCGS 1909 SVD MS66.
Ooh, there's my spiked head die.
No, I'm going to have to leave because I'm going to get sick.
So now I have 2. I have a PCGS MS64 CAC, and now I have a 66.
Nice.
You classy motherfucker.
I need a 67, really, but
that's above my pay grade.
Right. JC, you have a good day. Thanks for hanging out.
Take care, JC.
I think I showed it.
Oh, that's a blueberry muffin.
Look, John, it's a muffin.
Is that an Otis?
Yeah, right.
Oh my God.
Costco's.
Oh my God, John loves muffins.
I have a 1916S Lincoln sent in grading right now. Hopefully it comes back a really high grade. Get top pop. I don't know. It's a really nice coin.
I'm sure it will if it's something you send in to be graded, Majestic.
Yeah.
1916S is pretty hard to get.
Yeah, so are the 1911s.
I
don't know why.
Gentleman might have sent me one.
Well, you know, nobody thinks about saving them.
1911, 1916, and the
1931.
No, there's another teen one. I want to say a 1919 or a 1918.
1915.
Yeah, because I'm like, what don't I have in my book right now? Because I'm looking, I'm like,
You best have a 1913S in that motherfucker.
I do, sir. That is the last one I put. I still have the little cardboard from it because I have learned from someone that you must make a database and say where you got it from.
You know how hard it is to get a PCGS MS67 Lincoln set together?
Yeah.
Rock.
It's fucking very expensive.
Says the guy with the best story of rolling up in the heritage auction.
Says the guy that's got the pinwheel roller derby of pennies on his desk.
Roller derby.
All graded, slabbed, and beautified. That whole carousel of pennies is probably worth more than most people make in 3 years.
Yeah.
Oh, my pennies? Yeah, probably right.
It's a blinger. It is a blinger ball.
That's what I love to collect. I've been collecting it since I was a kid, so my Lincoln collection's phenomenal.
I'm waiting for him to turn that into a chandelier and put LEDs in it.
Hey, that's a great idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Because the way those are cleared, you just put the light behind it.
Put some LED lighting on the chandelier. That'd be badass.
I don't know anybody else who has a wheat penny infatuation.
A wheat penny or multiple wheat pennies?
Multiples.
That's on.
I had a lady message me and said that I heard through Facebook that you're the guy who has a bunch of wheat pennies. I just need 2 to finish my dad's book. He passed away.
Yeah.
I said, what 2 do you need, dear? And she rattled off the numbers, and I said, I got them. And she's like, how much do I owe you? I'm like, don't worry about it. She's like, no, seriously. I took a picture of the 3 boxes of wheat pennies and the 27 books that I have full of wheat pennies. And I said, no, dear, you don't got to worry about it.
Nice.
They were two very common dates.
Ooh, forgot I had this one.
Our side of the country. She was over in, I want to say, Oregon.
Yeah, that's like me. Every time somebody wants to sell their Lincoln books, like I just pick them up all the time.
Oh yeah. These two
I don't know
Majestic.
what my obsession is with the Lincolns, but I don't know what it. I mean, I got rolls for days, books for days, slabs for days. I just love the Lincoln.
Yeah, after your birthday, you were trying to give me and Con and Trolls a bunch of stuff, and we're like, no.
Majestic. I bought these two books for $20.
Nice.
And they're mostly full.
Awesome.
Books themselves, because they're the sleeved. They're sleeved. They're worth 20.
Are you selling any of those?
These actually got sold already.
Okay.
The thing I love about the Lincoln is that you have a lot of people out there that don't really know exactly what the Lincolns are worth, and there's some Lincolns out there that's like with the sickness.
Yeah.
Like I put my Lincoln collection against any collection, and it's like, I'll tell them, let's do it, because I don't know.
And then you're like, I got more in the drawer. It's fine.
Then when you pull them, when you really show like I had an LCS that I just met. He's new in my mom's town, and he's rambling on this, that, and the other. So I was like, you know what? When I come see my mom, I'll come back. I'll get in the safe because I have a safe at my mother's house. I said, I'll get in the main safe. We'll see what you really have. And then I brought, I don't know, like 5 coins to him, just 5 coins. And I says, I'm gonna just pull out 5 coins and I'll bring it to you and see what you think. And then I'll just show you pictures because I can't bring the whole collection out there. You know what I mean? And he was like,
lucky that you give him enough time in the day to even go into the safe.
he looked at the pictures and my coins and he's like, okay, bro, you for real.
You think? 99% of the world doesn't even have a grasp of what the door has in the safe.
No.
Let alone the rest of the whole safe.
We were at Costco tonight, and the one of the associates there was trying to convince me and the old lady that I needed another safe. And he was showing this little bitty, maybe 18-inch inside diameter.
What is that? That's like
And
Oh my god!
I couldn't even my wheat penny collection in there, and he's like,
right? I got 8 stand-up Liberty safes.
Yeah.
8. Like, people are like, what? I'm like, yeah.
Well, all right, everybody. I will see you later. I got to start my running around.
All right, brother. You have a good
All right,
morning.
Johnny. We'll see you later, man.
Have a good day.
And the thing about me is that
what?
My safes are everywhere. Like I don't keep anything in one place.
You sound like your mailboxes.
Yeah, exactly. Which mailbox do you want?
You're like, there's 13 of them.
I actually have 12 of them.
I almost remembered. I said 13. Yay!
Which one you want?
Hey, she's still sleeping. I said, when she wakes up.
When you're a collector, it's good to keep it like that because you know what I mean. It's
right.
Well, you definitely don't want them to not put something in your mailbox and to put it on a shelf somewhere in the back of the post office and forgot that they put it there.
I've never had that happen. Oh God.
I actually went down to the mailbox. I'm back home working, by the way. So I went down to the mailbox, and the mail lady was still at the
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He was still at the thing putting the mail in, and I opened up the door, and she's like, "Nope, you don't have anything." I'm like, "Oh, great." I'm expecting another package. She says, "You're the coin guy, aren't you?" And I'm like,
No, shut up.
Right?
She says,
Say it a little louder. Go outside and yell it while you're at it.
nobody else was around.
That's good.
I was like, she says, "I purposely deliver all your packages to your steps because I know what's in them."
Aww.
And I'm like, "Oh, well, thank you very much." And I know you're 90% of the time your wife's home, so I just make sure I put them on the steps and knock, and the dogs bark, and she knows that I was there.
See, that's how you know you take care of your postal worker.
Yep. And then she's talking about how she's a coin nerd, and she wants to come over and look at my collection.
Holla. Just keep taking care of my packages, lady.
You do you, boo, and I'll
Right.
no problem.
Ours, oh my god! If, like I did with Wheatbacks, I printed off my own label at home and stuff, and went online and did the thing, and then it's like, okay, we'll pick it up on Tuesday, and it's Monday. They don't come and get stuff until 1 p.m. So I stick it out there, throw this flag up on the box, whatever. So then they take it out of there. Tuesday rolls around, same person doesn't work, and then they put the sheet in there with a question mark. And I'm like, okay, this is only like the third time we've been through this. Like, they've called the house before, like, your stuff wasn't in the box, and I'm about ready to have a heart attack. And because the last time I did it, I had like 3 things, and I was like, what? And they're like, oh, the new guy put it under the desk. Oh my god, really?
Hey, all of y'all are amazing. It's good to see every one of you. I gotta get in at this Home Depot.
Take it easy.
It was awesome to see you. I'm glad you're doing good.
Good to see all of y'all. I'm glad to come up. Thanks for having me up.
Always.
You're welcome, my brother.
All right, y'all. Y'all take care. Have a wonderful Sunday, y'all.
Be safe, brother. Be safe.
See you later, chat.
I'd fist bump him, but I don't want to hurt his tattoo.
I tell you what, that octopus was pretty amazing. Yeah.
That's some intensive therapy.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Who did you get the book from? Was that Mike Kell?
What book?
The Quarter, Dansko?
Yes.
Okay. He is very, very, very good at his system. As soon as you are paid, there is a label printed, and you're that.
It was like Sunday at midnight, or I don't know what, but it was late. But it was like, I messaged him on Messenger and was like, I think I won this. I said, here's my PayPal. You can invoice me. Boom. I had the invoice like that and sent him the money. It just went click, 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 click. Yeah.
He's got 30-some people that work for him.
Right. Well, I thought, Troll sent me over there, so I don't want to be a lackey either. On it, buddy.
He messaged me. He said, I noticed you quit bidding after Melissa started bidding. I said, yeah, she needed the book. I already have one, but she needed the book. So I
appreciate it. Definitely.
Tagged her in it. And he's like, well, thank you for the business. I said, I got you, bro. You take care of me. I've been dealing with him so long that it's now friends and family only.
That's okay. He sent me an invoice. It's fine because I was gonna say I don't remember how I sent it, but
yeah, every invoice I get from Mike is friends and family. Every invoice I get from Christopher Rhodes, friends and family.
Right on.
Because they're like, yeah, we deal with you all the time. We know you're good.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That auction ended at like 4:30 or 5:30 in the morning or something.
Yep.
I was like, man, I don't want to up when that's over with. Because I was like, I want to pay for it right then. And then you were up. I know we were all saying good morning in our chat. And I was like, That's why I was like, I didn't read this guy's rule or anything, so I was like, do I need to message him?
Yep, 24 hours after the last bid.
Yeah, and I was like, going, Jules didn't answer me within 2 minutes, so I'm just gonna message the guy anyway. It was all good. No.
Yeah, I bought a box of nickels. Like I said, Canadian. Now, granted, all these tubes aren't full. There's some with only, 2 or 3 of them in there.
Right.
But then there are some that are, damn near full. And he said, well, since you bought those, I'm just going to throw these in with it.
That's cool.
And these are all Canadians as well. And then, of course, the one that broke open, which is in the bottom of the bag. But those are all Canadians. So my Canadian nickel collection just almost doubled.
Wow.
In a $30 bid.
That's sweet. Are you ready to stream? No, it's good. Craig's not talking.
I'm in here. I'm just in the middle of doing something.
Oh, I thought I muted.
Nope. Craig's rubbing one out, apparently.
No, I'm just trying to do something in the background, so it's kind of noisy.
I was trying to be considerate because I've been streaming for like almost 6 hours, and I know Tim wanted to stream too, but he's got to go over on DLive and do it. Copyright reasons for music because YouTube is not very nice about that.
Fuck YouTube. Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
True story. But yeah. I had to play Running with Scissors. I was like, I'm willing to take the copyright strike for that. It's pointing towards the sky. I don't know if everybody else thinks it's so funny, but I do. It is. Oh, Martha. Whatever her name is, I don't even know.
I remember what you were supposed to send me.
A 2003?
No. See if you remember. It wasn't a penny.
No, I'm talking about a nickel.
Wasn't a nickel.
Oh, shite.
I was going to send you a 64 Kennedy for a 65 Kennedy because I don't have a 65 Kennedy.
I didn't need a 64 Kennedy, but you know what? Nope, my Kennedy box it's in this room. So I probably never took it out of the box. Okay, those are all pennies. Oh, buddy. That's not heavy enough. Nope.
Yes, Sean, you can still be in the club.
What club is that?
He said, I don't vape and I don't have any tattoos. Can I still be in the club?
Hey, I vape and I only have one tattoo and I forget about it, so yes. Dang it. I've got to figure out where my Kennedys are now.
My real tinfoil hat, it's pretty cool. It's got horns that come off the side and come out the front and the back, and there's a big horn in the middle. They call me Horny Mike. Oh, Hoovy muted and Mr. Craig Durbin muted, and I'm the only one here to talk. Now you got to listen to the big bearded ugly bastard.
I can unmute. I'm just in the middle of working on a project, so
you do what you do. I'm here to
I
entertain.
muted the sound on the project that I'm working on, so it's fine.
I was getting ready to put the pole up so I could start pole dancing for everybody.
Nice.
No running naked through the chat? What?
I said I was going to put the pole up so I could start pole dancing for
I
everybody.
know. I was confused because I was like, I thought you were running naked through chat, but this is new.
Chat all the time, but you know, this is a family show. So
Yes, it is.
Well, Connor's here. You know.
Okay, yes, it is.
At least if I'm tripping, I got pasties on. You know?
Let me hit record first. That's great. Oh, crud.
Yeah, you don't want to see this big fat bastard dancing.
Set that up and give me a link.
It's going to take a second.
Oh, okay. I thought you was waiting on me. I said waiting on you right now, though, but not really. Kind of, sort of. Crap. I'm gonna have to go venture to my area because there's not a 65 Kennedy in that book, and that's weird. Or not book. I'm sorry, that box. Which is good because I can plug this in and switch over to my other thing. There we go. Seamless. If not, we'll just say it works.
All right. Well, apparently I got a boogie out.
Unfortunately. Didn't he?
Huh?
Boss lady just got you.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm just working on a project with somebody, and I got to put some more attention into the project, evidently, than what I have been. So, good to see you guys.
It's good to see you too.
brother.
Before I get out of here, have you talked to Will? Or Will?
I keep asking Con, and they haven't touched base with him, so you've been trying though.
I didn't know if Trolls maybe might have heard for something from him or not.
Nope, I have not heard anything.
Hopefully he's under the shelter of some angel wings or something. So
No doubt. Deserves it. That's
nice if somebody could get a message to him of some sort and see if he's okay or not. But
yeah, I mean, the best I can do is email. I didn't drop anything, I swear.
I will catch up with y'all later. Be safe, and we'll see you.
All right, you have a good day.
And then there was 2.
I know. I'm wondering, where in the hell did I come up with a 65?
I don't know.
That's what I was like, You're welcome.
She needs her claws taken care of.
Don't we all? Trolls, I must have been higher than 10 Indians because I'm not 65. Okay, here's my 64s. Oh, yep, there's a P, right? A Philly?
Yep.
Good, I got 2 in here. You had me worried for a minute. I was like, I'm such a liar. But okay. I found some.
If it wasn't a 64 that you needed, what did you need?
Oh, no. I don't think I need anything because this besides the bottom, that's a whole page of 64s. So it had 2 65s at the bottom. So yeah.
Ooh, party.
Well, I mean, you would like that one because that's got a mark on its cheek.
It's just going in my Kennedy book.
We'll do this one.
My Kennedy Dan's Co.
Easier.
There's Quentin. Say hi, Quentin.
Good morning.
He just came in, so he's probably been up all night partying like a rock star.
That's how you got to do.
19 years old, probably hot and drinking beer and getting shit faced all night. And
It's the weekend, man.
yeah.
But he's home, and that's what counts.
Well, first time he's been able to get home in 2 weeks because of the whole COVID thing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. When I got tested positive, him and his girlfriend and the middle boy were all here. And we messaged them and said, hey, Michael tested positive for COVID. If you don't want to be stuck at home, poof, they were gone.
Where did my good morning go? Okay, there it is. I was going to say.
They didn't hesitate to roll out as soon as they found out.
Yeah, that's why when Scott was coming home, he said, I'm going to stay in a hotel for a week. I was like, I will bring you food.
Well, my problem is I was already home for the weekend for Connor's birthday and Quentin's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
But Quentin wasn't here. He didn't come in until that Sunday that I had tested positive. So they weren't here at all during the weekend. And the middle boy came home from work and he come home from grandma's and we were talking about it. And he's like, I can't miss work. There's nobody to take my place. And he was gone. Like, yep, adios. Cookies are not for breakfast. The muffins are, no, go ahead, I don't care.
He's 19. He's got a great metabolism. It's fine.
Motherfucker eats so much goddamn junk food and he's this big around.
I can remember those days. It's like, oh, yeah, I'll have half an order of cheese sticks, at the pizza man, have a steak, baked potato, salad. You just be like, what are we going to do next? They're like, do you have a hollow leg?
Yeah.
Oh, to be like 16, 17 again.
Take it easy, SMK.
See you, SMK. It's good to see you around again.
Look at. You see how skinny he is?
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
Kind of over that way.
Two of him can hide behind me.
Oh. Now you make me hungry. I'm like, about time to make some omelets.
See, I always wore husky clothes because I was in between being skinny and fat. So I was husky.
I've always had husky feet then.
And we went out clothes shopping, and the old lady was like, check these out. I'm like, they're skinny jeans. She's like, you ought to see what you look like in them. And I'm like,
Skinny jeans are out. It's
no,
official. They are. They're out.
I'm not wearing fucking skinny jeans.
Don't tell her they're out.
Yeah.
Super ripped up jeans. Not like the ones with the little cutesy phrase here and there, but no, ripped jeans are out. Skinny jeans are out.
I'll stick with my work bibs with the hole in the crotch. All right.
Yep, there you go. It's an accent. Straight leg is in. And baggy's back in too. So there you go. You're set.
I'm down 15 pounds, so all my clothes are baggy now.
See, that's why I said you're set. Straight leg, baggy.
I prefer boot cut because, you know.
Well, that's a classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm one of them farm guys. Just, you know, we like boot cut because we wear boots all the time.
Yeah, but the jeggings are out. You don't need any jeggings that are all tight fitted.
Jeggings.
The jeggings.
But I tell you what, next time I got a good pair of bibs that the crotch don't wear out in them before the legs do, I'm going to cut them off and make me some bib jorts.
You go fishing in them.
Hell yeah. Get my slip-on boots on, my jeg shorts.
Your muck boots.
Yeah, I got muck boots too. I'll be wearing them. Having a good old time.
Damn it, that reminds me. I got to mow the yard today.
Take my shirt off. That way I got a nice little white stripe right through the middle where my bibs are. And
I can't do that. I'm in the middle of town. Oh, the bibs. Okay.
Trust me, I wouldn't care. Even the cops would drive by and go, "Oh, she's out of tree."
She's awake. That's what. Great.
The girls I went to school with is a nudist.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty much anybody in the area knows if you do not want to see her naked, don't drive down the fucking road towards her house.
Like, just go after dark and don't look that direction.
Yeah. Including the local police. They just, we're not going to.
Forget it.
Yep. We'll let her do her. We'll drive by and just glimpse every once in a while.
So, I was gonna say, she more like a Kathy Bates nudist, or
no,
or older Raquel Welch.
She is more of a not very built.
Betty, what's her name?
The Mistress of the Dark, Elvira. She's got the black hair, but she's got like a streak of gray through it. And she's not built at all like Elvira, but she's skinny, flat chested. And
but Elvira had augmentation.
I'm sure if Janet had augmentation, she would definitely look like Elvira for sure.
If she's outside that much, is she pale then? I mean, because Elvira was pretty pale. Oh my God.
She's outside a lot.
She must have good sunscreen.
She must.
Oh my God.
Either that or her skin is so transparent the sun can't even
affect it. Right on through. Oh my God. The topics we come up with. Oh, crud.
But there's going to be some chicken smoked today.
Ooh.
And there's going to be some beef shoulder smoked today. And if I can convince the old lady to go buy a $125 brisket, I'll get that started tonight. And first thing in the morning, I'll throw it on the smoker and go to work and come home and have a nice big brisket.
Low and slow.
Yep. She says, you know that you got this now, you're going to have to feed the neighbors. I said, I know. Because they go,
you don't have to do anything.
oh, no. Norm, the guy next door, is a pothead. So he's going to smell that all goddamn day. He's going to be hungry.
Well, he should know how to cook too then. I don't know.
And the people on the other side over here, I can't ever remember his name, but her name is Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Or is his name Chris? I don't know. No, his name's Sean, Shane, and Chris. And they're just cool as hell. So we always work with them. And then the people across the street over here just moved into the neighborhood. Black family, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
They were having a birthday party and their grill caught on fire. So I donated mine for them to finish off their birthday party. So I'll make ribs one night on the smoker and invite them over.
Sweet.
You got to feed the neighborhood. Takes a neighborhood to raise a child.
I know shit. Oh, I'm not streamed out. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's not the right link. Ignore that. French toast my butt. Okay. Begin, remove, do over, kapow, kapow. There. There we go.
I honestly think we're the only two left in chat.
I've got 9 on there.
Really?
Yeah.
Speak up, people. Let's see who you are.
Well, I know my TV's 1. I don't think I shut my other computer off, so I'm good for 3. Huh? Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. I was planning on going back to bed, and I saw you were streaming, and I'm like, who's on there? And I saw EVG and
So glad he came in.
Mr.
Oh my gosh, he's hilarious tonight.
I got to go say hi to my peeps.
Definitely. I did. I wanted to tell you thank you about the book because I was happy I got the best I could.
I was happy for you, dear.
Because I was like, I know nobody else is going to be awake when that thing's getting close to ending. And it's like,
Yep.
It worked out quite well.
And like I said, Mike is an awesome guy. You'll have it. Usually I'll get mine 2, maybe 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 3 days. So you're looking at probably 3, maybe 4 days.
Yeah, see, stuff's goofy here. It will go, like, if somebody's on the East Coast, it will come past me and go to St. Louis and then come back to Illinois.
Yep.
So I just always put an extra day on shipping. If somebody tells me, just because I know that's what happens.
Where is he from? I think he's from the East Coast. So
it's going to do the. Yep.
But yeah, I always, and I have that post office link that tells me when I have packages and shit coming.
Yeah, see, I can't find that on mine not when they're coming. Like Lemon said, he knows like when any piece of mail's coming.
Yeah. But when Mike sends shit, it says you have a package arriving soon. I'm like, okay. And then I come home and it's sitting on the desk and I'm like, wait, it says soon. It didn't say today. Usually if it says today, that means I have a package today.
Yeah, I think how they check our stuff in is it like they'll do a good section of town and then just go beep 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 beep. We got these because obviously the dogs will bark and it's here an hour, 2 hours before they even check it. Typically, I mean FedEx or UPS, either one. So yeah.
But that's the site that I deal with a lot, and you need to look into it because you'll find a lot of good deals.
I'm loud and clear, sir. Gotcha. Yeah, I was happy with that.
Yep. As soon as I saw that book, I was like,
I know. I can't believe I was asleep and even got in on it. I was like, oh, it's going to be bid up. And I was like, oh, good.
most of the people on that whole channel know if I'm bidding on something, I'm going to get it. So they pretty much just go, okay, fuck it.
So you started it out for me, and I was like, yay.
There were a few people that were like, okay. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm not dealing with this guy. See you, bye.
And then what? That was a good deal.
$26 for a $40 damn book?
Yeah.
Learning my tricks, babe.
Only because you share them.
Only with people I like. So everybody in chat, ignore what I just told you.
Yeah. Wait, scribble. That's off there. His name is Alejandro. On Facebook. Oh, all right, my dear. Well, I think I'm going to get off here and make some breakfast. And I'm sure Tim's probably getting ready to start up because he was like, oh, what? Oh, the smell.
And I'm going to go make...
Oh, for breakfast. That's fine.
I'm going to go make some coffee.
Right on. You make some coffee. Well, it was always fun talking to you, and I'm sure I'll talk to you tonight or something.
Oh, yeah. And,
All
and
right.
going to smell, going to be following the smell of the food. I'm going to be smoking all goddamn day, baby.
Oh, yeah. I'll just go to sleep and just like zombie out.
I'll send you
Nobody will interrupt me, I'm sure.
send you pictures of the food when we're done. My smoker's name is Meat Sweats.
I love it. All right. Well, you have a good day with all of that. And I'll talk to you later.
Bye, dear.
Bye. Bye, chat. Bye, John Argent. And